It was a living hell. If there were doubts before that it existed, now you can see for yourself with your own eyes. He's right here. The wounded man turned to a prince named Bern. After that, Kyrie fell on his shoulder. Unfortunately, it was the only way he could repay his prince, for all the good things the prince had done for Kirie. Principal Bern didn't want to hear such words from his friend and subordinate at all. In spite of all the shouting, Kyrie asked for a tighter grip on his sword, and he must remember one more important thing. There's no way Bern should give up. He didn't want to believe that Kyrie was dead. Still, the prince drew his sword, and then he started screaming. It was despair and pain at the loss of his friend. One day, a country called Kyrie, which was founded by dragons and humans, demanded treasure from his homeland. This treasure was called the Time Axis, but Seigreed said no. Someone sent a magical attack on the prince. Even if he reacted in time to the surprise attack, the fatigue from the battle was making itself felt. Bern has lost an arm. Because Seigreed refused to give up the treasure, it was the start of a war, and the end for his own country. The protagonist's name is Bern of Seigreed. He was also the younger brother of King Seigreed. On the battlefield, he was already the last person the opposing side should have gotten rid of. In fact, Bern really did realize that it was over, and death was already waiting for him with open arms. But at that moment, Kyrie's words that he should not give up came into the prince's mind. That's why Bern will never give up. These people won't stop him that easily. All because he is the trusty sword of the Seigreed. A group of people who were dressed in white robes approached him, and their faces were hidden. It was a magical alliance of Kyrie called the Valkum, and the man who was responsible for this war, the Mad King of Kyrie, Planche. They were the ones who turned his homeland into a blazing inferno. Arsene, who was the high mage of Valkan, came out to him, and he forgot to be glad of this meeting. Arsene asked the warrior what his name was. However, the protagonist claimed that he had committed his name to oblivion. He is only a sword that serves its king. With those words, he headed straight for Arsene. Even though his face was hidden, a smile could be seen. Arsene will remember the Prince of Seigreed. It was the end. In that instant, all of Bern's vivid and joyous memories flashed before my eyes. All moments with the king, or in other words, his brother, and even the way he trained his knights. But sadly, all of that will no longer be the case. Even when there was one impenetrable darkness, he noticed a ray of light. He heard someone start to wake him up. The address was as if to a prince. It was a man with brown hair and blue eyes who was ringing a bell. And a servant stood beside him. The man argued that the prince should hurry up. Prince Planche had already left. He didn't even expect to hear that name again. Besides, the protagonist knew that Planche had cut off his hand. The boy asked His Highness not to say such terrible things. Even the servants began to whisper. How could the prince even chop off his arm? He must have been dreaming, a nightmare. The guy was starting to worry about His Highness. He didn't even realize what was happening to Guy. The name of a man whose hatred remained deep in his soul. A whole arm, and even a servant he'd never seen before. And also memories that never belonged to him. It all filled his head. The main character asked to be told who he was. The guy with brown hair called out a name. Callen Rain Kirie. He was now the third prince of Kyrie, and the whole thing was like the worst nightmare. He clearly remembered that he was killed on the battlefield. Besides, his name is Bern Seigreed. But how did this even happen? The main character asked to tell what day it was. The boy replied that today was April 28th, after which the prince inquired what year it was. It was the 522nd year. The man did not understand at all what had happened to the prince. He really can't believe it. It went back 10 years to the last war. The beginning of the war was the axis of time. The time axis is a strange object that can only turn back time once. Suddenly, unexpectedly, this treasure appeared in the palace of Seigreed. The news of this in them traveled the world. Lord of the continent, the powers of Kyrie were choking with lust for obtaining the item. Even if Kyrie is a great power, the axis of time still belongs to Seigreed. There was no way it was to be given to anyone. Kyrie was refused. They started the war as if they'd been waiting for it. The king did not want to let his brother go. Everyone who went to war is now dead. They can't lose the others. That same day, James saw Bern's death. He must have wanted to go back before those terrible events took place. He guessed that too. Perhaps James used the time axis and turned back time. But for him, this is his last chance. Now perhaps he can save his homeland, Seigreed, from the end. He knows the prince has a hard time with morning meetings. But we can't delay any longer. The prince agreed. He also apologized for keeping him waiting. The guy will be ready in a minute. It's a chance he'll never pass up. The protagonist will live the life of Prince Kyrie and die as him. After which they entered the dining room. The kid apologized to the prince, talking about how it looked like he should have packed a little faster. He didn't think that Prince Randall would already be in place. Randall Sale Kyrie, and he is also the crown prince. All the princes of Kyrie are half-brothers. The blood of the sacred state of Tensel runs in the blood of Crown Prince Randall. By order of the king, the three princes meet every morning. Callen apologized for being late, but Randall said nothing. Judging by his remaining memories, Callen was like invisible to everyone. It was disgusting to be so directly ignored by a human being. But is the crown prince here alone? Suddenly Prince Planche arrived. The prince sat down at the table. Meanwhile, the protagonist didn't realize who in the royal family even went around looking like that. Could this be the crazy King Planche he knows? But judging by his clothes, he was nicknamed Crazy for something else entirely. The protagonist knew that Plan and Randall didn't get along very well. With the strength of Planche's own mother and Queen Kyrie, no one could match it in the palace. It must have been difficult to live in that environment. It was too uncultured. There was not an ounce of decency in him. In this, Callen was like his mother. The protagonist must be patient. He will not miss the chance that James gave him. Anger was rising in him. At that very second, he wanted only one thing, which is to wring that bastard Planche's neck. Planche destroyed his teacup. How dare Callen even dare look at him like that in front of everyone? Randall intervened in their conversation and told them to stop it now. Planche looked at his brother, after which he glanced over at Callen. Planche had no choice but to leave. All his appetite was gone after such insolence. Randall stood up as well. The crown prince advised the protagonist to try to watch his behavior from now on. The king's birthday is coming up. Everything's in a frenzy. So it's Callen's fault too, not that bastard Planche. The guy asked the prince if he was okay, and if nothing hurt. For some reason, the prince has been unwell all day. He also decided to wipe the spot where the tea had spilled on. Considering he's considered a blank slate here, it's nice to have a servant around. And this servant takes care of the prince. Callen thanked him. In normal times, Prince Callen would just sit there with tears in his eyes. But now he's smiling. The first queen of Kyrie was Sisphanian, who was an ancient dragon. Her hair was the color of pitch darkness, and her eyes glowed with bright flames. Callen was incredibly like her, but the powers the prince possessed were pitiful. He was forever having to block out the red eyes, because Planche hated them. And the reason for all this was just one phrase. Planche's phrase about Callen's eyes being disgusting. It was a little uncomfortable, for the boy retained the feeling as if he had peered into someone else's memories. But it turns out this guy didn't always hide his eyes because he was afraid of someone like Planche. What an idiot. The boy asked if there was anything he could do for the prince. But Callen said he didn't need anything right now. Of course, he'd noticed that the prince didn't seem to be himself today. Could it be that he'd been reading about chivalric novels again last night? But that wasn't the point. The third prince who was born to the king and his ignorant mistress. He was afraid of many things, and there was no one to support him. The third prince was a weak man who didn't even have the strength to defend himself. This was Callen's current situation. And something happened on the eve of his coming-of-age ceremony. Callen asked how old he was now. The servant replied that he would be 15 in 4 months. At the ceremony, Callen was assassinated for political reasons. He tried to poison the queen and failed. After which the prince hanged himself for fear of punishment. This is what the secular society was talking about, but no one believed it was true. Pretty soon someone would have to kill Callen. Callen's death was about a month or two away, so he couldn't sit around and wait idly. The main character asked to be given a pair of scissors. Even though the servant didn't understand why I was carrying the scissors, he handed them over anyway. The kid asked His Highness why he needed scissors. The protagonist of these began to argue that it was time for a change. If you know what's going to happen in the future, all you have to do is change the smallest detail and everything goes down the drain. Rumors didn't understand why the protagonist was doing this, because you, Prince Planche, would definitely not like it. Even if that happened, Callen didn't care. Everything's fine now, so there's no need to worry. He knows what he has to do. Now Planche was sure, too, that this guy had clearly lost his mind. But if he knew this reaction would follow, then why did he do it? Could this be what His Highness meant when he said he knew what he was doing? Planche turned to the kid nicknamed Bloody-Eyed, but Callen mentioned that he had a name and even named it. Planche picked up the knife and asked if that meant he had to call him by his first name. After which the prince threw it at the servant that stood behind Callen. Surprisingly, Callen was able to catch the knife, but the servant was scared out of his wits. He was especially concerned about His Highness's wounded arm. Planche began to claim that his knife had slipped from his hands. Our poor Callen got hurt, but the main character walked up to the prince and put the knife on the table, saying that everything was fine. He also called him brother. This situation was clearly getting on Planche's nerves. Callen kept saying that nothing was wrong. After that, they returned to the prince's room and also brought Togo's instruments to treat the wound. The servant thought it was necessary to call a doctor, but Callen refused. But the kid started claiming it was just a scratch. Now he was worried about something else, namely why the servant didn't duck. Planche was aiming for him. What would have happened if Callen hadn't fought off that attack? We need to be able to fend off such attacks. In fact, Ian didn't know how Prince Planche would react, so he was afraid that he would redirect his anger towards the protagonist. Merritt is now covered in blood and his heart is about to pop out of his chest. Callen is going to clean himself up, so he ordered no one to come in here. He wanted to help, however Callen stopped him. He also mentioned not to dare to call the doctor. Meanwhile, the guy didn't understand why he couldn't at least call the doctor. Earlier, Callen was going to use the power of his aura to repel Planche's attack, but suddenly the boy felt a pain in his heart. Now he should recreate the event and make sure of Callen's physical condition, and then he felt 3 magical seals around his heart. It was only then that a realization came into his head. It turns out the real Callen was a magician all along. A few days later, the boy was freaking out, because it had been days and the prince's wound still looked the same. Callen said again that it was nothing. Also in the room with them was Sethan Slack, the court tailor. As soon as Callen approached him, he even dropped the measuring tape. Callen inquired as to what had happened. The man apologized, for he had just unconsciously remembered Lady Freya. But Ian stopped him. In fact, he was already tired of this reaction after he cut his hair. Callen had long suffered because of the resemblance to his mother, whom he had never even seen. It was so unbearable for him to see his own face that he even removed all the mirrors from his chambers. But it's all right now because he knows he looks like Freya. Let the court tailor do what he was going to do. In that case, the man will take his measurements. The prince needs to eat more. They're worried about how small he is. But Callen began to claim that he was a good eater. But unfortunately, the rest of us will be worried. The royal family of Kyrie are the heirs of dragons. More specifically, they are heirs to 2 of the 8 heroes who sealed the evil god, Hatra and Sisfanian. From Sisfanian to the direct line of royal offspring, passed on the power of healing and the ability of magic, the so-called Sisfanian blessing. In other words, Callen's wound should have healed long ago. But it's still there. Every time he uses mana, he feels pain in his heart. That's quite problematic. At this rate, he will no longer be able to use aura or magic, and then he will simply die at the hands of an assassin. The tailor will bring the prepared clothes now. The boy wondered if there was anyone here with knowledge of mana. The tailor had prepared clothes that would be perfect for attending the king's birthday party. Since it's His Majesty's birthday, in that case, he'll be there too. Namely, the great wizard Ellen Manisil. Callen must meet this wizard. Ellen Manisil is one of the 3 or 4 mages who have reached the 7th circle, and an idol to all mages. In the past, he had been invited to the king's birthday party and had visited Kyrie. The story of how he wasn't even allowed through the gate because of one incident reached the neighboring state, Seigreed. At that time, too, Ellen Manisil had no opportunity to take part in the celebration. Decades later, he became a grand wizard of the 8th circle, the only one on the continent to prove his abilities. There's no better mana expert than him. He'll be able to help solve the problem with this body. Although Callen doesn't know what incident took place, Kyrie has always not treated mages particularly well. So one wonders if Ellen Manisil will agree to his proposal. There's a reason why there are many knights walking around in the Kyrie kingdom, and it lies in the influence of Planche's mother's family, the Brizzen family. Callen needs the power of the Magi, even if it's only to limit the Brizzen's power. And if he can get Ellen on his side, he may be able to stop the war Planche will start. But before that, he has to deal with something else. Namely, with the fact that the 3 of them were busy with their pajamas. The girl thought these ribbons were too small, especially when she liked larger ribbons like this example. The apparatchik thought they needed to add more lace. Callen said not to add any ribbons or frills. How will he even look in lace, and what are those bells anyway? Who are they trying to make him look like? He was having tea and in his room as usual. Callen was already starting to get used to this kind of life. His arm is almost healed, and Planche has been openly ignoring him since that case, which is even a good thing. Jan reported that there would be a riding lesson with the prince in the morning, and a dinner with the Queen and Viscount Bryson was planned for the afternoon. Jan thinks it's because of the king's upcoming birthday. He would have to face these people one day anyway, so there's nothing to be done. Ian inquired of His Highness the Prince if today was also the day he would be practicing his stamina. The protagonist began to claim it was just a jog in front of the lake by the palace, so there's no need to worry. What could even happen there? But really, it's like he's about to die. Marilyn Fiant, Callen's maid and the second daughter of the outer defense squad leader, asked the prince if he was doing well. He had run 4.5 laps on the first day and 4 on the third day. And today Prince only ran 3, Callen trains, but his stamina and stumble. And that's a problem. Marilyn offered to call a doctor if he was having a hard time, but the boy replied that he was fine. If he calls for a healer, circles of mana will be found immediately. Even Ian is not aware that Callen is a mage, and if he behaves recklessly, his life could be in danger. Callen wondered how a healer would help with the fact that her stamina was down, but she still found it better to call a healer. I mean, he says he's fine. He'll be better in a while. Suddenly they heard a shout about not looking away. It seems the knights have already started practicing. They must not take their eyes off the blade. If this man was already on the battlefield, he would already be dead. Let them have no doubts and go all the way. Still, a workout like this brings back memories of the old days. Marilyn told me that this was the training ground of the Fable Knights Corps. Callen knows that, besides he was looking over here out of interest. But of course it surprised her, since he hadn't even held a sword. What's the big deal if the guy's interested in it right now? Apparently, His Highness doesn't know what this Knight Corps is all about. Naturally, he knows it's the Royal Knight Corps. More specifically, the Knight Corps of the Brizzen family, who keep the king's power under control. Fable, the commander of the Rythar Corps, approached them and asked who they were. If they had nothing to do, then let them leave here. His knights are disturbed by their observation and can't concentrate on training. Marilyn demanded respect, as the third Prince Callen was now standing in front of him. But he didn't seem too happy about the fact that it was the same Prince Callen. Fable almost confused the prince with a mole who was watching from behind the scenes. That bastard was starting to get on his nerves. And how is he supposed to realize that? Marilyn did not understand how he dared to say such impertinent words in front of His Highness the Prince. Fable had said he had almost confused him. Why the sharp reaction, especially when the prince didn't even react to such a thing? But suddenly he felt something he didn't even expect. The man didn't even realize what it was. He definitely hadn't been like this before. Then Fable did not understand what the third prince was doing. The commander has been summoned to her by the queen, and the prince is standing in his way. That time, Callen simply apologized and also mentioned that he would be leaving right away. He was a word and a careful prince. But what is this now newfound spirit this prince is demonstrating? Callen turned to Commander Fable, indicating that he wanted to ask him a question. The protagonist inquired about his duty. The commander was approached by other knights who asked what had happened. Of course, they immediately recognized the third prince. But the knights didn't understand what he was doing here. After all, he is only the third prince, whom even the knights look down on. The commander replied that they were in the middle of a training session, so he wouldn't be able to answer the prince. Therefore, let the prince continue to mind his own business. Marilyn wanted to say something to the prince, but he stood his ground. He's already asked the question and is demanding an answer. The commander should say what his duty is. Fable believed that he should strengthen the power of the royal family, as well as protect the royal family and the kingdom. He knows his responsibilities. He really has to step up and protect. But this time the commander failed on all fronts. The commander didn't understand what the prince meant. First, they should talk about strengthening the power of the royal family. But if Callen needs to describe what he saw, this training is complete chaos. After saying that, he appeared behind the commander. The commander realized that if he could not block this attack, he would die. He drew his sword from its sheath and blocked the protagonist's stick. Such was the power with just a single branch. It was exactly what Callen expected. After which he knocked the sword out of the commander's hands. Callen can't even believe that Fable couldn't even predict the movements of someone who didn't hold a sword. The boy was disappointed, and now it was time to talk about the second. The commander clearly felt that determination and murderous intent. The protector of the royal family and the kingdom addresses a member of the royal family in a derogatory manner. In addition, he hurts the prince by raising your sword against him. Callen wondered if he should take it as a betrayal. Now the commander began to wonder if this was definitely the third prince he knew. He fell to his knees and began to beg Prince Callen for farewell. His mind was clouded. Fable began to claim that he had never had any thoughts of committing treason. He asked the prince to have mercy. Fable will never forget the way that useless third prince humiliated him like that. Meanwhile, Ian was wondering why the one who said he went to train came back with a horse. Callen told him that he had picked him up on the way and his name was Raven. Ian wondered where he'd been and how he'd gotten the horse. After everyone had calmed down, Callen asked what was wrong with that horse. Others told him that Prince Planche had failed to subdue him. As you can see, this horse is quite ferocious. And Callen had a new idea. Ian had a question about whether it was really okay to bring Prince Planche's horse here like this. Callen was told that anyone can take it. Some lose it, some find it. He also asked Marilyn to keep the incident at the training site a secret, but Ian realized what the consequences would be if the prince found out. Callen began to argue that everything would be all right. He was just about to say something when his heart began to ache. The servants began to worry about him. It happened just as he thought it would. Callen had overstretched that body. Ian wondered if he had overdone the training before today. But Callen replied that he hadn't. He just had a great time after training, playing with something. Even though John was curious about what exactly the prince was playing with, the protagonist didn't tell him anything. He would be so late for dinner after all, so he asked Jan to prepare everything he needed. But the guy also wondered what he should do with this horse. But Callen wasn't sure if this horse doesn't bite once he heard Jan's question. It turns out that's what he said, and it was quite interesting. This unknown man had heard that even if the worms start wriggling, if you step on them, everything comes together. Even if someone like this guy starts kicking around, it won't change his point at all. It wouldn't be interesting to just push on and kill him so great. For now, they'll observe. Still, it's impossible to adapt to this atmosphere, even going through it every day. But there was something new. Why was Planche so quiet today? Could it be that the Queen and Viscount Bryson are delayed because of Callen? Planche is not at all controlled by the expression on his face. He's still a child, after which they smelled a fragrance. Callen immediately realized who it was coming from. She has come at last, the true ruler of this kingdom. Celestia Bryson, the second queen of Kyrie, the current queen. After the previous queen passed away from illness, Celestia, who took her place, borrowed the strength of her family, Bryson, and took control of the corps of royal knights. Most of the nobles also supported the Bryson family. Therefore, the power of the target grew day by day, and the third Prince Callen, who had no clout, became a laughingstock even to a mere commander. They decided to pay Commander Fable adequate compensation, and she should not be reported for such trivialities in the future. Should she really pay attention to such platitudes? Her obvious hostility toward Callen was noticeable. The queen turned to the protagonist. Celestia has noticed that this guy has grown so much lately. That's exactly the reaction he was expecting. The protagonist replied that he hadn't grown that much, but Callen will surely still grow in the future. At such a statement, Planche was a little shocked. But here Randall said nothing and held his face. It was an obvious threat to Celicia. Whether Prince Callen had grown up or not, the man almost didn't recognize him. It was so nice to see the prince show his face. He should have cut his hair much sooner. Viscount Renon Bryson, the second son of the Marquis of Bryson. He was sure that the prince would still grow up, for he was still in the growth phase. But the queen had made him understand not to bring it up. Renon Bryson replied that he was terribly hungry, so he wanted the food to come sooner. He's supposed to be the owner of the Bryson shopping center, but he's such a tightwad. It's really just as they say it is. It's quite charming. The queen turned to her son. Kalia wondered why Planche didn't say anything. The boy asked what she wanted to know about. She really wanted to know about Planche's horse disobeying him. Planche didn't say anything to that, but just turned away. It would have been wonderful to hear about it firsthand. But the queen was already aware of it. It's not like Planche said he was completely out of control, but it's worth starting with the fact that he was originally a useless horse. The guy threw his fork on the table, after which he decided to leave them. It was noticeable that Celestia was furious that her own son was disobeying her. 3 weeks later, the king's birthday celebration. Since it's His Majesty's party, they need to prepare everything perfectly. The humans noticed a congratulatory delegation from the elves. They're all gifts. The banquet promises to be exquisite. The princes must have been immersed in preparations. People wanted to see them soon. Some were even excited to see them soon. While the tailor was measuring His Highness, he realized that the measurements from last time didn't match. He was supposed to be eating, but a drop of blood suddenly fell in front of him. Then he noticed that there was blood coming from the prince's nose. Ian immediately ran up to the prince, worried about his well-being. He asked to get a handkerchief sooner rather than later. Callen began to argue that it wasn't that bad. He just hasn't been sleeping well lately, and the bleeding has stopped. But Jan thinks that's not the case at all. Taylor apologized for barging into their conversation, but it's really about something else. In fact, His Highness the Prince has lost even more weight. 3 weeks ago, he wasn't so thin. This is not happy news at all. But Callen tried to guffaw, asking about whether things were really so dire. Perhaps it was because of his active sports. After all, he had been practicing really hard, but his stamina was only getting worse. Considering the still resulting pain when trying to use mana, There is some sort of problem with his heart. The tailor tried to convince the prince that he should not take his health so lightly. He also asked if the prince had been checked by a healer. The protagonist replied that it wasn't that bad. Why would he need to be checked by a healer because of an ordinary nosebleed? There's that talk about the healer again. Why did he get a nosebleed in front of so many people? The tailor started to say that it wasn't just blood. However, Callen went on to say that he was really fine. He won't get off that easy. Jan started to argue that it was because the prince picked his nose yesterday. It must have been hard to talk about something so personal. Now it seemed to the protagonist that there was some misunderstanding, and those present did not even know that the prince had such a secret and habit. As Ian said, Prince Callen eats well and exercises well, so the nosebleed is probably due to his habit, and so there's no need to worry. Since it was Ian who said so, the tailor decided to believe it. He's lucky to know the prince like no one else. Ian winked at him. What a bastard. Back then, Ian was still worried whether the prince was really all right. He didn't look very good. The worse the condition of this body, the stronger the feeling that he was about to faint. So he explained that he could use magic, and that it was all because of a mana problem. And that's how Yang decided to ruin the prince's image. But it was good that thanks to him, the situation was resolved. The tailor will then adjust the garment to the new measurements. However, the problem is the limited amount of time. But Jan thought that nothing terrible would happen, because the prince had other things to do, so there was enough time for these events. The tailor was relieved. First, he finished sewing the clothes for the afternoon event. Afterward, Jan turned to the prince. Guy inquired if it would happen today. At this rate, his heart condition will become known throughout the palace. Therefore, before doing so today, he needs to meet with Ellen Manisil at all costs. Butlers said that due to urgent business, the joint breakfast was cancelled. Therefore, an individual meeting will be organized with each one. They don't have time to meet together as it is, but he expects them to meet one at a time. Wouldn't it be better if we all got together? Callen wasn't expecting a personalized welcome, so he's even a little worried. Then he entered His Majesty the King's study. Roman Roron Kairos, King Kairos. The protagonist greeted His Majesty the King. But it was worth it for Callen to raise his head as he realized the king was ignoring him. Despite Kairos's poor knowledge of etiquette, even the protagonist realizes it was rude. The king tells him to take a seat. Callen congratulated the king on his 38th birthday. Romain thanked him for that, and also asked how the prince was doing. It looks pretty good. At that moment, Callen realized everything. The silhouettes of the servants who were worried about the boy's condition immediately appeared in his mind. They were also saying that he should be examined by a healer. Even servants who have no dealings with him know how quickly Callen fades. It is now clear why the king wanted to see each of his sons separately, despite being busy. If he meets with all his sons at the same time, he will have to concentrate on the conversation, so individual meetings are better in his case. Since even spending time with his sons who came to congratulate their father on his birthday is an unnecessary waste of time for him. The more he learns about this family, the more negative sides are revealed to him. A father who doesn't care about his own sons. The first prince is indifferent to everything. A second prince who doesn't know the rules of decorum. Even his servant told him that he smelled of alcohol. But Planche told him to keep quiet. Afterward the queen came to them, and she was late. Kalia replied that a lot of things happen, and of course, a queen who has enough power to make even the king look down on her. Some of these men are trying to kill Callen. Meanwhile, the celebration is about to begin, and now it's up to the protagonist to find out who's trying to do it. Who will send the killer to his soul? People were talking about Prince Callen's appearance in public, completely transformed. He's in the square now. Compared to him, second Prince Planche looked completely drunk. It was noticeable that the others did not like the fact that he had reappeared in such a state. It doesn't seem to make a difference. Fussy people just make a lot of noise for nothing. But something has clearly changed. In addition, everyone present felt it too. Unlike in the past, something has definitely changed. A servant announced the entrance of the third prince, Callen Rain Kairos. All the guests turned their attention to him, but now they were convinced that the rumors were not lies. A prince with black hair and red eyes that resembled Sisphanian very much. He cut off the bangs that covered his face. And I even wore that red brooch, most likely a statement that he no longer intends to hide. But Ian was more curious as to why everyone was looking at the prince's clothes. His hunch seemed to be confirmed. All because the prince looks adorable in these clothes. Satine would love to see it in person. They are actually watching, wondering how someone like the third prince could go out in public with such jewelry. Yang doesn't even realize how hard it was to stop him. Ian had to be glad they'd gotten together on this. If Callen had worn everything they'd offered him, the reaction would have been much worse. But Ian thought it looked good on the prince. These two were the most uninformed people, so they thoughtlessly chose this brooch. The protagonist remembered Ian's words that his family resides in Kirie, which is the capital of Kyrie. His younger sister and father returned to their hometown, while the rest of the family remained in the capital. Callen inquired when they would arrive at the royal palace. Jan replied that they would come if they received an invitation. He also asked when he should bring Raven to the garden. Every person has unwanted topics of conversation. Suggested we wait for the right time for now. In fact, Callen would like to see someone. Ian immediately wondered who he meant. Jan must know why this ballroom is called the Seigreed Ballroom. And of course he knows it, because he was named after the first patriarch and one of the 8 heroes of the bilateral war. Duke of Kitros, Han Seigreed. The only ducal family in Kirie, Seigreed, despite considerable influence, have remained loyal to the royal family for over 500 years. And of course, they have a desire to defend Cisphanian territory. Being a Bern, he was quite deeply impressed after hearing this story. Of course, Jan suspected what kind of person the prince wanted to meet, and only Callen wanted to answer who he wanted to meet as they heard laughter. Siegfried's Summer Night, a timeless classic. Looks like he's right here. Duke Slayman Hon Siegfried, a family with such a long history of loyalty. That's the kind of person he likes. In that case, should he check to see just how perceptive this duke is? Of course, he immediately took notice. That was to be expected. He instantly found the prince, and Callen only let out a small stream. Jan noticed that Duke Siegfried was interested in the prince. After all, he is one of the continent's 5 swordmasters after all, so he couldn't help but notice it. It was quite pleasant, but it was still too early. For now, they will act as if they haven't noticed anything. The king thanked everyone for their congratulations, and also wished them well to enjoy the evening. Meanwhile, Ian and Callen made their way outside on a rope, which was to be expected from the clever and meek Raven. Ian advised Callen not to let himself be fooled. The horse behaved very differently when the prince wasn't around. Seeing how fast the horse grabs, there's no point in arguing with the first epithet. Ian asked if they only needed to get to the main gate. Callen replied that they would wait at the gate. This one they overheard talking about how he wasn't allowed to come in uninvited. He had, after all, traveled quite a long way to participate in the celebration. But the guards still replied that he could not enter, so let him go. This man is here. Ellen Manasil asked if they were sure they didn't want to let him in because of some invitation. He also introduced himself. Even if he is that person, he still needs an invitation. That's a pretty lousy situation. So Kyrie determines the class of his OSTs by appearance. Even Callen thought it was weird to differentiate between people because of the way they were dressed. But it's like Ellen Manasil is being deliberately picky. Like he's looking for a reason not to go to Kyrie. In that case, he should come back. Just as Callen wanted to follow him, Ian said he couldn't do that. By order of the king, no one may be allowed out during the celebration. But at this rate, they're going to lose the magician. He told Ian to do everything he could to stop the soldiers, after which he galloped after Ellen Manasil. The guards asked the prince to stop. Going outside the gates is forbidden by order of the king. But Raven just jumped over them. The guards began shouting that the prince had ridden outside the palace. They wanted to saddle their horses now and follow him. Ian didn't even know what he should do now. At this rate, they would go after the prince. But at that moment he remembered Callen's words that he should do everything he could to stop the soldiers. One must concentrate, for he is now Prince Callen's servant, and he must protect the prince at all costs, for it was his duty. Ian shouted for them to stop. He stated that Duke Siegfried had allowed the prince to cowl. The guards inquired who he was to use the duke's name so frivolously. He is Shounen Siegfried, the eldest son of Duke Siegfried. A little while later, Ian was burning with embarrassment as he listened to his interlocutor laugh. The guys started to argue that this was no reason to laugh like that. Next to him was his father. Slayman apologized. He just couldn't believe his son had thought of such a thing. The son who left the family is just a child. The duke thought that it was a good decision. However, Ian didn't think so, because it would definitely affect their relationship with His Majesty. Slyman stated that the king would not ask. Ian was a little unsure of what his father meant. The man mentioned again that the king would not ask about it. Roman thinks too much. If the child received help from Siegfried, he will be put in a position where he will have to question the good intentions of the Siegfried family. And if they were not punished in any way for this assistance, it would be tantamount to recognizing the friendly relationship between their family and the prince, which the Brissons will no doubt see a problem with. So the situation will be hushed up like it never happened. Regardless of the reason for the act, it wasn't like this guy was going to criticize Elon for not inviting him. He wondered for what purpose the third prince of Kyrie was pursuing this old man. Callen had heard that upon reaching the 7th circle, ages rolled back. Apparently it was indeed true. The guy mentioned it's so late, isn't he going to come back? Trying to open the closed door, it turned out that the threshold was still too high. Is this old man going to talk to the protagonist in metaphors? Well, this game can be played by two people. He asks because Ellen was breaking through a closed door when there was an open one. In fact, the guy was asking where he'd put the invitation kindly left for him. He was so busy fighting the wind that he forgot to dust the threshold. In fact, Callen hadn't expected the guards to make the mistake of trying to keep people out. This kid doesn't apologize to him, he criticizes him. Is that honesty or just shamelessness? That's the question. What an interesting prince. Upon first meeting him, Callen had the look of a normal 14-year-old boy. But suddenly he noticed something, looking at the prince's wrist. He grabbed his hand and apologized for the indelicacy. Callen didn't even realize what he wanted to do. Suddenly he felt a pain in his heart. It was clear now that Ellen's mana was flowing inside his body. He had to break that contact. Whereupon Raven stepped back. Even fully closed doors don't save you from the wind. So Ellen had already noticed the state of his body. He was right that doors don't save you from the wind. From a certain point on, Callen couldn't use mana. But the mage realized that wasn't the problem. Does this guy really not know anything? The problem is really something else. Mages are not treated well in Kyrie, even though they are descendants of dragons. The great mage himself had come to this family, and his intention was to make fools of them for letting a great mage slip right out from under their noses. But he had a new question. Could he really call this encounter with the young prince on the path destiny? Ellen inquired of the prince as to why he wanted to see him. This person will understand if the guy is lying. Therefore, Callen stated that he would like to possess the name of Elon Manasil. It seems to him that his life will soon be in jeopardy. It wasn't that he didn't know about the third prince's situation. Hated by all and surrounded by enemies, Ellen put up a magical barrier using silence magic. Without even saying a word, he could do such a thing in seconds. Looks like Ellen really is a 7th circle wizard. The man asked the prince if his goal was to just keep it from happening, or to try to get rid of the root of the problem. For now, he just wants to keep it from happening. But he also wants to eliminate the source of the problem, even if it means taking the throne. It seems the throne is just a tool for him to achieve his ultimate goal. And that's coming from a prince with a dying body. A prince that reminds me so much of Wisfanian. A prince who needs Elon to accomplish his goals. It was quite interesting for him. In that case, he asked for another invitation. Elon was eager to see what this prince could do. The protagonist took a knee. Callen Rain Kyrie greeted his mentor. Elon Manasil accepts His Highness's invitation. Yes, he will save that student. Ian wondered if his father was sure that no one in the royal palace knew who he was. Slyman has already taken care of everything, so there's no need to worry so much. Ian thinks that if he were recognized, he wouldn't be able to stay near His Highness. Even though Ian is his son, however, he is not very faithful. He also inquired as to how the Lay was doing. The Duke replied that Lay was doing a great job as head of the family, which Ian left behind. Anyway, if he wants to quit playing some kid's servant, they'll be waiting for him at home with open arms. But he believes the next meeting is still a wait and see. Jan wondered what he was talking about. They would see each other in 3 months. And the Duke asked if he was really contemplating actually doing it. Is he really going to leave his position as this kid's servant? The prince is about to turn 15. Slayman asked his son if he knew what their family nickname was. And these are Kyries's elephants. They really didn't even look in the direction of the throne for a long time. However, they are strong. And they are called kings of beasts because even predators dare not touch them. Jan didn't understand why she was suddenly bringing it up like that. But the man embraced him. He talks about how his family name, which his son devalued, is strong. Therefore, Jan can do what he wants to do. He will remember those words. Anyway, that son of a bitch. Makes you worry about yourself. He asked his father to stop. It hurts, doesn't it? He's really going to die. Jan freed himself from this grip and turned to Duke Seigreed. No, Duke. Let him get out of here. Jan said goodbye until the next meeting. After his son left, the Duke didn't realize what kind of useless stubbornness this was. He really is Seigreed. But now he was interested in something else. When did that kid get so big? It's very interesting to see what he's up to. The next day, people began to whisper, wondering if their eyesight was accidentally deceiving them. The carriage had the same coat of arms on it. 7 red flowers and a silver wand. She heard his contract with Riberinus had expired. Then how did he end up in Kyrie? Isn't that an obvious decision after an experience like that? If it wasn't for the relationship with the king of Reborn, he would have left by now. It must be that rumor. As soon as they wanted to say something about Ellen Manisil's son, they immediately shut their mouths. A man got out of the carriage. His new student did something extremely nice. He asked the teacher to arrive at 9 o'clock and 30 minutes sharp. At this time, he needs to go through the open door. Does His Highness intend to confront the Brisson family? It won't be easy. This guy didn't wait the time to show Ellen to the nobles and shake up the game. The butler came out to him, who was surprised by the Manisil mage's sudden visit. His Majesty is already expecting Ellen. The king was surprised that the mage Manisil wanted to stay in Kyrie. He confirmed these words. A man needs a place to stay. Romain was already thinking that he needed a power like Ellen Manisil's to resist Celestia. But who could have known he would be the first to suggest staying here? It was very interesting to see what he was up to. At the same moment, the man decided to confess what had happened last night in the square. He saw a black cat with red eyes. He was pretty bright, so Ellen thought about teaching him a few tricks, but he had no place to stop at all. The king inquired and what he wanted to teach him. Of course, it's about magic. Only he still has plans to arrange a comfortable environment for him, so he needs the help of the owner of the house for a little cleaning. The king inquired if he was up to the task. Since Ellen has decided to make Prince Callen his apprentice, Brisson won't be able to stop him. Besides, you can't spend all day doing just mine. So if the board teacher wants to help His Highness in some way, they won't be able to stop him either. All these thoughts were Prince Callen's true invitation. The king agreed to give him a seat. It's already a mess here without Togo, so it can't get any worse. But for some reason he's curious about something. He's heard there's nothing special about this kid. Well, of course, the man didn't think so. The prince's health alone was already a peculiarity. So much so that there is barely anything within the norm. Also, the king was told that he was full of fears. So it was hard to believe that this child, who was afraid even of horses, was pursuing a mage. Eleanor wondered why he was only talking about what he heard from others right from the start. If there was something outstanding about this kid, the king would have already found out about it. The mage asked the king if he knew the height of His Highness. Now Ellen is convinced. The king knows nothing. At times, attention can be the poison and indifference the medicine. However, he knows very well that employment in this case is just an excuse. He would write off Sir Manisil's inappropriate behavior as concern for his apprentice. It's ridiculous to have to explain this, but he appreciates princes enough. Especially Callen. He's already the king's favorite. Only Romain was already thinking of escorting Ellen out when he saw a sound barrier in front of him. He's tired of talking about nothing. Let the king judge for himself. He couldn't even imagine what this man was allowing himself. How dare you use magic in the royal palace? His lips are dry and his breathing is labored. His skin has a bluish tint, while the nails are characterized by a purple hue. His clothes had obviously been hemmed in haste. Considering the fact that the outfits for the ceremony had been ready a month ago, Callen must have lost a lot of weight in the interim. He can't get out of bed without opening his eyes and feels weak. The king was beginning to guess what the mage was talking about now, and what it all meant. But it was hard for him to believe. If His Majesty continues to stay away, he will irrevocably lose his son. The servant reported that it was almost noon, and the prince still hadn't had his morning tea, and he asked that she pass the tray to him. He would make sure the prince didn't choke on it. Whereupon he entered the prince's bedroom. Callen didn't even wake up. His Highness is still asleep. Yesterday had put too much strain on him. Suddenly Ellen appeared behind him and saw that he still hadn't woken up. At first Jan didn't say anything. After that he shouted, but he tried to do it quietly and almost dropped the tray. He didn't even realize how Sir Manisil had gotten here. And just when Ellen wanted to approach the protagonist's bed, Jan stopped him, saying that he was behaving inappropriately. Ellen was told that the Shermal Palace was not to be entered without permission, and he assumed that he had teleported because he didn't have authorization. Ellen explained that it was a warp more complex spell. You see, he's good at magic, but that's not important at the moment. In any case, he must leave the premises. The prince's health is still unstable. Ian should know Ellen by now. Jan had been in Reborn a few years ago. Did he really think Ellen wouldn't recognize him just because Ian had grown up? After which he called it a baby elephant. He immediately recalled the words of his father, who claimed that his son didn't look massive, so no one would suspect him. But his video was figured out, and very quickly at that. At that moment, Callen woke up and saw Ian. The boy also inquired how long he had slept. Ian reported that the prince had a guest. It was only then that Callen noticed that it was the teacher. Ellen handed the knotted pouch to the prince. Callen wondered what it was. He has to take a pill every day, and it's mandatory. It turns out it was the cure. Ellen said that the prince had two problems at the moment. The The first problem is that it does not sustain its mana, and the second is the problem that his body is rapidly depleting. Callen hasn't even said anything, but it's like the teacher sees right through what's happening to him. Ellen assumed that the prince had powers of blessing. Callen replied that it was true. They give him the ability to heal and an affinity for magic, though it felt like that healing power was now gone somewhere, and he may have a heart problem. Ellen wondered if the prince had ever considered that strange combination, a mixture of healing powers and magic. He thought about the fact that perhaps the blessing was strengthening his heart. After all, the source of mana and life is the heart, and this is a true statement. The power of blessing strengthens the heart, but that power hasn't gone anywhere. Prince Callen has no heart problems, and his mana is not blocked. In that case, the protagonist didn't realize what was wrong with him at all. Had the prince never considered that the Sisphanian blessing had not disappeared, but had simply reached its limit. On the powers, the blessing had been affected by something, so it was no longer able to rack even the slightest of wounds. It was only then that he began to realize that Callen had been exposed to poison. If it weren't for the blessings, the prince would be dead by now. Treating such a deadly poison puts a strain on the protagonist's heart, and thus the powers of healing work to the limit. In the background, any attempts to use mana will be rejected by the guy's body. Now, it's clear that Callen was originally murdered, but he was poisoned before the protagonist was even in this body. This kind of thing is not planned spontaneously. Then why did they kill a child who would have died anyway? Ellen sensed that such bloodlust was not peculiar to a 14-year-old boy. Who he really is. Callen noted that this pill was an antidote. Manisil acted in haste, but I'm sure this antidote will work. But what happens if he takes both the poison and the antidote at the same time? If he continued to drink the poison, the antidote would only delay the effects. But Callen thought that was enough. Is His Highness really going to take everything together? Perhaps he has some suspicions. The boy replied that there was one suggestion. He thinks the source of the poison is the tea he drinks every morning. Callen drinks it in front of everyone, so it's easy to realize that the poison has been taken. And since no one else drinks it except the prince, by their design, it's the safest option. Most likely Callen noticed the changes in his body, and once refused to drink a tea full of poison. Perhaps that was the reason it ended up getting worse. The situation changed when he got into this body. So now, he doesn't know which way they'll decide to eliminate him. So at least until he figures out who's behind it all, he needs to keep it all a secret. Ellen wondered if that was really the only reason. If it turned out that the problem was the morning tea, Ian and the rest of the servants would be at risk. The perpetrator probably does this on a regular basis. Consequently, he believes he will not be caught. Ellen only sighed, indicating that the baby elephant would be fine. But Callen didn't understand what he meant. In any case, he understood everything. Then the man asked what the prince was going to do now. He remembered that moment in his past life when he had been called a fool. To take out someone else's trump card, you must first throw out your own. And it was his father. It's at times like this that the protagonist remembers him. He asked Ellen to escort him outside the palace tomorrow night. Meanwhile, the servants told Prince Planche to wake up. The queen burst into his room. She told this servant to get out of the way. Looks like he's already too late to prepare for the afternoon's plans. Doesn't Planche think so? And he reeks of alcohol again. Didn't he learn his lesson even after he was forbidden to drink at the public ceremony? He only reached for a glass of water and wondered what she was doing here. Let her just answer his question and walk away. Kalia tells me that Callen has taken on a mentor, and he is a 7th Circle wizard, Ellen Manisil. The nobles are already hesitating. The guy didn't understand. And what about Togo? She asked Planche to make sure that all her invested efforts in her son didn't go to waste, for which she ordered him to dress immediately. There will be a lot of eyes on him today, so Planche better not disappoint her. He was angry. After which, he broke a glass of water. The stooges began to worry, for His Highness was bleeding. Planche demanded that they all get out of here immediately. At that moment, Callen's face popped up in his mind. All hailed His Majesty King Romain. They brought their birthday greetings. May His Majesty's future be blessed. They wished prosperity and glory for Kyrie. People noticed that all the princes were out. The baby asked for Daddy to look at it too. It's the one that's the darkest, and the one the kid most wanted to see. This is Prince Callen. Ian inquired of the prince how his body was doing. What a blessing that he looks better than he did yesterday. He's been well rested in the meantime, hasn't he? Maybe it's the Antipodean, but he does breathe easier, and his chest pain is less. But there's so much to do today. After the parade, there's a horseback riding show and then the ball. What if the prince gets another nosebleed? That's too much. Callen replied that Ian was worrying too much. Still, He can participate in all events in good condition. That's enough for him. Suddenly he noticed two figures. One man, and of these two, was painfully familiar to him. He was immediately led by memories of Kyrie. It was definitely him, and Callen has noticed it too. But the question is what Kyrie is doing in Kyrie. Suddenly his horse began to get cranky. He tried to stop Raven. Ian didn't understand why he was suddenly cranky. Raven must go forward. Is it because there's someone in there? Callen was sad about it too. The boy stopped his horse and realized that Raven felt it too. But they can't go there now. Kyrie should just wait it out. The protagonist is bound to find him. Melfear Pollen, the owner of the Pollen Insurance Center. It was a great honor to serve His Majesty. They have prepared a performance that the king will love. It was Baron Melfear who prepared the riding show instead of the Brisson family. Thanks to that, Callen had avoided a needless nervousness. That's not what worries him, though. If his memory serves him correctly, Randall is going to get hurt during the show. And after that, Baron Pollen will be hanged. He invited everyone to come in here. The Baron had prepared special places for them. This is the spot from which that particular chandelier will fall. That's pretty weird. Shouldn't the knights have checked everything thoroughly? Especially considering the nature of the event the king himself would be attending. And as part of which the Fable Knight Corps would be posted as guards. But when you think of this corps, it's that infuriating commander that comes to mind. Perhaps we should give him a chance to survive. Only the Baron was about to say something when Callen whispered that that chandelier above his head was giving him a hard time. So he advised to check it out. The Baron turned his attention to the chandelier. After that, the horseback riding show began. Finally, the day has come. And he spoke also of the day when he was fortunate enough to sit next to His Majesty. Since the Baron has prepared so much, he can't miss this opportunity. After that, he turned his attention to the main character, who was a bit bored. The man wondered if he had checked the ceiling. Sure enough, those words of Prince Callen popped into his head. That's when he noticed the rope that had almost broken. If it wasn't for that advice, it's scary to imagine what would have happened. However, just as Prince Callen realized there was a problem, Melfin Pollen didn't stick by the king's side and came to a useful conclusion. He's also determined and knows to look ahead instead of chasing immediate gain. But why did the Brisson family turn against Pollen? To the point of making such a fuss. Callen and Planche met each other's gazes. Planche advised that he doesn't forget where he belongs. The man announced that this was not the end. Next would be the highlight of the horseback riding show. He was so disgusted by the foul and pitiful blood of Callen that he felt a lump in his throat. Of course, everyone heard those words. How can he speak of wretched and filthy blood? Callen doesn't even know what Planche is up to, but he never thought he'd be of such use. How much longer will Celestia sink to the bottom? I mean, she's warned that stupid guy so many times. Only then did she notice the look on her son's face. Kalia realized he did it on purpose. But why did he do it today? The others could not understand how the second prince could say such words in the presence of His Majesty the King. After this, they would no longer support Prince Planche. The nobles thought that the best candidate for the crown prince would be Prince Callen, who had the support of Elon Manasil. They can no longer stay on the sidelines, and a decision must be made. Show's over. Randall avoided an unpleasant incident. Romaine did not show proper attention to the incident, which was related to Planche. Even though everything happened as Callen wanted it to, she's too calm. Assuming the plan to frame the Floron belonged to Celestia, was today's incident a surprise to her? A memory from a past life popped into his head. Did Bern really think that the accident in Kyrie was just an attack on the royal family? Bern was beginning to assume that one of them was behind the attempt to harm the prince. But if it were that simple, it wouldn't be interesting. The king suggested a wager. Bern mentioned that he was losing even now. Has his brother forgotten how much money he owes him? He remembers everything because he's got it all counted. If that's the case, he'll give you a clue. It's worth asking yourself if this accident is too obvious. It's as if the instigators wanted to be seen to be attacking the royal family. If the owner of the second strongest trading house in Kyrie is eliminated, there will be a person that will benefit the most from it. Obviously, that would be Renan Brisson, owner of the most powerful trading house in Kyrie. Callen inquired as to what the Pollen house has the most profitable business. Ian assumed it was the Pollen diamond mine. If Pollen disappears from the horizon, the Brisson trading house will have a huge sphere of influence in the diamond market. Renan has done some good brainwork after all. Callen wants to make sense of the situation as much as he wants to protect Pollen. But first, Callen needs to get paid from him for saving his life. He asked Yang to cancel all of Callen's plans after the performance. But after all, most of the nobles would be at the ball afterward. Callen was too upset by the words he had heard earlier. It was noticeable that Ian believed the excuse. Therefore, he will not be able to attend the ball. They returned to the palace. The king didn't understand at all what exactly was going on. He remembered Manisol's words that if the king continued to stay away, he would lose his son. And also the words of Planche, who told Callen that he was so disgusted by his filthy and pathetic blood that it made his throat lurch. And also the dying body of Callen's mother, who was worried about their son. The queen burst into the study and the butler reported it. The maid served fresh tea. Celestia hadn't heard anything about anyone else being here before her. But the king replied that it was all right, for the queen would soon be gone. Afterward he inquired of Celestia what it was that brought her here to him. She stated that the Brisen house will take full responsibility for today's incident. The woman even bit her lip. Who would have thought she'd bend over for Planche's mistake? Apparently her son's reputation comes first, and yet she's lost none of her boldness. Today's spectacle was quite impressive. Baron Callen deserves an award for organizing such a wonderful celebration. It was noticeable that she had also figured out exactly what she wanted to reward him with, and the king is right about that. She planned to give the Baron the exclusive right of the House of Brisson to supply the royal stables. Is she really going to lose such a lucrative niche? Just like Ellen predicted. The queen knows that something will have to be sacrificed to mitigate the damage caused by Prince Plancia. But for now, she is not desperate enough to recall the knights she has stationed in the palace, so she will come with an offer that she believes will ensure an equal exchange. And once that happens, the king must show her that he is willing to turn a blind eye to what has happened. One wondered if this was a mentor's strategy or if it was an apprentice's strategy. The king announced that he and Planche would enter the ballroom together this evening. Celestia mentioned that Planche would be overjoyed. Her plan had succeeded. His Majesty the King and His Highness Prince Planche were announced. As had been the agreement, the Plancers entered the ballroom side by side, and Baron Callen was granted the agreed exclusive right of supply. Everyone in the room knew that this was a maneuver by Celestia to save her reputation and her son. Now they had figured out which way the queen had paid for the prince's liberty yesterday. It turns out Prince Callen now has enough power to pressure the queen into action. It's time to reevaluate his value. That's why the nobles have sent many gifts for the prince. They are ready to change sides without shame or conscience. Jan wondered what they were going to do with all these gifts. Callen was really pleased to see that Planche and House Brisson were losing their influence, but he would prefer not to gather defectors on his side. So the prince ordered everything to be sent back, except for the gifts from the Magicians' Association and Baron Callen, and also have them forget to make a list of senders. Jan found a gift that must have been sent by Baron Callen. The protagonist immediately wondered what was in there. There was a beautiful necklace, but the problem is that this necklace was for a horse. It's a terribly specific gift. So Callen thought it must have been Ian's work. The prince inquired what the man had told him. As it turned out, the Baron had asked for a clue, and Jan had told him how much His Highness loved his horse. Unexpectedly, he sent jewelry for the horse and not for his master. Apparently the Baron is testing him. If Callen accepts the gift, he will sign that he agrees to receive the gold for saving him. And then next time Callen will have the jewels to pay him back for good. But it doesn't have to be that fast, and that simple. Callen is mistaken if he thinks that Callen can be bought off with a simple piece of jewelry. He ordered him to find out how much the necklace was worth and send it to the Baron. Do they really buy this unique piece of jewelry? Callen revealed that he was not buying it out of uniqueness. The award for uniqueness should definitely go to this flower right here. It's a gift from the Magicians' Association. Magicians and their aesthetics. So this creature is acting as a gift. And it looks like it's pretty rare. It even comes with a note. It's got care instructions. It is a magical flower that spreads bioluminescent pollen before dying. Popular with herbologists. A new plan appeared in his mind. Ian inquired if he should send the plant back, but Callen said they would keep it. He had an idea. Suddenly the maid heard a scream. Jan asked the prince if he was all right. Callen replied that his hand had just slipped, but what a shame his tea spilled. Jan ordered the maids to clean the place up. The tea splashed so beautifully that it even got on the flower, and it was a gift. Ian wondered if His Highness would probably get around to it. Callen replied that it would, not that the tea was poisoned. Of course he noticed the maid's reaction. Callen also told her to leave the flower where it stands. He liked that flower. Callen thanked his mentor for making time for him in his busy schedule. But Ellen replied that there was no need to thank him. Besides, how can he refuse when the prince is putting his life on the line? Callen seems much happier outside the palace. Of course he's happy here. It's a lovely, long-awaited walk after all. The boy almost says it's his first time outside. He should remember that he is now in the role of Callen, not Bern. He hadn't really been outside the palace for a long time. The prince wondered if His Majesty had really approved of the mage's departure, but it seemed to Ellen that it was right about now that he would find out. And why wasn't Callen surprised? But it didn't matter, because he was just as much to blame. He told Jean he'd be back by dawn. But then the prince had said by midnight. Now Manassil realized that this was really his apprentice. He'll even take it as a compliment. Ellen also inquired about taking the antidote on a regular basis. The guy reported that he had already taken a dose this morning and was feeling much better. So much so that the person who's planting the poison is now in a panic. All the pieces will fall into place when they take the bait. Ellen even applauded the prince's ingenuity. Perhaps he didn't need him at all. But Callen replied that it wasn't true. Nothing would have happened if it weren't for a gift sent by the mage. After which they turned around. This is where Ellen will leave him. However, he thinks Callen should have let the mage stay close by. But let it be as the prince wishes. Callen knew his mentor would understand. Tainash Street is home to the Magicians Association office. Let the prince find a mentor there as soon as he's done with his business. Callen replied that they would meet the mentor there. He also wished them both good luck. After which, they drove off in different directions. Before doing so, he stopped by the blacksmith's. Callen thinks it should fit. He will use this ball until his order is ready. Now all that's left is to get the information. The Secretia maintains a continent-wide spy network to gather information from other countries. However, these spies aren't just information gatherers. Each agent undergoes years of rigorous training to become elite assassins. And the men who set up this killing spree are none other than his father, King Deblin, and Bern, past protagonist. But now he was Prince Callen. The boy arrived at Tainash Street, the pigeon house. He knows firsthand how dangerous they can be, since he was the one who personally trained them, not to mention that he is now the Prince of Kyrie. Once they realize that someone like Callen is near their base, they can forget about a safe return. The black hair and red eyes are too noticeable. It's better to be quieter than water and lower than grass. He went inside the building. It was even much more spacious than it looked from the outside. The man inquired if he was looking for a pigeon, but Callen replied that he didn't. These birds have yet to wake up. The man replied that they just like to sleep, or maybe they're tired. They must have traveled quite a distance. That's why they're still asleep. Here, tired birds can relax their wings. The man inquired as to why he was here. Callen reported that he came here for bird food, and he had come to the right place. Suddenly he was attacked. Fortunately, only his cloak was hit. Man, I don't recall any pigeons being sold lately. This is definitely an unusual man. He'll be a problem to deal with in Callen's body. He pushed the dagger away, saying that the bird had simply left its nest and gone in search of food. So it was understandable that he couldn't sell it. Here, birds are called secret agents who gather information. The Secretia keeps the identities of the agents secret, even from each other. That way, even if one is uncovered, nothing will point to Secretia. The man inquired as to whose bird he was. That means he can even use his father's name. And if he pretends to be a secret agent of Secretia, no one will know. The guy called himself the Nebulata bird. He will now become the first prince of Kyrie to use a secret agent of Secretia to steal information about Kyrie. He asked for some food for this little bird that had just left its nest. The man asked to follow him. So there was a similar hidden place. The man assumed it was a newcomer, and also asked him to memorize his name, for they would meet more than once. He's a white eagle. Callen called himself a red swan. The white eagle inquired as to what kind of food he needed. 1 item and 1 piece of information. That'll be worth 8 plorins. The board is played forward. He named the price before Callen had even told him what specific items and information he wanted. He's trying to trick him into letting the protagonist let his guard down. White Eagle responded that it is a fixed price. After payment, the White Eagle handed over the item and information. Callen wondered if that was all correct. Given the size of the area requested, this is the only suitable location. The guy thanked for the useful information. He also advised the protagonist to be careful. It's a brutal place, isn't it? Of course he will take that advice. As violent as that place is, the White Eagle is actually much more dangerous. As Callen drove down the street afterward, he noticed a crowd of other people. He wondered what was going on here in the middle of the night. It wouldn't be a good idea to attract attention. According to the map, he needed to cross the bridge, so he would act quickly. However, the protagonist was stopped. Callen wondered about this, and why they were suddenly blocking his PUD. He apologized. The deceased are on their final journey. The man asked to wait a little longer if he wasn't in a big hurry. That's when Callen noticed it was a funeral ceremony. There is no need to disturb the paths of the deceased, so he will wait. The unknown male thanked for that. Every country has its own traditions, and farewell to the dead. In Kyrie, there is a legend that if a living person crosses a bridge while red flowers are floating on the river, the deceased will lose their way. In his homeland, Seigreed, they planted a special flower called Sinistar over his grave. It blooms white during the day and blooms blue at night. This flower symbolizes the impossibility of two people meeting. This tradition is meant to show that the paths of the living and the dead should not cross. He even got curious about something. Did his brother plant this flower on the protagonist's own grave? Or did time turn back before that? Perhaps he is, the deceased who has lost his way. The man approached the kid and thanked him for waiting. Now he can pass. Be that as it may, he is now only the third prince of Kyrie. May the departed rest in peace. He will pray for their souls. Of course, he recognized this appearance immediately. As soon as the prince left, the same other man replied that they could begin. But he noticed that this stranger was not even listening to him. This stranger's name is Arsene. Memories of how Arsene remembered Prince Seigreed appear. Arsene just thought the guy was a good person. But to go here, Callen encountered many plaques with the name Sisfanian. Sisfanian deep sleep, Sisfanian rest, Sisfanian lunch. But isn't that a bit much? The deep odor of Sisfanian alcohol. So all the stories from the secret agents, when the boy was still Bern, were not fiction. Back then, they were saying it was like the Sisfanian witnesses were living in the capital. That name is literally everywhere. A man escorts him to a vacant seat. The protagonist indicated that he needed to go to the 4th floor of this establishment. He knew immediately what it was all about. In such a case, the man immediately escorts him out. He also wished the guest an enjoyable time. Callen stepped inside the room. Then the guy requested only a small scrap of information from the White Eagle. It concerned a venue where illegal activities were taking place in Kyrie. The protagonist pulled the lever. After that, a secret passage opened in front of him. The code phrase about going to the 4th floor of a 2-story building means that the events are not happening from above. There is a hidden space in the basement. The information he was requesting was not some common or simple information, like gambling for money. Even deeper and further hidden. Callen needed to get in the ring for illegal betting fights. The audience wanted him to finish off his opponent. He should duck before he charges. That bastard doesn't even know how much they bet on him. Let him not even dare to lose consciousness from such a thing. The fight has come to an end. The winner tonight was once again Bloody Gerard. Those who bet on white will soon get their winnings. And someone lost a fortune because of this fight. That smell of blood doesn't even fade for a second. Someone was demanding that they have another fight. But that was to be expected of Gerard. It's also a scene that's devoid of any trace of humanity, and the whole thing is horribly disgusting. The man demanded the hooded stranger pay the entrance fee, whereupon he ordered the woman to escort him to room 27. A pretty girl with white hair and dark eyes approached Callen. She grabbed his sleeve and tried to show him to follow her. She couldn't seem to speak. Suddenly the guy noticed that her ears were cropped, and it doesn't even look like she's wearing those clothes by choice. She has a tracking device around her neck like the rest of the girls, so she can't escape from here. That's pretty cruel. Whereupon the girl pointed to the tray. There was a number 27. She probably wants him to make a bet. You have to play along to get what you want. You can't call it rules, as they are simple here. The spectator puts up money and people fight, and when the one the viewer bet on wins, he gets double the amount. 3 plorins becomes 6, and 6 becomes 12 plorins. This cycle repeats itself over and over again. The 10th match was completed, and the winner was Pantheon Iron Knee. Those who bet on black will soon receive their winnings. This is how the 3 plorins become 1,536. People began to whisper, but Callen didn't come here just to make money. And now comes the final match. A special quadruple elimination match. On white is the Bloody Hammer of Shin, and his opponent will be this undefeated guy. Sure enough, he recognized the one who had just entered the ring. It was him. In the past, he was kept where he made money from fighting. That was until his sister died. They were preparing to introduce tonight's opponent. Then the prince asked Kyrie if he would like to become a knight. But then Kirie replied that he would like to be His Highness's sword. And of course, a tragic fate awaited this sword. Another participant's name is Monster-Eyed Kyrie. Callen bet everything on black. Even she didn't expect this. The rest of the audience was in shock. How can this man so easily bet everything he's earned today on that guy? What does he even know that he's acting like this? Or maybe he's just crazy. His current win rate is 0%. Everyone was wondering if he could atone for his lapses in this rematch, if he had never won before. Callen was approached by a man talking about how this was a very large bet. There was no need for such profligacy. He's saying it out of pity, so the guy better bet on the other guy. That bastard didn't win even one fight. Callen wondered if she had checked everything. Now he's talking about the chips he put on black. He asked me to check them carefully. Let him say it for the greater good. Either way, it's not a man's responsibility if he blows all the chips he's worked so hard to earn. Bloodhammer Sung is actually cruel. The audience demanded that he deal with that jerk properly today. If he kills his opponent, the bet will increase tenfold. It was amazing that he was even alive after being beaten so badly. The spectators demanded that the bloody hammer should level this newcomer's nose to the ground. It's amazing that a new player will blow all the money, blinded by his greed, thanks to the one bastard that somehow is still alive. Tonight's main match begins. The bloodhammer immediately moved from its place. He attacked Kyrie. After Togo, Kyrie noticed another attack aimed in his direction and tried to block it. He felt the pain. However, that wasn't all, and it was all too slow for the bloody hammer. Bloodhammer attacked at his opponent using his foot. Kyrie hit it right to the arena net. The audience demanded that they ended all this time. Let the bloody hammer use his fists instead of his feet. Callen noticed that without a sword, he was getting beaten up specifically like that. But why is Kirie doing this? He's capable of defeating his opponent. Bloodhammer did say he was too slow right now, didn't he? This cockroach is too tenacious. He started coughing up blood again. It ends tonight. Bloodhammer was determined to finish Kyrie off tonight. It seemed like this was really the end. But suddenly Callen intervened and shouted his name. According to the main character advised, before his opponent attacks, let him not open his shoulders. He thought about that advice for a moment. In part, he was able to dodge that fist. Kirie then crouched down to launch another attack. He prepared to hit him with his fist. It was exactly the right thing to do. Kyrie attacked the bloody axe. His opponent started coughing up blood. Bloodaxe's body leaned back slightly, and after that, Kyrie struck the final blow. Bloodaxe fell unconscious. No one in the arena could believe the situation, that it even just happened. It was announced that the monster-eyed Kirie had defeated the bloody-eyed Shona Hammer and picked up his first victory. Because of that damn trash Xiong, someone lost a fortune. That useless bastard was even wished dead. Callen was overjoyed at this victory. He was then approached by a man who explained that a man was looking for him. He also asked Callen to follow him. He's pretty talented since he was able to earn almost 6,000 plorins from 3. However, the man has some worries. He doesn't even know if he should give such a huge amount to such a young lad. Still, Callen thought the man would at least try to make a deal. But he turned out to be a lot stupider than he even looked. Who does he think he is that he allows himself this behavior? The man demanded that the kid take off his hood and show his face. But is the man sure he can handle it? If the protagonist takes off the hood, a lot of problems could come down on that person. He was even curious to see what would happen. A man approached the protagonist because he wanted to look at his precious face. How cool he is to keep it hidden. At that moment, a dagger stabbed into his hand. The man screamed in pain. Callen took out his dagger and wondered what was wrong with them. He'd thought the only thing they had was common sense, hadn't he? Now the man began to realize that they had invited a psycho who was not afraid to use a knife. He began to explain that it was too large a sum to give at once. So he suggested that this young friend wait a while. But Callen doesn't need money. Instead, have them give him the monster-eyed Kyrie. But that bastard just started bringing them money. Master won't allow it. That's crazy. If a man did that, he'd lose his head. The guy in front of him is obviously crazy. As good as this guy is with a blade, he's out here all alone, and there's more than one opponent. At that moment, Callen decided to use the aura. The man started talking about how they wouldn't be able to give him Kyrie. But before he could finish his sentence, he was already in just his underwear. Callen inquired if he would take his 6,000 plorins, and for one his life could he then expect to negotiate. Of course they found out that this guy just used aura. He ordered his subordinates to bring Kyrie here immediately. Callen won't be able to do that trick twice. This body can't take much more. But we have to hold out until the end. The man went back, talking about how there was a problem. He immediately inquired as to what had happened. As it turned out, Kirie had said he wouldn't leave without the Hyena. Callen immediately remembered the words that his sister had chosen death for herself. Afterward, he left the fighting ring. He felt the anguish of not being able to protect her. The man noticed how Callen was starting to get bored, so he ordered to bring them here. The boy replied that he would bring her himself. The man will get everything ready so they can leave without a problem. Well, there's something else he's got to do before that. Callen has to collect his entry fee and winnings after all. Afterward, all 3 men exited the fighting ring. It was noticeable that the Hyena was worried. Kyrie thanked the guy for helping them out. but he also did not understand why he had chosen to do so. No need for unnecessary suspicion. He has no evil intentions. Kyrie immediately recognized the man who stood in front of them. I mean, he's seen him before. It was the third Prince Callen. Kyrie apologized to His Highness, for he did not recognize the prince and dared to allow distrust. The protagonist asked not to bow his head. Kyrie is someone who shouldn't do that. These brother and sister are penniless half-elves. It's obvious what kind of life they've led. And in a past life, Kyrie failed to protect his little sister. A man has a habit that causes him to open his shoulders during battle. A typical habit of all beginners who practice fencing. The main character asked if he would like to be a knight. Kyrie replied that he wanted to become a sword that would protect everything, not just a knight. His answer didn't change even in this life. This is the same Kirie whom the protagonist knew. A man can't become a knight right away, so let him start by acting as a shield for Callen. And if Kirie still wants to learn the art of the sword, then let him find it. The man inquired as to why the prince was giving them such a valuable item. Callen replied that he needed a good sword. It's all he can do to repay Kyrie. Teenish Street. Magicians Association. Ellen's office. Prince Callen told Melfir Paloon that the ceiling was not very good. Let him see it for himself. And Pollen, who could not hide his alarm, found a piece of rope. How on earth did the prince know all this? Callen came to the master's office. He cheerfully announced that he had come. Ellen looked at him with a disgruntled look. He thought the prince had gotten into a fight. The man also wondered where he had put all his clothes. Something like that did happen, but Callen didn't really fight. Judging from the prince's tone, one could assume that today's negotiations were quite difficult. It had indeed been a long day. Callen has gotten Kyrie and also set a trap to catch the one behind the poison tea. Everything is going according to plan, but why is he so uncomfortable? Could it be because he's done so much in a short time? All the while, Ellen was watching him, after which he used magic to pour the tea. Finally, this place looks like a magician's office. Did the prince really expect to see strange eyes looking in all directions? A boiling decoction of unknown ingredients or something? It's actually true. Everything here is more ordinary than he thought. But even on the table there is a dagger without a sheath, and it doesn't stand out at all. But something surprised him. This dagger was the same as his. Elon became very curious as to why this weapon was here. He doesn't think this weapon should be here. The dagger rose with magic. After that, he was directed to Callen. It was too late to dodge, and there was blood again. This guy's got a shredded body, but it's still pretty fast. Elon explained that it was a magical weapon created by the Hispanians. It mimics the shape of another person's hidden weapon. Could this be some kind of warning? It's clear now that Ellen didn't originally want to attack him. Callen hurried over, and even activated the aura. The aura is being used by the man who said he didn't even know how to hold a sword. The day he had met the prince, the encounter had been glorious, but he thought there was a possibility. Although stranger things were happening each time. His Majesty said the prince was frightened by horses, and the nobles wondered if the prince had become a completely different person. When the prince learned that he had been poisoned, he showed a desire to survive, not a fear of death. This energy belongs to those who have blood on their hands, and somehow, in some strange way, he realized that an accident would happen during the riding show. Elon asked if the prince could explain everything to his master. Ellen activated healing magic on him. At first, one might assume that he doubts the identity of the protagonist. But then Callen realized that Ellen was trying to believe him. From the moment the guy told me everything, he's not the real Callen, and his real name is Bern. Afterward, the main character explained what happened before he got into that body. Ellen realized it was all about the time axis. But before he did, he wondered if the real Prince Callen was dead. Probably not. He didn't realize it at first, but I think the guy is still there. He feels his presence faintly, but he feels it. The day he first saw Elon, he said the throne wasn't what he wanted, so he wanted to ask again what the guy really wanted. The protagonist confesses that he is trying to avoid war. He still doesn't know why Planche wanted to get his hands on the time axis. If the cause is not eliminated, this problem will arise again, so he needs to make sure of everything. Ellen wondered if this was what Prince wanted for himself or for Bern's older brother, Chase. The protagonist didn't understand what that meant at all. The magician told him that there was something the prince should know. Prince Chase is currently the only prince of Seigreed. Chase was originally the only son of a concubine, and the queen had no sons. Accordingly, a person named Bern does not exist here. It was clearly not what he expected to ever hear in the first place. How come he doesn't even exist? Not even in Seigreed on this earth or any other. Why did time turn backwards? Does that mean something's gone wrong? When using the time axis, the time and place were incorrect. That's why it went into Callen's body. Prince Callen's body is still alive and well. He vaguely felt it. Just as he got into Callen's body, someone could get into his body. But as long as he's here, another Bern can't exist. It's also no different than stealing another person's life. Ellen revealed that the current chase has already consolidated his power as the crown prince of Seigreed. Also, the past and present that the prince knows about has changed. Perhaps the future would already be different. Now the lives of the 3 princes of Kyrie are at stake. Therefore, the protagonist should not worry about the hereditary prince of Seigreed, for he has grown up to be worthy. The boy realized that his mentor was trying to tell him not to live trapped in the past. He knows what bothers the teacher. That's why the boy decided to be frank. What's bothering Alon isn't going to happen. That day he opened his eyes like Callen and Kyrie. He vowed to put Bern's life behind him. Those words meant a lot. But the protagonist was worried if everything was really all right, even if he wasn't the real Prince of Kyrie. Ellen kept wondering what he was so worried about. So he would be frank with him too. He has only one student, and he intends to leave it to the end. Callen asked the wizard if he knew anything about the time axis. He didn't seem surprised when the protagonist mentioned the name of the treasure. He must know something about it. About these days a year ago, Prince Chase asked his advice about the Wasp of Time. Ellen went to the secretion with the utmost care to examine the artifact. But he learned nothing, except that it was not man-made. And a month ago, he received news that the time axis had disappeared. That's rather curious, considering that the prince came to this timeline about a month ago. At the same time, when the protagonist returned, the time axis disappeared. How is that even possible? And what is his reason for returning in the first place? Ellen stopped Callen's questions, for they would not be able to find the answer even if they thought hard. However, there is someone worth asking about it. She knows quite a bit more than Ellen and the prince will soon see for himself. It's Seigreed. It is, because his coming-of-age ceremony is coming up soon. The coming-of-age ceremony for the princes of Kyrie is called a Rosalita. It is a ceremony where the prince must go to the house of Seigreed and announce that he has become a full member of the royal family. And there he can learn the Seigreed's will. In order for Callen to participate in the coming-of-age ceremony, the most important thing is to stay alive. Therefore, he must solve the problem as soon as possible. The seeds he had already sown were about to germinate. He went back to the palace. His being, the prize, doesn't even know how worried John was. This is the same man who said he would come at midnight. But he didn't come back until dawn. That's to be expected. The prince turned to Ian. The man replied that if His Highness was going to sleep, he should wash his face. Callen suggested looking at something interesting. Ian didn't understand why the prince suddenly came out to the terrace. It's still only early morning, and it's pretty cold here. It's a flower he received as a gift from the Magicians' Association. It is said to be a popular plant among hobbyists because it leaves glowing pollen after wilting. Because it is rare, its properties have not been well studied. Callen deliberately pretended it was an accident and poured the poison tea into the pot in front of everyone. He watched the reactions of the servants who worked for him. Because it's a poison that normal people wouldn't last a week. Naturally, a plant that absorbed the poison wouldn't be able to survive. However, it is not wilted and remains alive. It's like someone switched it on purpose. After the switch, the plants couldn't just be thrown away. So they left the plants in the safest place possible. The sight was indeed beautiful. And that's what will lead Callen to the culprit. Namely the mistress of Hysia Palace, Queen Celestia. It was raining outside. Ian entered the prince's room along with the tea. Callen greeted him. Afterward, the protagonist inquired if Ian had slept well. The lad replied that yes, and also inquired the same of the prince. It was a little strange for him to hear the morning greeting he always says to the prince. Callen replied that he was just an early riser. It's weird. The sun rises in the west. Callen only stared at the tea in silence. The sound of the rain must have awakened the prince. Meanwhile, the protagonist took a sip of tea. The flavor is subtle, but it's different than usual. Celestia added the poison after all. Callen asked the man if he had a plan to have all the aristocrats come always within a week. Ian replied that next week there would be a meeting of all the aristocrats, including His Majesty the King. There will be a banquet after the aristocrats' meeting, and it will be a great day to try this poison tea. So let Celestia be ready to go crazy by then. Whereupon the prince took the pill. Ian wondered what the prince had been taking in the last few days. Callen replied that it was food supplements. His body is somewhat weak. He suggested we go to the gym today and have breakfast a little early. Ian didn't mind, so he wanted to help the prince right now. Ian looked at the tray with the cup and teapot and also didn't understand why he was so worried. After the incident at the riding track, Blanche was not in the breakfast room. Actually, that's even better. Callen doesn't want the plans he's about to put into action to be ruined because of Planche. Callen turned to the Crown Prince, talking about the roses blooming early. Randall remained silent, for he didn't know what to even say to that. Then he began. The Crown Prince left the room. Ian didn't understand at all why the prince had suddenly mentioned a rose. Callen replied that he had seen the rose while he was walking. She reminded him of his older brother Randall, who tended the roses. It doesn't make any particular difference. Of course, he didn't forget about practicing either, even in the rain. He was approached by a man who mentioned that his condition was getting worse every day. This guy has a habit of abusing his own body. Callen felt like he was really screwed if he missed training. It was Ellen. The prince wondered where the master had come from. Manassil revealed that he had a conversation with Romain. The protagonist was surprised that the man had just called him by his first name. But Ellen thought that there was nothing to talk about, since it was just a title. Besides, he was about the same age as the magician's grandson. Afterward, Ellen wondered why the prince had summoned this old man. Callen had two things he wanted to ask the master about. One was that he needed 2 identities. Ellen didn't think it was a difficult request. Afterward, he inquired with 2. The prince wanted more. He wants to investigate the mysterious circumstances of a death that involves aristocrats, especially the ones that have to do with Brisson. It's not hard either, but Callen is demanding too much from his old teacher. 2 things need to be done at once, so he asked if there was anything urgent. Only then did Callen report that the amount of poison had increased. Looks like the prince has found the culprit, but he could guess who it was himself. Callen thought it wouldn't be long before the wizards would begin to control. It can be hard to do things to an archmage, but now is the time when a master needs enough power. Is this kid really going to use it as a shield? It's not actually a shield, it's a weapon. The protagonist knows better than anyone the well-honed power of the mages. Who took his life and his country? A squad of white demons created by mages. Callen stated that he wanted to create an order of mages. Mentor mentioned that mages are different from knights. He must realize, after all, that it is difficult to grow with training. Callen thinks he can answer the question this way. It's possible. When Romain said he was creating an order of mages, everyone ignored him, even Brisson. There was no need to worry about that, and because of that, Romain was able to continue. After all, he was able to do it. However, shortly after the formation of the Order of Mages, Romain died. He really did everything incognito, and the mages passed into the hands of Plancia, who inherited the throne, and the master already knows the result. But this time, it won't be easy. Now the Brisson family will get involved. Callen plans to use what Celestia did to seal the deal. Mentor inquired as to how he wanted to accomplish this. It's a secret. All the protagonist can say is that it will happen soon. Alon realized that this was indeed a very reliable answer. It was sarcasm, of course. Callen asked as his mentor shared his thoughts with Romain. He was sure Manassil was thinking about a lot of things right now. He also reached into his sleeve. When Celicia makes a mistake, they will have to prevail in negotiations. The maid told me that she had increased the quantity, just as the queen had said. She has to do everything well. The voices coming from everywhere are very annoying. Celicia doesn't want to worry about it anymore. The servant will take it all into account. Another person who thinks she's doing something useless came in there. The man who really should be doing the work is sitting down. Isn't it inevitable that he's going through difficulties right now? It was Planche. She shouldn't be so hard on herself. Planche came here to tell her that. It's not up to Planche. Besides, there's nothing he can do. Well, what can she do about it? This suffering must be her inevitable fate. Plan clenched his fists, after which he left. Weak, she will make sure nothing gets in his way. The day of arrival at the palace. The Hina was in a good mood that she even hummed all day. She seems overjoyed. Finally, the day came when they would arrive at the palace. There they will be able to meet the prince. Kyrie noticed that she liked the prince a lot moreover. She really hoped it would be evening soon. Ian was also helping the prince. Since there's an aristocrats meeting now, we need to go to the banquet within the hour. The boy was approached by the prince, talking about how he needed Ian to do something for him. Finally, the hour came. A tea to be given to the weakest prince, and the plan was that he wanted to use it. The third Prince Callen enters. It will be a turning point that will mark a change. In the meantime, Jan had saddled his horse and rode to the house. Basically gave him 2 letters, one to the Magicians Association and one for the teacher. He has to give it to the association first, and then come with the teacher. Jan is dumbfounded at the thought of the prince going alone to the banquet hall. But Callen will take care of the rest, so there's no need to worry. Ian was anxious. Something similar has happened before, but it's probably just useless thoughts that haunt Ian's mind for a few days. What could happen to a prince at a banquet? He'll definitely be fine. Magicians Association. The girl informed the mage Manasil that everything was ready. Quite a bit of information had been gathered, though she was only watching the official case. Area Siren, head of the Kyrie Mages Association. But the fact that it hasn't been made public is pretty suspicious. But Ellen doesn't think so, as the weak nobles wouldn't be able to interrogate the Brisson family. Otherwise, they could be the next unsolved case. Area wondered how the prince was going to take advantage of this. Ian burst in there. It's good to have Sir Manasil and the head of the association here. Just in time, the prince sent letters to the two of them, after which Jan gave the letter to the head of the association. Ellen put on his cape and asked where the banquet was to be held. Jan didn't understand what had happened. If Sir Manasil didn't have an invitation, he couldn't enter. But now is not the time to worry about that. Mr. Yana may die. This was something he hadn't expected to hear at all. The letter revealed that Callen was going to make a deal with Celestia today, putting his life on the line. And if anything goes wrong, it's up to the teacher to save Callen. An hour ago, there's only 2 of them in the room here. So Callen suggested that we be honest with each other. Of course she didn't mind, though she wondered what would change from that. He took a sip of tea. Callen mentioned that he suggested that we be honest with each other, and not forget about decorum. Kalia kept wondering what he was trying to say, but in the end only decided to argue with her. The queen even regretted taking an interest for a moment, as befits someone with such low origins. Callen is rude. Callen interrupted her, talking about that poisoned tea. Of course, she noticed it immediately. The protagonist offered to end it. He was patient enough, but the disgust made his throat curdle. Kelia began to pretend she had absolutely no idea what he was talking about. It was as if they both wore a happy mask on their faces, talking about such serious things. Celicia reiterated that she had no idea what he was talking about, but that was okay, because he assumed it would be. Cullion had prepared himself. He thinks he should take the risk if he wants to prevent the queen from doing something like this in the future. But right now, he has only a strong heart, so he'll try to risk it. He showed a poison that briefly stops the heart, and that's the poison he got from the White Eagle that time. It does not react with silver and is undetectable by magical tests. Of course, since Callen has the power of blessing, his heart will continue to beat. The STLA of blessing can only affect something once, so while it neutralizes this poison, the other poison what Callen drank until today will spread all over him, his body. So he was very curious to see who people would suspect first. Kalia only laughed out loud. Does this guy really think everything is going to be his plan? He probably thinks this is the first time she's ever done this. Who doesn't know it was Celestia who sent his own mother to the other side of the world in the first place? Irritation appeared on his face, but the guy still asked what he should do with this tea. The queen told him to just try to drink as much as he could. He'll take it as a rejection. Callen took a couple sips. She thought he was a complete idiot. Who would dare accuse the queen of anything? A Celestia that even Romain himself should be wary of. There was nothing she couldn't take possession of. It was the same with the queen's seat. Kalia was simply getting rid of things that were an eyesore for what she needed. So step by step, she got everything. And now there was only one thing left that she wanted to get her hands on. And of course, the woman will stop at nothing. Let the banquet begin. The sight was like a treat for her eyes. Callen fell down. Everyone present noticed it too. They must call the priest now. All he has to do is become a ladder for Celestia to climb. As he always has. No one realized who had managed to tear the prince away. Guards gathered at the scene. The drink was poisoned. It happened even before His Majesty the King began his meal. When did he drink the drink? Could it have taken the poison even earlier? Well, who was with Prince Callen before the banquet began? The man told them to shut up if they didn't want their heads chopped off. I guess that's to be expected. It's going to be difficult for a while. But for now, everyone must keep quiet. One look at the situation and it is clear that no one dares to say that she is the culprit. This is an absolute victory for Telesia. Romain immediately rushed over to Callen. He asked for his son to wake up. Why isn't the priest here yet? Cullion should be with him. At the same moment, Callen turned to his father. His trembling hands were very familiar to Romain. As was the whole situation. This has happened before. Only it happened to Callen's mother. And then she asked Romain to protect their son. Now it's happening again. It's as if Callen has decided to repeat his mother's fate. He was furious. The queen couldn't believe that something terrible was happening in the royal palace. She was so shocked that she could not stay here any longer, so she was going to return to Hysia Palace. At that moment, Romain did not hold back. He asked Celestia in full view of everyone if she was trying to kill his son. It was noticeable that this statement was not expected by the nobles and princes alike. However, Kalia herself was also surprised. Those present began to whisper that they were not the ones who had come first to the banquet hall. It turns out that the queen took this opportunity to plan the poisoning. In fact, everyone had suspected it for a long time. But she acted out in the open. Roman dared to act against her. The queen began to claim that she didn't know what he was talking about. She had heard that this child had a chronic illness. She said the same thing even when Freya died. That's also where she appeared with all the knights of the Brizzen family. Celestia claimed it was a disease. Even if Romain does, he still can't make her a criminal. The queen wondered who said this boy had always been healthy. She was sure that no one would agree with what the king was saying. If you think about it that way, the princes having breakfast together every day can tell you about Callen's health status. He might want to get information from the princes. Romain replied that that was enough, but she's only doing it because she's worried. He's making a big deal out of Callen. Celestia's worried that their children's condition will worsen. This situation was reaching a boiling point. Romain even wanted to take his sword out of its sheath, but suddenly someone else intervened in the situation. If she was talking about their son, shouldn't she be saying it just for Callen's sake? She immediately took notice and was a little confused. It was Planche who claimed that Callen was fine. It never seemed to him that the guy had any health problems. He even told Callen not to overdo it. The queen was furious, after which the priest arrived. Celestia is returning to Hysia Castle, and the king said to use divine power. They should do it as soon as possible. But just then, a barrier appeared around the head hero that prevented him from using the power. It was Ellen who didn't understand why on earth they were so eager to kill this boy. The king didn't understand at all what the man was doing. Callen needs treatment immediately. And at that moment, Elon revealed that there was a circle in the prince's heart. When mana and divine power collide, everyone knows that even if he is lucky, his heart becomes, and he will immediately die. It was only when the king wanted to wonder what they should do then that Callen began to cough. What can they even do if you can't use divine power? Is it possible for you to cure the kid with magic? It was also impossible unless he was a healer with natural abilities. Roman demanded that he should rather find another way. Can't he see that Callen is suffering? In that moment, Ellen remembered something. The same thing happened to his son. Why him? And now it's happening to his student. At that moment, Callen didn't realize something. Why does the mentor have such a face? Not once in his life did Ellen think he would have to use that spell again. It's magic that takes away the pain. Abtundent. While the townspeople were calmly strolling around, they noticed a lot of flyers starting to fall. Hear the sounds of grief from the crypt that demand the truth about the Brizzen family. This family killed 37 people. The Brisson family was hit by a typhoon. There were suspicions that the queen had poisoned Prince Callen, and the atrocities of the Brisson family were revealed. Public opinion was on the verge of exploding. We can't mess with the Brissons. If he makes a mistake, he'll be arrested immediately. Even the king himself has pointed to the queen as the one responsible for the poisoning. The queen is a ruthless killer. What kind of queen is Kelkea anyway? The villagers demanded the removal of Queen Celestia. Prince Callen said it was to create an order of mages. They should take advantage of the situation where Celestia is backed into a corner. It all made sense now. However, there were some things that were not clear. How could this child have the same thoughts as the king who also wanted to create such an order? At the same moment, there were negotiations between Callen and the queen. He must be very busy, so the queen doesn't even know when he had time to prepare all this. However, she says something he can't understand. Thanks to Celestia's care, he is able to rest a lot. This guy was supposed to be on the verge of life and death for a week, but his voice sounds perfectly normal. He almost made it to the other side of the world. Callen thinks it will be hard for them to see each other for a long time to come. And if she had nothing else to say, the prince would like to rest. One-on-one. What happens if they change everything? That's what she should have said last week. Now it seems their situation has changed. First, he would like to hear what she had prepared. As long as the information is correct, the queen has no objection to what His Highness says. In response, the protagonist only laughed. She seemed to have misunderstood something. He hadn't needed the queen's permission in the first place. Now she had nothing more to offer. Let him tell me directly what he wants. Should the clanking of swords be so loud in lands ruled by Cisphanian descendants? While he's in this castle, he's going to take everything he can from the Brissons. That's why Callen wanted her to get rid of Commander Pabel. She clearly didn't want to do that. He was sent by the Marquis of Brizzen to lead the Royal Guard. Pabel is a knight of the Royal Guard, and to lose him would mean that Celestia's power would be cut in half. She must get rid of Pabble and create an order of mages, sparing nothing. Ian noticed the prince beckoning him over to him. He then brought to the queen a written statement with the seal of the oath. Of course she knew what the seal of the oath meant, and she was right about that. It's magic that seals the contract in the hearts of both of them. If she breaks her vow, her heart will be destroyed, and she will die immediately. A servant reported to Randall that when the third prince woke up, he was visited by Queen Celestia. He remembered that very day. Before Callen fell, their eyes crossed. This guy's been planning to get Rundle in this game from the beginning. What was interesting was how this rose would bloom, so Randall thought about giving him what he wanted once. But that's when Planche stepped up. The man would never have thought Planche would back down. There's definitely something different. Now back again to the conversation between Callen and Celsus. This oath is inevitable because Callen's trust towards the queen is not that strong. What's she going to do now? The queen snatched the quill from Ian, after which she signed the contract. Now it's done. Callen also mentioned that he's saying this because he's afraid she'll get it wrong. He never had a good relationship with his brothers. That day, Planche didn't do it for Callen at all. If she said another word, the king's sword would slit her throat right there. Even though she paused for a moment, she was still gone. Ellen was surprised to hear that Celestia had come. There were a few banana peels lying around. This prince seems to have a great appetite. Callen replied that bananas are indeed very tasty. In any case, they are not as tasty as getting back to life and eating normally. Still, he did his part. The prince must be just messing around. Ellen almost swung his legs out with the prince. If brother and sister hadn't shown up, that in the moment, that's how it would have been. Hina, that girl, was a healer who harnesses the power of nature. And if it wasn't for her, Callen would be gone forever. The protagonist was surprised that Hina was a healer. Ellen inquired if he hadn't known about it in a past life. Callen replied that there was no connection to Kyrie at that moment. When he met Kyrie, she was gone. Does the prince say that he got rid of the poison from his body blindly, only in the belief that he was blessed? Only to make the poison work, he got another poison from somewhere and took it. Callen was indeed sick. Plus, he had been in bed for a week and could do nothing. The prince started to explain that he was wrong and offered him a banana. Ellen got tired of hearing all this, whereupon he threw him a scroll. It was the guy's ID that Callen had requested, and the guy had already forgotten about it. It was easy to make a fake ID, but something caught his attention. Kyrie and Hina had the last name Bern. Ellen tells them that they need a last name for the ID, so he gave them Prince's old name. It's not like the main character met these kids and brought them here for nothing. Callen thanked his mentor for the gesture. It's not even a forgery, it's legitimate identification. They're plebeians who lived on his land, Whitland. From the beginning, he worried about Callen as if he were his subject. Then Ellen told him that Romain had done it. Now that's something the guy didn't even expect. The man asked what it was like to be the king's favorite son. It's no wonder there are such rumors. The king made such a scandal in front of the nobility that it couldn't be avoided. I guess it's something a person should enjoy to the fullest. After the teacher left, the prince asked Yang to remove the banana peel. It was noticeable that Ian wanted to talk about something. Callen inquired as to what had happened. The boy replied that he had something to tell him. Ian is going to stop serving the prince. This news shocked Callen. Ian was still a baby then. The rightmost room on the second floor of the mansion. That's where he arrived. Ian greeted his brother, and in this room Yang found a deep sense of guilt. The man greeted Shounen as well. Jan asked his brother if he had heard the cicadas chirping today. Cicadas are black, ugly, and very noisy. They can be found in the summer. Cicadas make a strange chirping sound. They also have very funny wings. Their chirping sounds seem to come from their bellies. My brother confirmed that they are so weird. If his brother wanted to see them, Ian was ready to catch a couple for him. But he didn't want to see them. He found cicadas scary as hell. He'd rather listen to Ian play the violin. His condition is getting worse every day. The man said that Mr. Manisel's son knows a lot about medicine, so he thought it would be possible to ask again. Isn't the problem something else? How can Slayman ask him to do something like that? It's not easy for him either. There's got to be another way. Back then, Jan didn't yet know that a person who can't get something shouldn't be offered such a thing. Ian was grabbed by the shoulders. Shounen shouldn't even think about turning away from him. Let him look him in the eye. Ian mustn't forget that his brother was dying. How frightening it was. People started running away from the burning building. The knight told the servants to run far away with Mr. Shounen. The fire is getting stronger and stronger. And just like that, the day before his 15th birthday ceremony, my brother chose to end it all on his own. After that day, summer passed, and then autumn. After that came winter. And until the cicadas' chirping filled the air, Ian withdrew into himself. The father, who could no longer see his son in such a state, forcibly pulled him out of the captivity of the wall. And then, for the first time in a long time, he turned to his father. Jan asked who the kid was. The man turned to see which kid his son was talking about. It was the third prince of the kingdom who was sitting alone. He had a tired look in his eyes, but for Ian it was something else. In that moment, everything changed. And now he says he's resigning from his position as assistant to the prince. Callen didn't understand what he was talking about now. But the man was actually the closest to the prince. A lot of things he didn't even know about, especially what happened to the prince. After all, he had given him that poison with his own hands. It was his fault it had happened. Ian closed his eyes to all the details that worried him. And he hadn't been around when the prince was in danger. Once again, he was unaware of what was happening. The prince could have died that day. Ian couldn't see the obvious. The image of his older brother surfaced in his mind. After that, Callen finally brought him to his senses. He demanded that Ian look at him. Ian turned his attention to the screaming prince. The protagonist demanded that the guy answer who was now standing in front of him. Of course, it was Prince Callen. That's right. That's why Ian has to realize that Callen is not dead. Even when the protagonist opened his eyes in a place he was unfamiliar with, it was always Ian who was beside him. And the fact that Callen was able to withstand all the trials of fate is a credit to Jan. Jan did not turn his back on him, and so Callen was able to survive. He doesn't think he knows much about Jan either. But he's sure of one thing. Ian will continue to keep the prince safe. This made the boy cry even more. Callen tried to calm him down, for he didn't even understand why he was crying. Tell him to stop shedding tears and get up. Ian mentally turned to his father, talking about how he wasn't coming home after all. After all, he had found someone who needed his help. Callen noticed how Ian wanted to kill anyone who did this to the prince. At the same time, Jan began to remove the peel. The protagonist wondered if he was seeking revenge. Nothing is impossible. The prince had suffered a lot because of them, hadn't he? Callen asked me to stop doing that. The elephants must not do anything, or war will break out. But he didn't care about this war. It didn't matter what blood ran through him, for he was not a son of House Seigreed now. It was only then that he realized that the prince had called him an elephant. Did the prince know about everything? Callen didn't answer anything, but only laughed. He didn't even realize when the prince had gotten such information. But that's how the circumstances worked out. Only then did Ian realize that it was all the fault of his bad father. Callen asked to brew him some coffee as Ian kicked in the skins. Jan would do it now. Callen even wanted to argue with Ian about getting taller. The main character had a dream in which the real Callen was present. Callen approached him then, and he just ran past the guy. He ran joyfully over to two of his most dear people. At that moment, he turned his attention to the main character, and he even smiled brightly at him. The protagonist stretched out his arm. To the real Callen, this was unexpected. At that moment, he only smiled, and after that, the protagonist began to return to his reality. The real Callen was saying something. The guy was getting further and further sucked in, and by the end of it, Callen only smiled. The protagonist didn't want to leave him here alone at all, but that was the end of the dream. Callen woke up. It turns out, just like that, he's completely gone. Next to Callen was a mentor. The protagonist thought that he might want to enjoy what he had desired for so long before he left. But instead, he suddenly and hastily disappeared. And in that moment, he talked about giving him that life, what he wants. Let him make it happen. But if this life has been a shackle for this child, then he too is jealous of this complete freedom. Callen won't pretend he doesn't know. He has a lot of preparation to do to make it happen. Plus, he needs to ask his mentor for a favor. He only wants one thing to happen. The protagonist wants to live his second life properly. Pabel's corps of knights was quickly disbanded and returned to the Marquis de Brizen. Romain warned of the danger of trusting unfounded rumors about the royal family. Ellen Manassil announced that he would create an order of mages. 3 months later, there has been a change in the body of the protagonist. The servants realized that they needed to call for Seaton. There's a lot of clothes to be made. Callen asked me to tell you that the clothes now seem to be way too small for him. Romain welcomed his son here. Even the king has noticed that the prince has grown during this time. He looks bigger than Planche now. Callen had gotten better and looked great now. He did grow up a bit after all. Now Rosalita was ready because her birthday was coming up. He actually has to introduce someone to Callen, so Ellen has arranged a meeting for the prince. This is the magician who will escort the prince to Rosalita. He was honored to meet the prince. It was none other than Arsene Hertz. Now that was something Callen hadn't expected to see so soon, this mage again. The king began to claim that this man was capable of becoming a member of the Order of Mages. They get to know each other better along the way. So they're saying this person is talented. It's a big birthday present for him. The king asked Ellen when he expected the Order of Mages to begin. It won't be anytime soon. It doesn't even have a name yet. There isn't even a dedicated staff. Nothing has been approved yet, so there is a lot to be done. This is just the beginning. If you think about it, they're magicians. Why shouldn't His Majesty choose a name? The king seems to have given it a lot of thought. He has an idea for a name. Vulcan. It's going as planned. It looked like the king had been waiting for this. If Ellen hadn't asked, he might have been in big trouble. But, in fact, it was Mr. Manasil who asked Romain first. Callen wondered what Mr. Hertz thought of that. Arsène was a little worried, for he didn't understand what the prince wanted from him. Callen was curious about the name Vulcan. Maybe it looks familiar to him. Arsène thinks it's a great title. He'll take note of it. Ellen didn't even think they had such a relationship in the past. Perhaps the prince wants the mentor to do something. But Callen replied that it wasn't necessary. But His Highness said so. It's really true that Hertz-san is the one who killed the protagonist in the past. Of course, Mr. Hertz is different now than he was in the past. As the situation changes, Callen knows that the future he knows may not happen. But it's a little frustrating for him to leave it like this. Arsène even got goosebumps. Baron Melfir Pollen welcomes the third prince. It had been a long time since they had seen each other after all. The prince advised the baron to make himself comfortable. He apologized for having to come without advance notice and hiding his name. It's pretty hard to talk about it in the open. But it was a huge part of it for him that His Highness allowed himself to be seen. Prince Callen has never met any aristocrat before now. The reason he had come to see him in secret was to draw attention to himself. The reason he sought out the baron is pretty obvious. Callen will leave the idle chatter and speak plainly. It's time to pay the price for saving his life. The prince inquired as to what the Pollen Trade Guild was selling. Some time ago, they began a serious diamond trade with Tencel. There were also many treaties with the imperial family. But that's probably not the answer the prince wants to hear. The baron replied that there is no contract yet. The protagonist wondered if the baron could run anything more than a trade guild. If there were people and money, there would be no problem. The people and money are there, however the Brizen house is also present. Won't the prince be involved too? Callen laughed, saying that the baron had asked a stupid question. He will be there too. If there are men and money and a prince to whom House Brizen will submit, it is not difficult. The protagonist said that they are planning to create an order of mages. There is enough money and people to run the mages, but the problem is management. The baron wondered if that was the price of his life. The prince reported that he had already received his life's pay. In that case, Baron Pollen will serve His Highness faithfully. A coming-of-age ceremony at 15 that would have otherwise resulted in death. Right in front of her, destiny changed. He has people around him that he can trust. All that remained was to swear the Sisphanian oath in Rosalita. I even wonder why all of this happened. All the nobles were gathered in the hall. They were all congratulating Prince Callen on his 15th birthday. Now all preparations are complete. Planche was also there. Noticing his brother, Callen replied that it had indeed been a long time since they had seen each other. Only the protagonist wanted to pass by as he was called Bloodshot Eyes, thus stopping him. He immediately turned his attention to Planche. Callen advised him not to say it to him again, especially on this day. Besides, he had given his name, but Planche only laughed off his opinion. This guy's not even Callen. He can ride a horse, and he can use a sword. He's practicing, and even now he began to respond. So Planche had one very entertaining question. Who the hell is he anyway? He must not forget. Here, he is not the Prince of Secretia who lost his kingdom. Just as this man is not the Mad King who destroyed his homeland. All will become clear when he learns the truth from Sisphanian's will. Callen began to claim that he had absolutely no idea what Planche was talking about. But it was noticeable that Planche didn't trust him at all. Plants are very susceptible. He may have noticed something. He plays the role of outcast quite convincingly, but he's much more cunning than he appears. At that moment, the protagonist began to realize that this kind of treatment of him was only for looks. The mentors confirmed this. That's why his concerns don't surprise Elon. While Callen was fooling around, he didn't realize it. Besides, the guy himself didn't expect him to even understand. Ellen inquired as to what the prince wanted him to believe. They only have one name. Besides, he chose to be Callen. That's really true. Giving up the name Bern was easy, but to deny who he used to be is a whole different challenge. Afterward, his mentor threw him something. He should use it when he needed the old man's help to think things through. Callen wondered if the ring was enchanted. It's a matter of the hand of the tutor. It won't work in the castle because Sisfanian magic is too strong. But outside the palace, an apprentice can call out to him at any time, and he will respond immediately, Callen said thankfully. It's nice to have the master's help always around. The prince has nothing to worry about. The people around here are loyal to Callen, but that's something they'll see. He was honored. Uran, Commander Knight Seigreed, now at the prince's disposal. He and his men will escort His Highness to Sisfanian's chambers. That's what you'd expect from the Knight Seigreed. Quite impressive, but sometimes it's even too impressive. The knights finally saw the one who had made their young lord an errand boy, and so the prince was approached by the same young lord who informed him that it was already time to go. Ian inquired if the prince needed anything else before leaving. Callen asked Ian to get him something to drink. Jan offered a glass of water, or perhaps a warm cup of tea. Callen likes that idea. Jan will be right back. The prince called him a good boy, after which he turned to the knights. They were furious. Now Ellen realized that he had made enemies for himself like no other. It was his only chance to commune with the will of Sigmund Khan Sifanian. A large number of people had gathered near the gate, after which the knights on horseback rode out from there. Of course Arsen was there, Jan and Kyrie, and Planche was watching the whole thing. The queen was not there, for she was peacefully sipping tea, thinking up some new ingenious plan. Callen glanced at his mentor. Ellen nodded to him. And so began the Rosalita, the prince's coming-of-age ceremony. Callen barely managed to survive the recent incident, so Romain just can't help but worry about him. Shouldn't Elon have gone with him? The man began to argue that His Majesty was worried about the wrong man. The king at these prices is in far greater danger than a prince could ever be. Manasil absolutely does not measure up. And that's not a compliment at all. Isn't he worried about that boy himself? He's such a troubled dad, it's annoying. It's hard to believe he's been able to keep his cool before. It doesn't make any difference. Every word of Ellen's was pure truth. Even though it was irritating, the king recognized his rightness. It looked like the mentor was in the palace now. Ian wondered if he wasn't answering. Callen had heard that ambassadors from the Tensile Empire had arrived. That must be why the court was so lively. And he replied that the prince could speak to him. He would entertain him. But he's already bored with Ian. All he's done is stare at his face for the past few days. But Ian was doing the best he could. He turned to the others and asked that they listen to him carefully. It concerns Prince Callen. Mr. Manasil said that His Highness lacks an alanth for magic, and in fact has only basic swordsmanship skills. In other words, he is as delicate as a flower. Therefore, the knights must be extremely careful when accompanying him. Did their young lord, the firstborn of House Seigreed, give up his birthright for this? It takes these knights a long time to learn. Jan replied that they would reach Latran in a couple of hours, so they can stop here. But they need not hurry now, for the prince has sensed something. The knights immediately drew their weapons. Whatever it is, it carries no threat. From there, a child emerged asking for help. Callen noticed the child's pointy ears, so he assumed it was an elf. As it turns out, this child's name is Shia, and he was hungry. Callen inquired, looking for food. Shia was hiding. The boy apologized, because he should have told you earlier. Because the way he's talking, we can assume that there's clearly something wrong here. Juran asked His Highness what they should do. The prince ordered him to give him something to fill his stomach, and then he felt it coming. He should have said he led the tale. Callen immediately threw his cloak over him. The prince ordered his subordinates to keep a close eye on the situation. Juran stepped forward and inquired who he was. He's just a man tracking down a thief. The man asked if they had seen a strange child wandering around. There are no children here, so he'd better get his own way. Of course, the man turned his attention to Kyrie. He didn't come here to cross swords with knights. He came here to find what he needed. The man only asked for a minute. Juran started repeating again that there were no children here. And Callen asked who exactly he was looking for. A man is looking for a little elf. Perhaps he's looking for this very elf. Shia grimaced. The man immediately decided to walk past Callen, straight to the little elf. Suddenly he heard a voice telling him to listen carefully, but not to turn around. It looks like those people among the trees are his buddies. He should learn to choose his allies more reliably. They'll do anything to kill that man and child. As soon as they see the boy, they'll shoot right away. And it really was. But Callen dealt those arrows and protected the man. He told him not to turn around, didn't he? The knight was ordered to protect the prince. Arsène used magic to erect a protective barrier over the prince. Callen immediately took notice. Juran ordered the knights to follow him, but do not go deep into the forest. The shelling has stopped. It looked like they had decided to retreat. Arsène said to leave the baby to him so Kyrie would go after the prince. Kyrie just wanted to ask the prince if he was all right. Suddenly he noticed that Callen was about to be killed. Kyrie shouted for Callen to turn around. Fortunately, the protagonist managed to block the blade in time, after which he decided to use magic. Thanks to that, he hurt the shoulder of the man who attacked him. The knights did not expect their prince to be a sorcerer. Ian immediately rushed over to him. The guy demanded that the prince not engage in any more AWOL behavior. It's a miracle he wasn't hurt. Why did he rush forward with dozens of knights standing behind him? He only knows the basics of wielding a sword, and he's only a novice sorcerer. But anyway, he's back on his feet again. The young master's words have no meaning. Is this really the same prince who was as gentle as a flower? How will this flower do that to his opponent? Callen then returned to the child and removed his hood, saying that they needed to talk. Shia started claiming that it was all Luca's fault. He doesn't know anything, so he really is a thief. The kid kept claiming he didn't know anything and it wasn't him. This completely contradicts what the man said. They've reached an impasse. Callen turned to Sir Hertz. He asked to speak to the elf and report back to him. The child somehow answers questions before Callen even asks them. Arson will do everything in his power. Now he's ready with his report. An elf lives in the forest of Cerisi. His name is Ciaris Tian Eureka. This name was given to him by his mother Tree, which means the spirit of a sneaking horse. He has a friend who is also an elf. He stole something from the bandits they had just seen. As they were running away, Luca got separated and this boy ran in their direction. And he has no idea why he's answering questions up front. Callen only had to assume that it was a prophetic gift when the boy replied that it was not. In that case, Arson can go. Shia wanted to go with them. Ian asked the prince what he was going to do with him. Callen decided to drop him off somewhere near the forest. Otherwise, he'll be caught as soon as they leave. They're on their way anyway. Jan asked if they would investigate the matter. The prince replied that they wouldn't. A long journey awaits them. They can't get involved in this story and linger here. Callen ordered a message to be sent to the nearest lord to take care of it. They'll be at Latran Manor by tonight. The lord will be informed. Duran wanted to say something to His Highness with his permission. They searched it and found something unusual. Callen wondered what was there and didn't find it. As soon as the prince only looked at these things, he was immediately surprised. Was it not among his possessions? The knight answered yes and asked the prince if he knew what it was. I bet he didn't know what it was. He's tried this kind of thing before, hasn't he? Callen asked where he was, and he thought this guy was just a pathetic lord. But there seems to be more to it than meets the eye. He is far more honorable than this man can even imagine. And now he's going to get to the real question. A man should know what it is. It's probably useful bling he'd want to know about himself. He just grabbed it just in case. One each. Callen wondered what they were trying to accomplish. Even he doesn't know that. Then the prince inquired if he knew who they were. Those men hid their faces. And just when he wanted to ask another question, if the man knew anything about them, he immediately answered, no. All he can say is that this man doesn't care about them. The protagonist asked what he wanted. If the man will help them, Callen will try to solve his problem. A man can trust him. I thought he said he wasn't like the other lords. I don't know if his power is enough to give a man what he wants. His wife is now in Hansen Village, and they know it. He will provide her with security. Now let him tell me what their purpose is. The man said they were looking for a small ball the size of a fingernail. They didn't specify details, but the man had heard that only priestesses from Tansil could recognize it. Sounds like they're after this divine artifact. Priests can draw magic from divine artifacts as an alternative to divine power. This is one of the reasons why the Tansila shrine is scouring the continent for these items. If the artifact was stolen, then it's only natural that they would send hunters after it. But something still remains in question. What they needed the poison for. This penny poison is what Secretia's spies use if their mission fails. He went to the White Eagle because he knew no one else could get it. The man has no idea who these people are, but they called their main man by a very strange codename, and the name's Bluebird. Certainly the name was familiar to him. After all, it was one of my father's birds that he always kept locked up. What's there to eat here? Latran Manor. Because of the evening downpour, they had to stop. At first, Callen thought it was a blessing. He was finally honored to have a prince in his house. It is a great honor for him. Count Heil Lutrin. This rain is just in time. It must be a sign from above to watch over the prince. That man is so chatty. Count Huil Latran was one of the men who sent gifts. Callen had seen that name on the list. But didn't they send him back? They did, right? He's supported Prince Randall's faction before. But 6 years ago, after the war between the Great Dunes and the Sanctuary of Tansil, he went over to Prince Planche's side. And now he wants to make Callen feel good about himself. Looks like they're looking at a hypocrite. He waited for the arrival of His Highness with bated breath. The news of the prince's arrival kept him on his toes. She must have been sucking up to Prince Planche that year as well. Callen can already see how he treats his servants. Those poor bastards. Malsom Kedish, Heil Latran's butler. Arsène apologized for the intrusion. The mail reported that they caught a messenger bird. Callen knew. Of course the game earl would try to tell the blue warbler of his whereabouts. People don't usually send birds out in this weather. The sorcerer is clearly a master of his craft. The count wanted to pour the prince a drink. That's just the thing to drink in this bad weather. The protagonist wanted to know something. Perhaps he knows what the priests of Tansil are doing in these parts. He dropped the bottle. The man apologized. Looks like he had a little too much to drink. And where they're staying there, Tansil. They are arrogant charlatans. What business could these shameless people have in a backwater village like this? He turned to Count Latran. They're all just heartless villains. Spoiled through and through, they have to round them up. Afterward, Callen plunged him into sleep. This dear count lacks manners, and it's rather insulting. So he was dragged into the situation with the stolen artifact and the Seigreed spies, putting him at unnecessary risk. Callen replied that it was exactly like that, and he was still alive. Let this prince do what he wants, and they'll see where it leads. That old man will stop caring about his apprentice and go to the warm south. Still, the master worries over nothing. If the blue warbler is who Callen thinks he is, he's in no danger. It seems to be another former friend. The apprentice has too many acquaintances. In a past life, a blue warbler who had never failed a mission. She must have recognized him as Prince Kyrie as soon as she saw him. But that didn't stop her from coming out of hiding and firing a volley of arrows. But there was something else behind it. And that's where the master comes to the rescue. The prince needs to find out exactly where this priest is. They want to find out what the blue warbler wants out of her meeting with the priest. Someone was wiping a glass. It wasn't a very bright establishment, and that's where Callen came in. The prince said hello. He also asked to ignore the people outside. They were with him. There's no need to worry about that. She has no intention of sending assassins after someone who's not involved in anything. But the boy didn't really believe it. He thought that she, knowing the prince, had ordered an ambush on his man. She really knows who he is. That's why she warned them not to be reckless. Right in front of Callen, a man fell. The rest of the visitors were dead too. Unfortunately, these people have done the opposite. Callen approached the blue chant and asked if he was now getting into this himself. The girl thinks so. Sure enough, there was a weapon near her hand. But she doesn't think this guy is going to make it easy for her. Callen wondered if the elf she was chasing was dead. The blue warbler replied that he had disappeared into the thicket of the forest. If she had known it would come back like this, she would never have followed him. She had to say it wasn't the most pleasant encounter, but since they haven't hurt each other, she thinks they should separate peacefully. The child is not at risk, and she gives him her word on that. Did she really think he would leave empty-handed after coming all this way? Callen wouldn't leave until he got an answer. Why would she need divine artifacts? She's not a priestess and can't use them. The girl took the glass from him, talking about how they were worth quite a tidy sum. Of course, they were talking about divine artifacts. It turns out she was the supplier. It's a part-time job, if I may say so. People in her profession rarely have a stable income. Callen assumed her client lived in Latran. He just doesn't see any other reason for her to be doing this in such a small village when she can always find clients among the priests of Kirie. Her client always pays a fair price. You can't find generous people these days. They haven't known each other that long. There's only one thing that can attract the attention of Seigreed's spies, namely information. The blue singer must be offering divine artifacts in exchange for Kirie's state secrets. The guy replied that there was something else he wanted to know. Did he really come at such a late hour just to ask a question? From ruling to spreading rumor. Does he really enjoy humiliating his king so much? His Majesty is usually awake at this time. Besides, the king has the answer he needs, and he prefers not to waste time. So he decided to cut to the chase and immediately ask how many Tansil priests were in Kirie and where they were. The king wondered if Ellen knew something or if he was just curious, but it probably didn't matter. He is sure the man has heard of Tansil's messengers. There are 14 priests in Kirie at the moment. The shrine is recalling them all back, except for one who remains to serve at court. They also made it clear that any requests for additional priests would be denied. That's funny, since they were the ones who sent their priests under the pretense of performing sacred rituals. But now they make it seem as if Kirie has forced them into their service by force. If they are recalling their priests, it could mean they are facing an internal crisis. In his opinion, it looked as if they were trying their best to attract as many people as possible, by hiding the emergency from the public. Ellen inquired about His Majesty's reaction. Romain told them they could take the priest home. Kyrie does not oversee the priesthood, but he wondered why Sir Manisil was asking this. The man replied that Prince Callen wished to know where they were. Something surprised the king. Ellen didn't understand what was wrong. Why would the prince ask if the answer was simple? Romain assumes he already knew, and that's why he left for Latran. Count Heil Latran is her client, and that's something Callen doesn't need to know. That weasel deceived the prince. He must have had a priest under his wing all along. And he's selling Kyrie's state secrets to Seigreed spies for divine artifacts. Callen thinks he needs to return to the castle immediately. Ellen wondered if there was trouble there. Could be. The earl drank too much and made a scene during dinner, so the prince had to use a spell to put him to sleep. But now the protagonist was thinking about something else. What if the count wasn't drunk at all? Ian thought it was disrespectful. For how many times must he still repeat himself? The prince went out for his evening walk. The butler explained that it wouldn't take long. The fact was that the count wanted to apologize for his inappropriate behavior at dinner. So he wanted Yang to tell him which way the prince had gone. Except it's a pretty lame attempt at apologizing. Since when did it become the norm for butlers to find out the location of royalty? Butler tried to explain himself somehow. Meanwhile, Ian didn't realize where His Highness was disappearing to. In that case, the butler wanted to know when His Highness would return. That old man is too stubborn. But how would Jan know that? Let him go back already. The boy also wondered where his manners were. The butler still wanted to at least know the approximate time. Callen appeared there, complaining about not having a moment's peace. Ian and the butler clearly didn't expect to see him right away. All Ian had to do was send the butler away. How hard could it be? Ian apologized. The truth is, that gentleman still didn't want to leave. He's going to settle this right away. After which, the main character loudly closed the door in front of them. Butler began to beg for forgiveness. Since he didn't know that His Highness was resting, he immediately left immediately. And now Callen was acting just like that asshole. It left a bad taste in his mouth, of course. The prince returned sooner than Ian expected. Plus, he came right back through the window. The protagonist replied that it was a long story. Callen asked if anyone suspicious had shown up here while he was away. Ian replied that there had only been this butler. Besides, all sorts of suspicious individuals tend to sneak in through windows, like His Highness just did. He was scared shitless because of the fact that His Highness jumped down from the 3rd floor with a smile on his face. Callen will keep that in mind. But he also wondered why Yang was so angry. He couldn't remember this guy ever snapping at the palace, and it's all because the prince never listens to him. As he asked, Ian immediately told the butler that Callen was out for a walk, but the butlers kept begging for the exact time of his return. Furthermore, he seemed much more interested in the specific time of the prince's return, rather than his exact location. Looks like the Earl is starting to worry about whether the prince is poking around in his business. This is what he passed on to his mentor. It turns out that assumption was correct. The Count wasn't drunk when he made that scene. But the mentor still didn't understand why he was even acting out this whole spectacle. Callen thought this ploy was to divert their attention from the deal with the blue warbler that was supposed to take place tonight. That, in turn, also explained why she had shown up in the first place. The wine was supposed to be a good excuse for the Count to slip away unnoticed. But his plan was thwarted because the prince had put him to sleep with a spell. When he awoke to find that Callen had left the castle, he sent the butler to ascertain his intentions. That sounds pretty convincing. But the question remains, why is he so desperate to get his hands on their divine artifacts? It is the perfect gift to favor the sacred kingdom of Tencel. This is Randall's mother's hometown. In the end, it comes out that the Count maintains a test of close ties with the Randall faction while playing with the Planche faction. Besides showering Callen with gifts behind their backs, he also gave away Kyrie's state secrets to Seigreed's spies. It was as if fate itself had confronted Callen with that boy to lead to the clues he needed. From her, he was able to learn that Hail Latran was sending divine artifacts to the sacred realm, all in an effort to get Rundle on board. It's too hard to believe it's just a coincidence. The downpour will continue tomorrow, and since the protagonist is still stuck here, he'll try to get the mole to come clean. He broke the glass and called the prince a cocky brat. Hail Latran should have known he was going to be in trouble when Callen sent the gifts away. He must have used some sort of spell on the Count. Only a spell could cause such a deadly sound sleep. All the Count's plans were ruined because of that bastard. He revels in contrived arrogance just because the archmage is on his side. A filthy bastard who deserves no place among princes. Why that lousy prince wasn't killed before this whole mess started. He spent a fortune to win the Marquis of Brisson's favor, and now all his ties to the upper aristocracy will be ruined. He had been promised a rich estate near the capital, but that damned scandal over Celestia had ruined everything. That's where the butler came in. Finally, he returned. The Count asked if he had been able to contact their friend. The butler replied that they should have an answer a little later. He threw a glass at the butler and called him an idiot. The Count was furious because the old man couldn't do anything right. It's pouring outside. That means the low-born mongrel will spend another night here. In that case, the butler inquired if he should postpone the transaction. And they don't even have another choice. They can't take any chances with the prince and his men here. That's why the Count ordered a message to be sent and the deal to be rescheduled. He also yelled at the maid to hurry up and get him some clothes. And that low-born puppy he himself will teach a lesson that will humble him properly. On this rainy day, they still gathered to eat together. The Count only laughed, for this mask of calmness does not suit the prince at all. Here in Kyrie, the title of Earl commands respect. The nobles will turn on Micha if he knows magic was used against Hale, and even the prince's royal blood won't save him. Soon that foolish prince will be begging for his forgiveness. But first, he should apologize for his behavior last night. Callen replied that there was nothing wrong with that. After that, the Count wanted to ask if he had used spells for that. As much as he had time to finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the prince talking about putting the Earl to sleep with a spell. The Count's behavior was beginning to go beyond all limits, but these were all matters of the past, so the prince suggested not to dwell on it. Hale Latron is the lord of the provincial lands. Therefore, Callen assumed that he was being visited by a member of the royal family for the first time. The Count must have just gotten overexcited. He had no choice but to confirm that he was indeed overexcited. Because of that bastard. It's only the Count that's in a bad light now. Callen was exhausted from dealing with the man who had ambushed him. Hale assumed he was talking about the man he'd brought here when he died. The protagonist replied that this was the case. In addition, he managed to find out some very interesting information. The mountain thought he should learn more about it. Only Callen began to speak of the name of a certain species of bird as the Count spat out his wine. The butler immediately wanted to help his master dry his clothes, but the Count replied that he need not interfere. He was talking to the prince. Of course, they had yet to go into detail, but Callen felt that the Count would be interested to hear about what was happening in his lands. The man will do his best to help his highness, and he will never allow the prince to be harmed in any way on his property. Of course, he won't let the prince snoop around. He'll find out, and he'll get to the bottom of the prince's weakness. Afterward, Juran approached Callen. The mere sight of that bastard ruining the show was unbearable. The Count wondered how best to throw him out of his castle. After that, he heard the words that the Count was extremely lucky. At first, he didn't understand what it was about. Callen cheerfully reported that it looked like the man had finally decided to talk. While they were walking in the underground dungeon, the Count stepped on a pool of blood. It was disgusting, and this place is beneath a man's dignity. Did the prince have to drag him here? Callen knows exactly what this Count is thinking. No matter how hard he tries, the protagonist has already set checkmate. The previous night he had paid a visit to the very man who had asked the prince what he had done to his wife. Callen began to claim that his family would not be harmed. He gave his word. In that case, the man didn't understand what he was doing here. The protagonist assumed that the man should have already guessed that he was about to be executed. He made an attempt on the prince's life. Once the investigation is complete, he will be transported to Kyrie, where he will be publicly executed by hanging. But even if he is spared, without proper treatment, a man's time will be limited. After all, the wounds have already begun to fester. The man inquired as to what he was trying to say. Callen can help him escape. He can give a life away from this estate. A plot of land to live on, and a modest dwelling where he can live with his wife in peace and tranquility. But in return, he only has to help the prince. If he does, his punishment will be limited to forfeiting the infected hand, without which he will only be better off. After some thought, he agreed. Then the man asked what was required of him, and now he told them something they should know. The one known by the name of the Blue Warbler is a secret spy. She has come here to sell some things to her client. As it turns out, they go way back. It's food for thought. Friendship with spies is hardly acceptable. This is really only true if we're not talking about double agents. Otherwise, under the laws of Kyrie, it would be considered treason. The prince turned to the earl and asked if it was true. Hale Latron replied that that was indeed the case. He even began to laugh awkwardly. He must be desperate right now. The protagonist was just waiting for him to make his move. And let him give the prince the proof he needs. The butler began to beg for mercy from his highness. All he did was just follow his master's orders. He is not without fault, but begs Callen for mercy. Of course, the protagonist knew that Count Latran would break under pressure, but he didn't expect this development. Only then did Callen assume that he was a priest of Tencel. Only priests are trusted before acquiring sacred relics. Count Latran, for his part, had the upper hand, for he had found out a secret he was not supposed to know about. The temple will take the butler's head off once they find out he was selling sacred relics. But wasn't it about collecting a relic in favor of Tencel to gain their trust? Callen asked who was buying them. The butler replied that he would tell him all about it. It was Queen Celestia's brother, namely Viscount Renan Brisson. He offered the relics to the temple. All this time, the Viscount was seeking Tensel's favor. He betrayed Planche, after which he joined Randall's faction. Simply put, he didn't just betray Celestia, who would stop at nothing to ensure that her son would take the throne. He betrayed the whole family. The trap he'd set to catch a rat caught a bigger one. There they asked His Highness what to do now. It's bound to cause unrest. We must speak to the king first, for that is the best thing to do. But before doing so, he asked the teacher to have him write a letter on his behalf. And the letter is addressed to Earl Hale Lutrin. He ordered to go and tend to the wound of the prisoner in the dungeon. The injury is very serious. Without proper treatment, there's a risk of losing an arm. And then let the prisoner take it. Joran will fulfill this assignment. Kirie must go to the village and find his wife. After that, have him escort her to a safe place nearby. Then that elf kid burst in there and said that Hina had come to clean the room. He came to see the bird. Hina said no, but he's here anyway. Only Callen said about not even asking, as the elf replied that he knew. You just don't want the prince to punish her. That's Arson's concern, not his. The elf walked over to the bird. Ian asked what they should do with the bird and whether the prince wished to keep it. Callen replied that he did not. He'll just wait for the right time to return it to its owner. Hina liked that bird too. As soon as the prince saw the sight, he said he would buy her another as soon as they got home. That Miss Bird will fly away this evening. Hina explained that Marilyn might not like having a bird in the prince's room. Callen offered to help the Hina free the bird after dinner. She nodded, which meant she would help with the task. She should also keep the windows open. But Hina didn't understand why that was said. The protagonist explained that they were expecting a guest. The doors that led to the balcony were indeed open. Still, the guest had come sooner than he thought. The letter was so poetic it touched me to the core. The letter said to come to him if she didn't want the dovecote on Tainash Street to know what she had done. The bluebird thinks the prince had a good reason to blackmail her. Callen needs proof that Hale Latran is involved in the sale of sacred relics, and then her secret will remain safe. The protagonist wondered what her answer would be. She happens to hate complexity, so she attacked the prince. Callen immediately recognized that they were magic projectiles. Let them at least give him a little breathing room. The blue warbler he knows uses a sword, not a concealed weapon. There was an explosion. Of course, it couldn't help but attract attention. Everyone was immediately worried about the prince. He used magic and ordered no one to come in here. Callen wondered if she really wanted him dead. But he also wondered else she had hidden up her sleeve. But there was nothing else, so all she had to do was attack him. The sword in Callen's hands was made of ordinary steel. It would not withstand his aura. We need to get this over with quickly without using her. The prince made her lower her sword. However, even with the next attack, she was still able to block it. But the truth is that because the protagonist was so hard-pressed, her sword slipped out of her hands. Bluebird said she's not hiding anything anymore. But her actions go against her words. It was too fast. Without the aura, wounds couldn't be avoided. Therefore, he had to use his aura, which caused the prince's blade to break. In front of his eyes was a blue warbler that seemed to be preparing to deliver the final blow. But it was only then that she recognized what stood before her in the master of the sword. Her hand was wounded. Callen, however, now didn't know what he should do now. After which the protagonist called her name, Ayla. She couldn't understand at all how this kid knew her name. Then he grabbed her by the chin, and the blue warbler didn't know who he thought he was at all. But Callen was only interested in one thing. Whether she had the poison cube? Aren't spies of Secretia required to keep it in their mouths at all times? Now let him tell you everything he knows. Ayla wondered if she would let her go if the prince would let her go or not. They say that Secretians are known for their stamina, but she seems to be an exception. Either this version of Ayla wasn't the one he knew at all, or something made her change. She began to argue that it would be better if he let her leave the world. His sword made much cruder than that of a mere guardsman, even though he is a master swordsman. It was as if he couldn't let anyone know of his true abilities. So he should let her go if he wants his secret to stay hidden. Or she will walk out of here and inform the knights of what she has just witnessed. In a previous life, The blue warbler was loyal to Seigreed. She was a skilled swordswoman that she devoted herself to the blade. She's not at all the person he knew. She's not her. Callen grabbed her by the collar, since she values her hide so much, and clings so desperately to her life. Then you shouldn't provoke him. She clearly hadn't expected to see the prince so angry. She shouldn't think she can spend it. A secret protagonist isn't worth enough to serve as a bargaining chip for her. Let him just tell you what he knows. Then he'll spare her any unnecessary questioning. I mean, there's gonna be someone else asking questions somewhere, like a white hawk, for example. The Earl was furious, for he did not understand where that brainless old man Malcolm had gone. First, it was the damned mercenaries, and now this letter. To convince everyone of his innocence, the dear Count needs to devise a defense strategy. He personally outlined to Her Majesty what he had encountered that had brought the Earl to such a predicament. Therefore, the Count must be assured that there was no cause for concern. Whereupon he left his signature, Elon Manasil. Could it be that he had gotten wind of the Count's dealings with divine artifacts, judging from the lines the Count had encountered? Nasty little snake. If he sent the letter, he must know everything already, even if he doesn't think he can intimidate the Earl with some pathetic blackmail. He will no longer grovel before this low-born scumbag posing as a prince. He won't whimper and bow like a cowardly puppy. They won't give him up that easily. Did they really think Hale would get involved and not even think of an escape plan? He entered a room that was packed with treasures. Of course, the man was not happy that all the effort had gone to waste because of some scum. At least he still has it, his most prized possession. As soon as the man opened the box, one could notice many beads in there. With that many divine artifacts, he could start over and make a huge fortune. Hale had hoped that the deal with Renan would make him rich, but it was more trouble than it was worth. Suddenly he heard a voice behind him thanking my lord. The Earl had made his job easier. He hadn't at all expected to see Arsene behind him, who had used an invisibility spell. Of course, the Count immediately recognized him as one of the prince's henchmen. Arsene Hertz introduced himself as the mage of His Highness Prince Callen. He doesn't even know how to thank the Count for obtaining such a unique piece of evidence with his own hands. My lord need not worry. The vile serpent and the low-born scum are sure to find out how actively the Earl has aided in this investigation. After which he showed the artifacts that Latran had hidden. Arsene also received a complete list of his dealings with the Blue Warbler, and a list of state secrets the Count had passed on. Callen complimented him on his fine work. All this would save them a lot of unnecessary clutter. Ian rushed in there and informed His Highness that there were people outside. There were many knights with golden armor. Callen saw that it was the king's personal guard called the Kyrie, but they are supposed to provide protection for the king in Kairos. So the protagonist couldn't understand at all what could have brought them here. Ellen was out of shock when he learned that the king had sent elite guards to Latran. He'd thought His Majesty would send the usual hooray, hadn't he? When he had written to Romain, this was not what he had expected. He was only a boy, and the king had already made a mess of things. Romain began to explain that it was too dangerous for the Order of Knights. He couldn't take that risk, knowing that there were Brisson agents among them. Those who hold another man's sword are not worthy of his trust. The king must be aware of the whole situation. Such concern won't help Callen. What will he do if it suddenly leads to collapse? Every gesture of love cuts short Callen's one-star journey. His rivals will clamor and squabble. Wasn't His Majesty being cautious for that very reason? He understands, so he says it won't happen again. Besides, his brothers are joining Romain for breakfast. He wants to see how they get along with each other. A most happy event for His Majesty's house. The butler couldn't believe that His Highness was already leaving. Callen replied that the service was already calling, and Kara would take care of the rest. The criminals would be taken to the capital to await justice. A decision would be made there. Sadly, one of them has already died before he could go to trial. Norton, the man who trapped the bluebird, was allowed to return home. Of course, he was recorded in the paperwork as dead. Right now, he's on his way to Vitterin Manor with his beloved wife. The butler gang was drawn, and what would happen to him? A long butlercy forced him into the service of Earl Hale. But that doesn't negate the fact of trading in divine artifacts. He pleads guilty and also mentioned that he committed a felony. However, it should not be overlooked that the butler was instrumental in catching a traitor to the kingdom. Thus, the throne will show him mercy in return for his loyalty to Callen. From now on, he would be the protagonist's butler at Latran Manor. The man would be a servant, of course, but he didn't even expect him to stay here. The kid only smiled happily. At the same time, the man couldn't believe why it was him. They ventured once more down the path to Sisfanian's quarters. The news of the aftermath reached Callen on the way. Heo was stripped of his titles as well as his privilege. after which he was sentenced to life imprisonment. And Isla, the blue fledgling of Secretia, met her death on the scaffold. Today all the streets are covered with renicita leaves. Renicita. It is usually called leaves because of the similar shape, but it is actually the prickles of the renicita cactus, adapted to absorb the moisture around it. They cover the capital square with them, so that the white slab does not turn scarlet from traces of blood. The obvious one was a check from Randell. This is his way of checking to see if Plunch's mother had anything to do with the woman who tried to kill Callen. The lad replied that his brother's suspicions were vain. He had heard that since Callen's departure, Planch had given up wine. Planch wondered if he missed his drunken breath. Randall was silent. Of course, that wasn't true. Now that Planch's drunken days were at an end, it was time to learn to keep quiet. Planch squeezed the fork, then threw it away. It really pissed him off that Randall wasn't quiet enough. Duran told the prince it was too risky. That's when Callen found out about the landslide. Damn rain interferes with plans. The protagonist asked how long it would take to clear the road. Duran thought it would be best to make a detour. They've wasted enough time in Latran. And now their road is blocked by a landslide. This journey is going to take a long time. Callen already wanted to set up a portal upon his return to Karis. At that point, the child suggested we go to his village. Of course, it was an elf village. Luke, as well as the elder, also lived there. The child offered to stay the night and they would leave in the morning. He also named Callen the commander. It was the most reasonable suggestion he'd heard from this elf. In that case, they go to the village of the elves. And the main character asked since when he became a commander. The child replied that he had always been. They arrived at a rather unusual place. The elf village was a truly unique place after all. The boy would never have thought that he would be able to visit it. 3 elves came out that way. One of them inquired as to who was the king of men. Callen explained that it was quite a high-profile title. However, there is no one here who holds such a high position. If they are looking for a representative of the small group, it is himself. The elf's name is Cher, and he is also the elder of this village. He would like to ask a favor of Callen, after which he called him King of Men. Callen Rain Kairos gave his full name, and he mentioned again that he wasn't a king. Besides, he needed to know more details before he could give an answer. Recently, 3 elves from a village went on a journey to visit the nearest human settlement, when they didn't return. 10 days later, they sent 2 scouts to look for them. Now those scouts have gone missing as well. So he asks for help in finding them. The elves that dwell here have only a superficial knowledge of the kingdom of men. He's too pushy and demanding. But the boy doubts all elves are like that, especially when he has 3 other people he knows. It turns out they've lost 5 elves, and now wants Callen to find them. But why on earth would he do that? All because he's the king of men. This elf keeps saying the same thing. The main character mentioned that he's not a king, just a prince. A prince of Kairos. Cher thought it hardly mattered, but then Callen stopped him. The guy mentioned that it matters. The king and the prince exist in different worlds. There was nothing left for him to do but agree that it was the prince. He wouldn't ask them to do such a thing if he couldn't offer them something in return. They were heading for Seigreed Manor now, weren't they? Callen confirmed these words. Human roads take a long time to get there. However, they are familiar with forest trails. Forest trails can speed up their movement 4-fold. The journey would take 2 months, minus the time already lost. If these trails of theirs are real, the journey to Seigfried's lands will be reduced to 2 weeks. So much for the poor 5 souls who got lost. Of course, Prince Kyrie will help find them. It was exactly what he wanted to hear. Duran explained that they had found no trace of the slave trade the prince had mentioned. These forests border 2 cities, Nerika and Steen. They found a large number of mercenaries, but none of them appear to be involved in criminal activity. And that's good to hear. He suspected that the elves' disappearance was the antics of slave traders, but that didn't seem to be the case. In that case, they'll start by searching the nearest towns as planned. Steen is just down the road. Both cities are similar in size, so they should start with the one that is closer. As much as Duran raised, there is some rivalry between them. Their lords are about the same age. That could be the reason. Healthy competition often promotes development. Callen wanted to see if he could get a new sword in one of these cities, but then he was told they didn't have any balls. This is the kind of news they didn't expect at all. I mean, he sells weapons. How is it even possible that he doesn't have any swords? I wonder if they're all sold out. The man mentioned that his companion was a bit small for a mercenary. Callen called himself a mage, and the man standing next to him is a mechanician. Mercenaries aren't the only ones who need swords. He decided to be blunt. These people are wasting their time. All weapons are secretly going to the mercenaries in the Lord's castle. Their stockpile of weapons has already been seized. so if they are looking for a good deal, the castle is probably their best bet. He's not looking for bargains or rewards. The sword is for personal use. Besides, he knew that there was still Narika beyond the forest after all, so he wanted to see what he could find there. However, the man replied that it was useless. The atmosphere there is the same. Now, Callen was beginning to understand why that elf wanted him to take the case. Kyrie asked His Highness what had happened. The lords of the two cities are gathering mercenaries and weapons. It's obvious what's going on here. This is war, and the village of the elves sits just between these warring cities. Now Callen begins to understand the elf elder's motives. He ordered these letters to be sent to the lords of Stein and Narika. This will temporarily thwart their plans and give the missing elves a chance to return home. Callen and his men would leave at first light. He asked the elves to bother to honor their agreement and lead them to the forest trails. Cher immediately asked what he meant. It was only then that he mouthed off about the war, but immediately shut his mouth. Callen really was ready to close his eyes because his interlocutor was an elf. But the elf simply deceived him, even though he knew of the impending war. Turns out the 5 missing elves were headed to a castle in Stina, and they went there to work as merchants. Even the elven villagers were beginning to suspect that a war had begun. It couldn't be that the leader knew nothing about it. The elf had simply taken advantage of Callen. He knew that the prince had to stop the war in his kingdom. He doesn't want their forest roads. Deals off. Cher tried to stop the prince. Would he really just stand by and watch the flames of war flare up in his kingdom? People fight for a reason. They won't fight forever. If this village is so dear to him, then let him do whatever it takes to protect it. And let him not rely on foolish deception in such a case. Whereupon the prince left. The fault lies with the merchants of Brizzen. Only Brizzen's caravans venture this far. But now they've stopped here because of the events at Latran Manor. Once again, the name Rinnan Brizzen floats off. Steen and Narika. Because the soil in these towns made it impossible to grow wheat, the citizens had no choice but to purchase them from the merchants of Brizzen. But to purchase it from Brizzen's merchants. When the merchants of Brizzen suddenly reneged on the deal, the people of Steen went to Narika to buy wheat from them to get them through the winter. However, in return, Narika demanded an exorbitant price, and this led to conflict. First, they take over the food market entirely, and then they shut it down with impunity. Do they seriously expect this to boost pride as well? They don't seem to realize that this will eventually lead to starvation of the people, not the Lord. There was a knock. It was Cher who asked to accept his apology. He knows full well that it was the onion that got them into all this. That's what started the war between the cities. Cher couldn't tell the truth because he didn't know how the prince would react. All the blame lies solely on him. But the thing is, Luca is his son. The lost elves were connected to him in one way or another. And Cher was afraid that if he learned the truth, the prince would turn his back on them. He hopes the prince can forgive the elder and his son. Cher knows she's asking for too much, but they need Prince Callen's help. However, they don't have enough equipment to handle the situation by themselves. Callen ordered to go to the lords and give them these letters. Perhaps the elf can find out what they need besides wheat. The protagonist will still meet them after the elf brings him the information. Cher was immediately excited, because he thought this guy would help them. The main character explained that he wasn't doing it to help them. However, Cher asked me to accept his thanks. Elves keep their promises sacred. They will never forget his kindness. It wasn't long before Callen realized that Rinnan Brizzen was becoming a constant nuisance. He turned to his mentor, talking about how it was time to clean house. Brizzen and Kyrie estates. And the butler greeted the head, Marquis Evan Brizzen, head of the Brizzen household. The butler offered to wait for the carriage if the head wanted to go straight home after the meeting. However, there was no need for that. He'll stay. Evan also ordered the guests to be escorted into the study. But the truth is, they're not expecting anyone. But even the butler noticed that the head was different today. He never missed a council meeting, and he always preferred to receive visitors in the living room. Therefore, the butler did not know who the guest was. It was Ellen Manisil who began to claim that they had not met in person. It really was. If Sir Manisil had made an appointment, Evan Brizzen would have organized a more appropriate reception. He arrived unannounced to save him the trouble. It wouldn't take long. In his opinion, something might interest the Marquis. His second son has a keen eye for the king's firstborn. It's about Renan. Evan didn't think that Puppy would have the courage to do something like that, and he doesn't seem to have the highest opinion of his own son. Except Ellen has something that might be more convincing than the Marquis' verdict. After going through all these papers, the Brand wondered what he was trying to say with all this. It's worth being honest. The Marquis had long ago decided to get rid of Renan. This is not a matter for a mere court magician to pry into. Ellen thought something was funny, namely that he hears these words from the mouth of a common thug. Evan immediately boiled up, for he could not understand how he dared to insult in his own home. Those who perfect the art of the ball turn their anger into a weapon, and that like a sharp blade. The Marquis seems to have decided that he is not a threat, and those who have grasped the secrets of magic have turned fear into their main weapon, a primal fear of death. It's inherent in every living thing. It is what they bring with them wherever they go. He does not fight as eagerly as his dear pupil, but let him mind his manners, for the good of the Marquis. It was noticeable that he was nervous, but afterward the Marquis decided to quiet his ardor. That's much better. But all Elon could think about was the fact that this man was able to withstand the pressure that came from the aura of an 8th circle mage. A master swordsman, he had not risen from nothing, and should have underestimated him. Of course, he has no doubt that the Marquis himself is capable of taking care of his son. But what will he do if Ellen can offer a different and more effective approach? And there's a way to discreetly distance him from Evan's inner circle. Have the mentor say he wants to buy his trade guild. When it was discovered that Celestia was behind Callen's poisoning, it was Brisen's trade guild that suffered the greatest losses. You can't keep afloat just by renown advocating its profitability, except that Brisen is first and foremost a house of chivalry. The trade guild, on the other hand, was founded by the second son, who showed no talent for the art of the ball. His father is probably already contemplating how to get rid of the guild, which has not only ceased to be profitable, but has cast a shadow over the entire family. It was indeed possible. However, Elon didn't understand the point of him doing something that would benefit Callen, so he must be playing into Prince Elon's hands. Why on earth should he give him such an advantage? Of course he knew what the Marquis would say. He began to assure Evan that the buyer would not be His Highness. He really isn't going to acquire it himself. They already have the right person for it. In that case, the Marquis wondered who would take it up then. That would be the head of the second largest trade guild in Kyrie. He has enough reason to target a rival. And the Marquis is certainly due, but understand this. All Marquis has to do is find a compelling reason to sell, and he'll give Evan Bryson an equally favorable offer. Meanwhile, he too was tending to his plant and saying that Daddy was very busy. But the beauty should not be sad because now he is here. Hale's arrest had pissed him off, but so far it hadn't affected him. Maybe he's not stupid enough to go off on a rant about anything. For a moment, Renan even wondered if he should sell all his assets and flee to Tencel. He'd have to do it before anyone found out about their connection. However, what a nightmarish place it is. Fortunately, he cut all ties with Hale in time. He broke a leaf. The man began to state that he was very sorry. His little girl was in a lot of pain. There were other lords who also traded with Tencel, but they were not to be disturbed. Suddenly he noticed a shadow looming over him. The man asked why he had come here, after which he was attacked, and there were several people there. Soon, rumors spread throughout the capital. The Holy Kingdom of Tencel had acquired an impressive collection of divine artifacts. And none of this would have been possible without the help of Renan Bryson, where the bastard doesn't even know who he is. His father will make them pay for it. Soon after, Renan goes missing, and his father Marquis Bryson searched every corner of the kingdom in an even-handed effort to find his offspring. At first, the Marquis's suspicions fell on Ellen Manisil and Melfir Paulin. Soon, it became clear that they had absolutely nothing to do with what had happened. Meanwhile, the guild acquisition process is well underway. Melfir is handling the details. As they had agreed, the thing the prince had requested had already been sent to him. Let him tell him if he needed anything else. Callen thanked his mentor. Cher appeared there, along with 2 elves speaking of the mother tree responding to their plea. Soon he would be able to step onto the forest trails. In that case, it was time to move out. And his son Luca will be a guide for the prince. Even though Callen was thankful for it, he would have preferred the company of Shiaris. He turned to Shia and asked if he could lead them through the forest trails. Of course the boy could do it, but is he sure of his decision? No one will accompany him on the way back. There is no need to worry, because Shia can find his way even with his eyes closed. Just about to tell the prince it was time to depart, he noticed something. This elf is speaking quite normally now. Shia asked the commander what was wrong. There's something wrong. The prince took the stone the elf was holding and wondered what it was. He must have stolen it along with the holy relics. Luca doesn't know this and doesn't remember anything. Arson assumed it was also a holy relic, an item found in Luca's possession when he returned to the village, a black stone lying next to the other relics. There is a possibility that he is one of them as well. Juran replied that he was too dangerous for the holy relic. He gives off too strong an odor of blood. It's just as the commander said. Apparently Arson doesn't feel it, but the prince feels an ominous feeling emanating from the stone. A strong life force that has been forcibly taken away and the energy of blood. In other words, the owner of this stone was murdered by someone. We need to investigate. In the meantime, Shia can use him. They need to communicate somehow on the road. But for the elf understood that it was the stone of the bow. Callen replied that the stone belonged to him. In that case, the elf understood everything. Luca only thought about the fact that these two were mocking. Shia will keep it with her. She would return it as soon as they were at the other end of the trail. After that, Shia wanted to play a word game with Arson. The prince was approached by Juran about this child. Perhaps the fact that the child answered before the prince asked the question signifies the ability to foresee the future. But the child said it wasn't foresight. However, Callen thinks so too. Chances are the future is coming a little faster for this kid. The future, time warp, and a stone that neutralizes the skills involved. It's probably connected to the axis of time. The man reported some news to Randall. He immediately remembered Callen's words about the roses blooming soon. This time, Callen got rid of Renan. From his sleeve, he pulled out a relic, after which he used his power and the relic glowed. That's when the bud appeared, and he blossomed. He's still a pleasure to watch, so let it stay that way a little longer. He started collecting mana from the environment. The teacher then congratulated His Highness for gaining not an extra circle, but a stronger aura. He asked the teacher not to bully him, just scold him. But why would Ellen do that? The one who is most upset here is the prince. It's not easy to get rid of the habit, holding the ball, even if it was only for a moment. That's why the prince's mana doesn't become a new circle, but transforms into an aura. And of course, Callen knows this. It's not like aura and mana have completely different principles. He had plenty of mana, so why would it subconsciously become aura? Elon didn't say he didn't understand it. Just have the prince prepare that he will not return to Kairos until he finds out the answer. He turned his attention to the starry sky. But will the protagonist be able to find the answer? The mentor replied that the prince was on that path, so he should know better. Besides, all paths lead to something. Shia informed the commander that this was the end of the forest trail. Finally, they arrived where they wanted to go. This is the land of elephants, Duchy of Seigreed. The child, with a smile on his face, announced that it was time to say goodbye. Shia also handed over the stone for the prince to take back. Callen wanted to ask something just in case. Does the child really need to go back to the village? The elder was not thrilled that Shia would be their guide. Also, even Callen, an outsider, had noticed how the villagers stayed away from Shia. So he could grant that things were even worse in the absence of guests. Therefore, if Shia's condition is an issue, then Callen can present this case before the Sisfanian will. In the meantime, this child can go with them. The prince was indeed right about the villagers disliking him. But the world tree said that's just the way he is. Just because Shia is different doesn't mean he needs to be fixed. Let him speak, or it doesn't change the fact that he is also an elf. Looks like Callen has a long way to go. That's why the head shouldn't worry about him. He's got it all figured out. These two will look forward to their next meeting. The child also gave thanks for his rescue. These massive castle walls rise to protect the Sisfanian domains. Every prince of Kairos who stood before them must have thanked fate that the Seigreed family had never claimed the throne. He then turned to Ian. The prince replied that as long as they were here, he did not have to be Callen's errand boy. It was already hard to be hated by 20 angry men. Inside, the prince was willing to bet there were more. And this is where his role as a servant ends. Ian began to claim that he was handling everything perfectly. It immediately brought back a memory of when the prince caught the blade flying at Ian with his bare hands. He'd said then that he could handle it. And when he fainted from poisoning, Ian just smiled silently at his prince. It made me apologize to Jan. They were staying at an inn. Callen got out of the shower. He really thought their journey was over. Ian then explained that they were only at the entrance gate for now, but the inner gate of the castle was still 2 days away. He really didn't expect the castle to be the size of a city. Callen thought he would see the head of the family already today. This really is the land of elephants. Your duchies are huge. You'll have to put up with it. Nothing will change from his complaints. He also turned his attention to the stone. Shia's words popped into his head that even though he might say otherwise, it didn't negate the fact that he was an elf. It was only then that an idea came to him. Mana may have changed to aura, but its essence remained the same. He'd always thought they were two completely different energies, but that wasn't the case, since it's a habit of turning mana into aura he can't get rid of. He'll just use the aura as fuel for his magic. Sure enough, Arsene felt the mana, barely leaving a trace. now gushing like a river. The warmth and tenderness no longer emanated from her. The mana now felt cold, cold to the bone. There is no end to the prince's skills. But where is the limit to his power? Finally he could do it. The magic of the 4th district is now available to him. The magic issue was resolved, but that wasn't the end of the problem. Jan led the prince to the gate. Right now, including the protagonist, there are currently 6 swordmasters on the continent. And in the world of swordmasters, the owner of a stronger aura can sense a weaker one. The head of the semester, Seigreed, came out there and welcomed them to his lands. The prince had come a long way here. The prince must have been very tired, and of course he felt everything. Duke, Ian's father, is the 2nd strongest swordmaster. His level is much higher than Callen's. The prince also greeted the duke. But the duke was interested in something else. One glance was enough for him to realize that he was a master swordsman. Of course, the duke inquired as to how this was so. However, Slayman asked how it was possible that the prince had grown a great deal since their last meeting. That's how it is. Now there's a real man standing in front of him. He's so unrecognizable. Still, the duke sees that much has changed in the prince. Callen replied that it was just a minor transformation. Nothing drastic. Slayman only laughed. He certainly wouldn't call it just a minor transformation. The man wanted to escort the prince to the castle. It was a joy for Jan to see their relationship. He had to hand it to the wizard after all. He had indeed chosen an outstanding apprentice. A talent with magic and also the 6th strongest swordmaster on the continent. He knew he could hardly keep anything from the duke. Regardless of his position, he hadn't wasted all those years in vain. Perhaps it's beyond the prince's ability to see his aura. However, he has no trouble discerning the prince's aura. What splendid progress the prince is making. His mentor must be savoring every moment of watching his brilliant development. But Callen wouldn't be so sure of that. Right now, he was head over heels immersed in his work. Ellen fully deserved it. The duke would love to stay and have a chat with Prince Callen, but unfortunately, he can't put off his inspection duties. He hoped the prince would be sympathetic. The guy replied that everything was fine. He was the one who showed up earlier than expected after all. Since His Highness was leaving early in the morning, he wished him a good journey. He would look forward to hearing the accounts of his journey. He hadn't even expected that His Majesty's attack needed a drink. It seems Prince Callen has made it safely to the land of elephants. Seeing His Majesty the King drinking, Ellen assumed that he was worried about his offspring. Or perhaps something else was bothering him. Roman isn't sure when the time is right to rekindle Camelon's flame. Of course, the king talked about who should be declared his rightful heir. Callen will be the last of his sons to complete the rite of passage. Upon his return, all 3 will be considered old enough to claim the position. Randall is a reserved and cautious man, but because of his secretive nature, the king has never been able to figure out what is going on in his head. Planche is perhaps the strongest of the 3 of them. But his stubbornness and rebelliousness know no bounds. As for Callen, he's just beginning his journey to maturity. How can the king not worry about that? In that case, he should declare the most undesirable one as the heir. The remaining 2 will simply eliminate him in the struggle for the throne, and the problem will be solved. The king was too exhausted to even contemplate such a thing. One thing he can say for sure. Randall, at the very least, will continue to keep a low profile, until Prince Callen decides to leave the palace. The time will come when His Majesty will be able to peer into his secret thoughts. Until then, however, the king should keep quiet, regardless of whose favor he chooses. You must not let the anxieties of the future rob him of his peace in the present. When Camelon's flame flares, it will only be reserved for someone who has been able to prove their worth. This trail never ends. He sees no way out, even though he's already been walking for quite some time. How deep is this cave? That moment he found himself in a clearing of flowers. Callen wondered what this place was all about. It was only then that he turned his attention back. He felt the purest magical power that surpassed all imaginable limits, and a pervasive aura that instills terror in anyone who dares to look at her. It's more than just a will. He paid his deepest respects. The almighty Sisfanian stood before him in the flesh. The residents were quietly going about their business. Just then they saw a bright flash of light. Meanwhile, Callen wondered if a simple show of her will would have been enough for this encounter. What had caused her to reveal her true colors in the first place? Afterward, the guy felt the oppressive magic and suffocating pressure stop. Sisfanian, of course, noticed that a child foreign to the place had come to her. This child carries within him the memory of another distant reality. He took her blessing and wrapped it in a deadly weapon. She watched and wondered what had driven him to do it. Suddenly she was right in front of the building. That's why he was called here. The prince's subordinates also noticed this light. They didn't understand what it was at all. Plus, it's exactly when it's time for the prince to undergo the rite of passage. What the hell is going on in there? This had never happened before. Jan was worried about the prince. And at that moment, someone's hand lay on his head. It was his father who noticed that his son was really so worried about this brat. Jan knew he was supposed to be inspecting the property. The man replied that he had just returned. Of course, Jan would not believe that. He had only left last night, and how had he managed to return so quickly? Of course, they didn't know about Jan's situation. So this was the first time they heard him call someone father. A girl with white and red hair appeared there. It was Veronica Manasel, who was Ellen's granddaughter, and standing next to her was Rachel Grace, Ellen's sister-in-law. Sisfanian wanted to know something, after which she touched Callen's face. The two are transported into the main character's memories. Of course, the time axis was present, a brother who mourned the death of his relative, Bern's death, and also the way he opened his eyes in someone else's body. It's all clear to her now. Sisfanian uttered something incomprehensible, and the main character didn't understand anything. He wondered what she was saying. He could not make out a single word. She realized that he didn't hear the words she said. The reason was that she didn't want him to. Callen wondered who he was talking about. At that moment, he wondered if Sorrenti might have had something to do with it. That's really what they call her, and it's true. Sorrenti is the queen of the gods. She fought face to face with the bringer of the void during the great war of the two gods, side by side with the 8 heroes of the Elda. But it is believed that Sorrenti fell into slumber as soon as she sealed the tomb of the bearer of the void. She couldn't have interfered. It was only then that Sisfanian revealed that even in sleep, her essence continues to live. Is Sisfanian herself dead only because she allowed her will to be her embodiment? He must now reflect on other more significant questions that need answers. Once upon a time, the kingdom of Secretia was home to an artifact called the Axis of Time. She confirmed it. He wants to know why Kyrie tried to claim him. She said something unintelligible again, and that's what the protagonist couldn't make out. So why isn't he allowed to hear it? The protagonist's impatience is at odds with Sorrenti's will. He is looking for answers to questions about what should happen after his death. If he finds out too soon, the natural course of events may collapse. Such a powerful deity is withholding information from him. Perhaps it means that something has happened that requires her direct intervention. It was really true. It was much more serious than he had imagined. He wondered exactly how the time axis related to what was happening. Now Callen had one last question. There was something he wanted to know about. Had his brother dared to use the time axis to bring him back to life? She was surprised to hear the question. He is first and foremost a king, not his brother. Does he read his brother as a fool who is willing to upset the order of things just for him? It was only then that the realization came that Chase was not the one who had used the time axis to interfere with the flow of time. It was indeed traumatic news for him. He was about to ask you the next question, just as suddenly Sisfanian said to show you what's up. At first he didn't understand what she meant. I can't believe what Sisfanian said about that stone. She told about this stone, however. The protagonist, as usual, could not hear anything about it. She then shifted her gaze to the guy and told him to always keep it to himself. Today, he may not have found all the answers he was looking for, but this is only the beginning of the journey. Time will put everything in its place. Let him come again when he realizes he's ready. On that day, countless homing pigeons took to the skies, carrying news to their masters. A pillar of light so bright that its glow could be seen even from the outer walls of Seigreed. A pillar of light so bright that its glow could be seen even from the outer walls of Seigreed. He didn't even think he would ever see so many birds in the air at the same time. And all this winged host, it turned out, was lurking on his land. However, now is not the time to be surprised. It was Demiria Seigreed, heiress to the Duchy of Seigreed, but it's an incredible sight. Is he not entitled to appreciate it? Dmitri replied that great power always attracts the eyes of envious people. Whoever these birds fly to, their paths will cross sooner or later. They need to find out which houses have dared to place their seekers on Seigreed lands, and to keep their guard up. He always knew he had married the right woman. Let him thank his mom for the sharp mind she gave her daughter and Jan. It certainly wasn't on his part. Demiria wondered what he was even thinking at a time like this. Still, she missed an important point. Excessive caution could be interpreted as an attempt to get involved in political games. Their people do not seek power, nor do they raise kings, yet they remain their unbreakable backbone. All the power they accumulate only strengthens the shield they carry with the peace. She must never forget that. However, she feels like she may have to act decisively this time. Callen was there. These both looked toward the prince. Her concerns did not escape her father's attention. If they need to find out whose spies are hiding here, they will do it without delay. They won't demonstrate to increase security measures, but they'll take them anyway. Demiria can be sure of that. Besides, her brother is looking after the prince. Ian turned to his father and asked if he had seen all that number of birds. Slayman replied that they did fill the whole sky. Jan noticed another bird. The Duke even thought he had just seen a hawk. You have the words stuck in the protagonist's head that he must come when he is ready. I wonder what else she's going to tell him. Ian replied that the prince had been standing there for quite some time. Perhaps he had noticed something curious. Callen replied that he hadn't really, although there does seem to be something entertaining in the garden. There was a hyena and a Kirie, and also a puppy named Jan. He was a pet of the Seigreed family. He still can't believe his father named the dog after him. The prince said that there was a resemblance, except that the puppy had a better coat. Ian became agitated, and then Callen replied that it was just a joke. Hina spends quite a bit of time with him. Apparently she likes the dog better than the feathered ones. Perhaps he should keep the dog in the palace. She really likes it a lot. Even the gesture she showed means charming. We'll need to teach the dog sign language if he does plan on getting one. Then Callen remembered that Ian had never told him how he had mastered sign language. Jan revealed that he used to have a brother. However, he passed away due to illness. Callen was sorry, but the boy replied that it was in the past. Besides, he has his highness now. Anyway, the prince isn't serious in his intention to get a dog, after all. His brothers would definitely not be thrilled with the idea. That's what Ian thought. In that case, he'll just move to Camelon. Jan explained that Camelon was the residence of the crown prince. But Yang had said himself that Callen's brothers would not allow him to keep the dog in the current residence. What then is left for him to do? In Prince Probable, the only person on Earth who wants to become crown prince just to get a dog. Callen added that he was the only one who had seen Sisfanian in her true form. At first, Ian didn't understand these words, but once realization came to him, he was simply shocked. It turned out that the prince had indeed seen Sisfanian's true form, and how was he supposed to understand it now? Meanwhile, the maid was helping the Queen of Celestia. Celestia inquired if there was any news as soon as the servant arrived. The Queen's letter had been delivered safely, and they had just received a reply. She couldn't wait to see what was written back. The master's waiting, and the protagonist apologized for the delay. He kept looking for a place where Sisfanian's power wouldn't penetrate. The mentor asked if he'd managed to find such a thing after all. The boy replied that he had. In fact, he's outright standing on one of them. And that was the Seigreed family cemetery. Ian led his highness to a place close to the castle, in seclusion and out of Sisfanian reach. Just as the prince wanted. Now they would be able to talk in private and away from the Sisfanian. Mentor asked if the prince's Rosalita had gone well. There was actually a long story there, but he decided to retell it briefly. Secret Enclave. It turns out the prince had witnessed Sisfanian in her true form, and Ellen missed it. The prince admitted he was surprised by that too. She told him to find her when the prince was ready, so he hoped the mentor would join him. It was a shame he wasn't there, but there was business here. Callen also asked if the queen had noticed Renan's disappearance. Eldon replied that he hadn't had any authorities for 10 days. To do otherwise would be strange. This morning, Evan Bryson paid her a visit. Perhaps the mentor could assume he'd told her about Ellen. But the man replied that Evan wouldn't have said that. Everything said between them is sealed with an oath. Callen wondered if that wasn't too risky. The prince shouldn't take it into his head. It just so happened that one of his dear students had outdone his mentor in this and set an example. Then Callen admitted that he was indeed at fault. In any case, the prince should be calm. Renan Brisson is no longer their headache. That leaves one thing to worry about. Renan was Celestia's agent outside the palace walls. He did all her dirty work for her, like getting poison for the assassination attempt on the protagonist. The queen will be looking for a replacement. And there's no doubt about it. A very curious letter had fallen into his hands. It was such a letter that father had better not see it. The prince assumed it was from the count. Mentor replied that it was indeed true. So she had written to him when she noticed Renan was missing. That was Grey Brisson, the eldest son of the Marquis of Evan, and a nobleman appointed by the king to guard the border. He had an estate on the outskirts of Tencel. Togo is one of the 6 sword masters on the continent. He is looking for a temporary steward for his holdings, as he was wounded in a battle with a savage tribe and plans to heal in the capital. This is a convenient enough excuse to arrive in the capital. Elon and the king are trying to delay him by delaying the appointment of a steward. Callen thanked for that. And so another swordmaster comes into play. It's going to get pretty interesting. The protagonist can't wait for this meeting. The Duke suggested His Highness join him for a breather. Callen would have preferred a bench, but a log would do. The prince revealed that Sisfanian had honored him with an audience today. Slayman asked how it felt to meet her will. And that's when the guy told me it wasn't a will. At that moment, the Duke assumed he had seen her in the flesh. Callen started to say something that might be hard to believe, but the Duke beat him to it. He knew she was still alive. People were saying that the Seigreed family had wasted 500 years guarding an empty dragon's lair that might not even exist. But they weren't right. All was not in vain. It was gratifying for the prince to see the Duke's joy. Afterward, he said he had one more meeting with her to go, and he thought that a teleportation portal between Kyrie and Seigreed would be quite useful. Now Slayman understood why the prince wanted her. But he also wondered if the king would allow it. Paving a new path to the capital is like cutting a window for an attack. If it's all about safety, he has land. It's not far from the capital and once belonged to Witherin. It's perfect for a portal. The portal to Seigreed will be built a day's journey from the outer walls, and will only be accessible by special permission. Of course, if there is a threat to Seigfried's domain, they will have the right to destroy the portal. If the king agrees, so does the Duke. Callen was a little glad to hear that. Who was he to refuse the prince? But in fact, the protagonist had another request. O's eyes immediately lit up as he assumed the prince was finally ripe for sparring. He recalled His Highness asking him to be on the training ground. Callen wouldn't call it sparring, of course. Afterward, he showed off his creation that he had created with his aura. There were no guides. The prince created a magical core from the aura. He uses it in a different way, specifically as a sword. The Duke realized that the prince wanted to test the blade for strength. Of course he didn't mind. The man told the prince to attack. In the entire continent, Slayman is second in strength to only one swordsman. That was a devastating blow from Duke. In other words, among all those who have chosen the path of the sword, there is hardly one who can match him in skill. That's to be expected. He really is a formidable opponent. His blade is able to withstand the full power of its wielder while maintaining incredible speed in attack. Then he attacked again, and before that, the protagonist noticed a gap in his defense. Unable to withstand the Duke's strength, the prince had to recoil. He only needed a moment, but even that wasn't enough to catch him off guard. Prince's lean physique has a noticeable effect on the power of his punches, but at the same time, the same build makes him surprisingly agile. Except that maintaining the aura in the sword probably requires a lot of mana expenditure. Perhaps this sparring had a different purpose, namely to force him to fight to the limit. Yet he still holds the rack with confidence, skillfully parrying and answering attacks. This guy is definitely a real talent. How did that puny little brat get so strong? However, His Highness is still no match for him. For a real test of strength, it looks like child's play. The Duke felt it was time to move on to the next stage. Callen was silent at first, however, after which he replied that he agreed with that as well. It was as if he had been waiting for those words. His eyes lit up in anticipation. Well then, without further ado, the prince meets his blow. Fortunately, he was able to fend off his opponent's punch, after which he counterattacked the Duke. Even though he tried to block the prince's blow, he still left a wound on his neck. It was only then that the protagonist felt that this was far from a good thing. Such a powerful aura release is pure madness. Slayman attacked the prince for the umpteenth time, as if trapping him. But now Callen realized there was no way he could dodge. But it was noticeable that the man wasn't even going to stop. However, there was nothing left for the prince to do but try to block this powerful lunge from his opponent. His sword was broken, and the Duke's blade was cracked. A wound was also left on Callen's face. Slayman seemed to come to his senses, but he didn't even expect his blade to be in this condition. After that, the sparring stopped. The Duke wanted to talk to His Highness what he had done during the last blow, and only Callen wanted to answer something as other knights rushed in. They immediately turned their attention to the sword that gave a crack in the Duke's hands, as well as a fresh cut on his neck. Duran couldn't believe that the Duke had lost. The others didn't expect such a result either. A reception was held a little later. Slayman demonstrated his violin playing skills. The prince enjoyed the performance very much. Who would have thought that his lordship could wield a bow as artfully as a sword? Callen must not be the only one to hear this magnificent performance. And the Duke tells me it's in them from birth. Even if the ball doesn't lend itself to everyone with the violin, they are definitely always in tune. He was honored to share this with His Highness. He is always ready to show it if His Highness wishes to hear him play again. Callen was a little uncomfortable with the wound he himself had left on Slayman's body. Prince hopes that being early won't interfere with his violin playing. Slayman would not be worthy of being called a master if he let such a minor scratch affect his playing. The real blow had hit him in the heart. He asked the prince where else he had hurt himself. Then he shouted at his father, for he did not understand how he could have mutilated the prince's face. It would do his father no good to leave a scar. Is this how he repays his father after all he has done for his son? The duke complained that his son had disowned his father. Nevertheless, Callen was truly grateful for their sparring. It had been a very valuable lesson. Afterward, he offered a drink. Such praise was music to Slayman's ears, especially when coming from a student. He now knew what kind of power his sword aura could withstand before dissipating. This was the piece of the puzzle he had been missing. Callen realized this when the duke let out that flash of aura. The prince still had a long way to go. It pleases him to know that there is more to strive for. It was then that Slayman turned to him. He asked the prince how the cut on his face was. The protagonist replied that it was just a tiny scratch. He would be fine. He must admit that he noticed something he didn't expect and ended up slightly overreacting. The speed of the prince's blade is certainly impressive, but he tends to use his back to amplify his strike, especially when sidestepping or stopping after a series of attacks. Callen really didn't notice it. In fact, it was barely discernible. And it's a very common technique among the knights of Seigreed. He watched the protagonist's reaction carefully. It was hard for the duke to imagine that someone who had trained in Kyrie could develop such a habit. Kyrie's fencing art is based on footwork. Their balance depends on the hips, which especially affects side kicks. But in the case of His Highness, it is the curves of his back that provide him with the rotational power. The man advised the prince to try to be a little more vigilant from now on. Callen was surprised, for Duke Seigreed would not even inquire as to who he really was. Only then did he reveal that the prince was now in the possession of the Seigreeds. Elephants value strength. Whether he's a prince or a skillful pretender, it's none of his business. All he cares about is whether they'll get a chance to cross swords in battle again. Callen thanked the duke. He looked down further. It was as if there was a reflection of his past life there. The protagonist inquired if Gray could sense his aura. Gray had long ago settled in the borderlands, away from the influence of Bryson. It was rumored that his father, the Marquis, had disowned him, unable to accept his son's decision to devote his life to the blade, though perhaps it was his wounded pride that was to blame. After all, the heir turned out to be a fighter more skilled than he was. Be that as it may, Gray is a master of the sword, and he would have no trouble recognizing the essence of the prince, so it's important to be prepared for any eventuality. And that's really what it's all about. Looks like he's going to need some serious training. 10 days later. Mentor assumed that His Highness was enjoying the fresh air in Siegfried's lands. But doesn't the prince think some people are a little too keen on vagrancy? The prince apologized to his mentor. He had some business to attend to. He would be traveling as soon as he was done here. Callen also asked if Grey Brisen had already arrived in the capital. He wasn't here yet. Elon did his best to delay the Grey, but alas, he only managed to gain 2 weeks. However, the apprentice still appreciated it. He wanted to see how much he could accomplish in the time they had. Callen is a wizard, and a master swordsman at that. And that's a secret he doesn't intend to reveal to the world yet. If Grey Brisen, who knew nothing about who the prince was, detected the presence of his aura, it would inevitably create a wave of suspicion. And so, the morning after the banquet, he turned to Arson to find out how best to hide the traces of his mana. There are charms that are just right for this purpose. He was sure that the prince would be able to master them easily. With his magic, dealing with the 4th circle spells should be no problem. Both magic and sword aura come from the same source, pure mana. Arson offered his help in this matter. The prince asked him to tell him exactly what he should do. So inspired by their mentor's advice, they set about learning the circles of teleportation. Rachel was there. Ellen knew that Rachel and Veronica had already arrived. Rachel, his sister-in-law, is an accomplished magician herself. She has devoted many years to the study of teleportation magic, which has helped Duke Siegfried save a lot of time when inspecting his domains. Therefore, he is confident that her knowledge will benefit them. Callen had invited the two of them here as he had a proposal that involved the vast lands of Kyrie. Arsène began to argue that he lived to serve His Highness. The two of them would focus on creating teleportation ion circles, and of course, teach the prince how to hide his mom. The spell itself wasn't that hard to learn, but just maintaining it was much harder. Besides, Slayman was the only one who could tell if the prince's aura was leaking. So Callen couldn't leave the castle until the training was complete. And so after countless hours spent researching, as well as training, the day has finally come. The Duke was overjoyed, for he had not sensed the prince's aura at all. Looking at Callen now, it's hard to imagine him ever holding a sword. All preparations are complete. It was time for departure. Slayman stated that he would not be so lenient with him next time. There's no need to worry. The prince is not going to remain an easy target. The man only laughed, and also mentioned that he would be looking forward to it. Now they're hitting the road. Kyrie is waiting for them. Now he understands everything because he's read the letter. So he is the messenger? So much time was wasted in pointless waiting. Is that really all he gets? The servant thought to himself. The sun hasn't even risen yet, and he's already. It was only then that he heard the man's laughter. He was actually laughing. The court seems to have become a lot more cheerful in his absence. He loomed over the messenger and wondered if he was wrong in his conclusions. Count Grey-Brisson. The man felt that it seemed to be time to return to the capital. Ellen stood by the closet. Every time is like the first time. You had to build such a treasure trove. And it's just as magnificent as his onyx bathtub. Such riches and all are gathered by the Sovdelany of Witherin, famous for having the most fertile wheatlands in all of Kyrie. It would be impermissible to place on the prince's shoulders the care of the expenses of a guild that bears a man's name. So he asked to accept a portion of their income as a token of his highness's profound respect. And so the guild, when it once served House Brisson, now carefully fills his pockets. He had a knack for sucking on that bottomless gold mine. The servant asked my lord if he had already finished. If he needed nothing else, she offered to lock the doors. Ellen agreed. As the man walked contentedly along, he bumped into someone. It was Planche. What a coincidence. He greeted his highness. It had been a long time since they had seen each other. Planche remained silent at first, but then turned to the mage. He was curious if it was Ellen who had caused this change in him, or was it his new self that prompted him to turn to Ellen? No one gives him a straight answer. Perhaps at least the magician knows something. He could have asked Prince Planche the same question. Had he, having given up drinking, now fed himself with insane speculations? Or had he given up drinking because he realized he could no longer keep his own mind in check? There's another soul who longs for the old Planche. That's a shame. But they're not. They're all subject to change. Whether or not it's time to get out of the bottom of the wine barrel, or finally find the courage to stand up to his brothers and their reckless impulses. Change catches up with all of them sooner or later. When and how is really not that important. After which he wished His Highness the Prince a good day. He was interested in what Ellen had said about reckless impulses. Time flew by. It had been 20 days since Callen had left Siegfried's land. Here they had already arrived at Reddington Lake. Kyrie saw that there was beauty and peace here. Callen also confirmed his words. He was even sorry to have to leave so soon. That little hook was probably the only thing that brightened up the trouble with Veronica's horse. He hadn't expected Rachel's accelerating magic to be so effective. Perhaps it was too much for the horses. The lord of the region seems to be no stranger to the charms of this place. The Viscount Reddington is always known for his calm and restrained disposition. Perhaps this is just what the prince needs before they return to the capital. Callen could hardly find time to rest there. Ian was right. It was unlikely that the protagonist would get another chance to go on such a long journey. Only 4 days, and they would reach Kyrie. When they return, there will be a real commotion. So while there is, it might be worthwhile to enjoy the vacation properly. But now the rest was interrupted. Someone has arrived at the estate. Here was what he expected to happen. He ordered John to go and deliver messages from the prince. The prince wishes to know if his grace would like to inform the arriving guest of his presence. He may be far from the social circles of the royal court, but even he knows that the third prince and the House of Brisson are willing to cut each other's throats. So he will send them away right away. After all, the prince came here first. His Highness's request is indeed that. However, there is one exception. If there is an Earl Grey-Brisson in that carriage, His Highness would be pleased to invite him to tea. Looks like he'll be able to face tomorrow after all. A servant announced that His Highness Prince Callen was entering. The Lord reported that Earl Grey-Brisson had gladly accepted his invitation. The tension could be felt even in the room. Grey explained that he was still recovering from his injury. Therefore, he cannot stand up and bow as he should. The Count hopes that the prince will be lenient. In Kyrie, only one nobleman is allowed to not stand up when the prince appears, and that man is Slyman von Siegfried. Now the principle is clear. Grey thanked for the understanding. As soon as he tries to rise, the pain becomes unbearable. The Count can do as he pleases. However, men like Grey-Brisson are not entitled to such a privilege. Callen replied that in that case, the Earl should bow his head. Meanwhile, Jan didn't understand but why His Highness had said so directly to his face. He wouldn't be able to defend himself if the impudent man suddenly went berserk and attacked the prince. We must find Sir Hertz at once, for there's no telling what might happen. And then Arsène came there, and also Rachel. The man asked what Jan was doing there. He got here just in time. He doesn't know what brought those two here, but they can't do without their help. Arsène told him that they had prepared some suggestions for the prince about the portals. But he wondered what it was all about, just as Jan suddenly wanted to tell them who His Highness was in the living room with right now, as they saw the Hina running towards them. And she cried. Jan tried to calm her down and ask her what was wrong. Let her take a deep breath and tell him what was wrong. Hina revealed that the problem lies with her brother, Knight, and the horse. Ian realized that perhaps something had happened between Kyrie and the Knights of House Brison. Arsène decided to check it out. Jan said to go to the stables. They should be there. He also mentioned that Sir Hertz should not act rashly whatever happened there. Arsène replied that there is no need to worry. He realizes what is at stake. After which he ran away. This is definitely not a good thing. It's only a matter of time before the situation in the living room escalates. It was noticeable that the man could barely contain his rage at the fact that he needed to bow his head. What insolence! He'd heard his prince, so let him begin. Callen didn't tell him to open his mouth. He was furious at such words that he even stood up. After which, Callen inquired of the Earl whether his words had not been heard. Let them bow. He felt all that pressure. The protagonist asked Ian if Callen had ever met Grey Brison before. Ian thinks it's possible, yes, though that was before he entered the prince's service. That was a long time ago, so it's no wonder the prince has forgotten. If they had ever crossed paths, he was probably extremely shocked at what he was now witnessing, and perhaps even Celestia gave him fair warning. In her letter, she wrote not to underestimate Callen. He's not the defenseless boy he used to be. It's even logical to assume that the Count didn't believe it for a second. So what's he gonna do now? Callen wondered if they would meet in a battle of auras, or if he would bare his sword, then dare to attack the prince. Whatever the Count chooses to do, it will turn out for the worst for himself. Grey had thought Celestia had gone mad with age, but now he could see that she had made a fuss for a reason. Perhaps all those rumors about the third prince were true, but he couldn't accept it. The man thought that this brat was just a pawn in this game, doomed to defeat. Second intervened in their conversation. He turned to Count Brison. The man demanded that the Earl show respect for the prince and return to his seat. His hand was shaking. A lowly Viscount who had the audacity to raise his voice to the Lord, who guards the borderlands. What a pity his bravery was wasted on Grey Brison. After all, this idiot doesn't even realize that the Viscount saved him from imminent doom. Stella's gonna knock this lowlife down right where he stands. But first, we have to deal with the little bastard. He didn't realize that the third prince was so eager for recognition. So he would do what His Highness wanted. Grey Brison expressed his deepest respects to the great Callen Rain Kyrus. But now the main character is tired and wants to rest. So he will be the first to leave them. The Viscount agreed with the prince's decision. But Grey wasn't happy. But the lad had the nerve to ignore him as if nothing had happened. Prince Callen has asked for a promise that the Viscount will give the Count proper attention while he himself rests. The Count looks in terrible poor health. He flared up, for he didn't realize who they thought he was. And just as he wanted to continue, a bright and huge fire appeared behind them, in the street. The two turned around, not realizing what was going on. Callen recognized immediately that it was Arsene's magic. Arsène is skilled in ice magic, and it's not at all typical for him to resort to such noisy spells as a fire blast, unless he was using this spell to signal the prince. The knights were startled, for the mage suddenly shot out a fireball. Arsène doesn't know what exactly is going on here, but he can only tell Kyrie one thing. The prince won't be happy. The man knows it himself. The knight didn't realize what this guy had done. He probably doesn't even know whose carriage he just burned. Arsène asked them the same thing. How could they provoke the young man, knowing who he served? The knight immediately realized that he too was one of his third prince's lackeys. Arsène confirms that he is indeed one of the prince's lackeys, and his interlocutors are apparently the Greyhound's lackeys. That nickname really pissed them off. He doesn't even realize who he's talking to. Callen showed up there and said he heard his lackey. After which he called him a brainless mutt. Of course, the knight wasn't ready to see the prince right here, right now. Seeing the burned carriage, the prince inquired if he should reimburse the Count. Arsène replied that he would reimburse these expenses out of his salary. Then all is well. He was concerned to see his servants gathered here, but nothing serious seemed to have happened, except he can't see his maid. Usually she was always with her brother when he was at the stables, so he was curious to know where she was this time. Arsène said that these knights tried to capture her and take her away with them. They thought they had found a sweet and obedient girl for the Count's amusement. They didn't even realize that she was part of the prince's retinue. At first, the protagonist only laughed. Just then his face changed to a scowl and displeasure. Everywhere he goes, there are worms like this crawling around. It's time he did something about it. That's where Gray came back in, and he was furious. What does this even mean? These were his knights, so he didn't understand how the prince had the right to cut off their tongues. He was in a good mood as it was, but here came the major headache back. Arsène explained that they had been stripped of their knighthood for molesting the prince's maid, and also for attacking his servant. He even mentally called his men brainless idiots. First he was dared to be dishonored in front of the Viscount, and all those lowly servants. Callen said that Lord Manisil would reimburse him for the carriage as soon as the Count reached the capital. That brat will pay for his insolence. Callen walked beside Kyrie and wondered if he had nothing to say for himself. But he only remained silent. What else is there to even say here? He's been through more of this than he can count. His mind was spinning with words about who the damn half-breed thought he was. Not mine with a pretty face is still mute. He should be thankful they're giving her a chance to earn the Earl's favor. He's not so tough now. Where's all his hubris gone? Wait it out, and it'll pass. It always did. The knights demanded that he use his clever tongue. They were eager to hear the hero speak. There's nothing like a good beating to shut up a mouthy jerk. Hardly a matter that should concern a prince. Kyrie replied that he didn't have anything to say. The protagonist replied that he could do as he knew how, after which he left. It was too late. Finally some peace and quiet, and tea in his hands. That's what the prince needed most. The Viscount was pleased that the prince liked it, but he also wondered if it was really reasonable. Callen asked what it was about. The Count is furious. What if he decides to threaten His Highness's safe return to Kyrasis? After all, Count Brezen is a recognized swordmaster. Callen had no trouble recognizing the Grey's aura the first time they met, which means his skill is on par with the prince's, if not inferior. He could plow the Count's face into the dirt when he saw fit. The lad replied that there was no need to worry. A confrontation with him was bound to happen sooner or later. The Viscount noticed that there was not the slightest sign of worry on his face. It was quite interesting. Amazing composure for a prince who was barely out of adolescence. But there was something else that bothered the Viscount. The protagonist wondered what it was this time. It was all about the prince's servant. He's been running laps around the training ground for hours. I wonder if the prince is going to leave him there all night. Callen replied that yes, he did. He should be taught a good lesson. The Viscount wondered if the prince didn't think that was perhaps a bit much. Callen wouldn't trust someone who couldn't even handle such a small thing to have his back. Each of them has to carry his own time. And it's time for him to realize that. The Vicomte understood. It wasn't just about punishment. The magician who was responsible for setting the carriage on fire was not held responsible. Consequently, the fault of this young man lies not in his actions at all, but in his excessive wariness, whereas a prince expects absolute trust from his servants. I almost envy this fellow the honor of serving such a noble lord. Callen learned that the Grey had requested a carriage from the Viscount to replace the one his servant had burned. And here was a surprise. The Viscount could not provide him with any, for they were all defective. Could it be that the wheels of the Viscount's carriage were really in disrepair? The prince already knew that was only an excuse. He seemed to have realized that the man himself was unwilling to welcome the Grey into his estate, even if it cost him some of his possessions. The prince knew about everything from the beginning. As the owner of such a humble name, he could not afford to carelessly give away priceless carriages. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to travel beyond these parts. He knows that the Viscount's family resides in Kyrasis, and while the place certainly has that special charm, he is curious to see if the man longs for the warmth of his loved ones. The man began to state that he wasn't sure he understood His Highness. The protagonist then held out a letter to him. The letter was stamped with a seal that would enable him to request an audience with the prince as far as Togo wished. Callen offered to travel with him to the royal capital. At first he didn't know if he should accept the offer, but he agreed. He hoped that the repairs to his carriages would be finished by the time the prince's horses were ready to go. Of course, the protagonist was happy with this decision. At the same time, there was a tea party at Planche's and the Queen's house. Of course, Celestia had heard that Callen would be back soon. It seems that wherever he steps, word of mouth follows him. She can't wait for them to meet. It had been 5 long months since she'd last spoken to Plunch. And after all these months, the first thing she decides to discuss is her brother Callen's business. The boy wondered why she was here since she missed his half-brother so much. The queen told him that a grey was coming soon. Planche asked what that had to do with him. In fact, Celestia found it hard to understand the reason for his son's displeasure. He is destined to go this way, and his whims will not change that fact. He has no other choice, so let him leave this adolescent stubbornness behind. It's annoying that he has no other choice. And who exactly planned this path for him? Celestia asked when he would finally stop acting like a child. If he thinks his barbs will make a difference, he is sorely mistaken. Now they would return to the pressing matter at hand. She began to speak again about Grey's imminent arrival in the capital. It was only then that Planche interrupted her. He started a conversation about how he should have kept his mouth shut that day. It's pretty funny. Some people he hardly recognizes now, and yet some seem utterly incapable of change. She turned to her favorite son, talking about not stressing so much. And that's really true. He could have told her the same thing. Planche wanted to save her the trouble of doing nothing, as she wished. Of course she wasn't happy about it. The prince informed his mentor that Viscount Reddington would be arriving no later than next week, and that news was somewhat comforting. At least then their dear Paloon would not go to his grave. The protagonist asked if he had to suffer so much. Apparently, servants have a hard time when their prince can only get into trouble. The whole court must have been talking about his antics. Callen wondered what the king thought about it. His Majesty decided to speed up the process of forming Valken. What happened at Seigreed Manor made him the center of everyone's attention. That alone would have pissed Bryson off by now. And now that Bryson's Grey had been publicly humiliated, there was only more reason to worry about Callen's future endeavors. In such circumstances, he would have turned over the barracks and grounds of the Paved Knights to Valken's needs. The man asked if His Majesty realized that this was tantamount to a declaration of war against House Bryson. If it helps divert their attention away from Callen, so be it. It would put His Majesty in a vulnerable position, and he himself realizes it. Valken will be formally announced upon His Highness's return. The necessary ceremonies will take place next week. It's not that simple. Even if the mentors are in the palace, it's still not enough. There is not a single knight in the king's personal guard who can match the strength of a swordsman. If the Grey gets to Kyrie early, Romaine's life will be in real danger. Callen asked Ian if this was the only path that led to the royal capital. Jan replied that yes, only if he didn't wander in circles. He turned to his mentor, saying that it looked like he was going to give him some more trouble. He cannot allow an ogre to enter Kyrie. Just think of him being forced to ride in a lady's carriage. He ordered the coachman to spur the horses. How come the other carriages were suddenly unusable? Who was he to take a carriage away from his lady? Then the coachman said that someone was following them. Grey poked his head out to ask what he was muttering. He didn't even expect to see Callen right behind him. He finally found the Count. How did he manage to shorten the distance so quickly? It must be some trick taught to him by his magician mentor. Still, he's just a worthless royal heir. The protagonist clearly saw that the Count still had no idea how to properly greet royalty. That phrase brought him out of his thoughts. How dare that brat teach him manners? He kicked the door open and also told the coachman to stop the damn carriage. Today, the royal lineage will be cleansed of the stain left by that low-born fool, namely, Callen's mother. There was an explosion. It was also where Callen had Grey by the throat. The man didn't understand at all how this brat had so much strength. Malicious intent and ridiculous insults. He started it all. And the prince just has to defend his honor. Doesn't the Count think so? That was it for him for insulting the prince's bloodline. He started begging for it to stop. The Count was indeed wrong. After which he began to beg for mercy. The protagonist could only hear such screams. Didn't the dear Earl Grey wonder why his brother had disappeared so suddenly? Grey asked what the prince was talking about. The Marquis Brizon was paid a pretty hefty sum to get Renan out of the way. And Renan disappeared. Then an idea popped into his head. Maybe he should try to persuade the Marquis to get rid of the firstborn son who aspired to take his place. Callen would ask him questions now. He had better answer wisely. What is the name of the one who slew him today? He had no choice but to give his father's name. Evan Bryson, his own father. After that, all that could be heard was screaming. The boy wondered how a father could be so ruthless to his own son. It seemed to be exactly the kind of thoughts that the others were having right now, and he addressed the knight and the coachman. He's sure they'll know what to say when they start asking about what happened. Of course they know what to say, and the Count will return to his estate at once. It was only a minor disagreement between father and son. He noticed another observer. In fact, it was done for Kyrie too. He noticed the blood on the prince's face. He was about to speak regarding his behavior when Callen replied that he shouldn't. Clearly, Kyrie had changed his mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here right now. Before, Kyrie knew the prince even better than he knew himself. Kyrie asked the protagonist what he meant. There's something Kyrie needs to know. It's a long story that goes back decades. However, this detour should give them plenty of time. All the inhabitants welcomed the protagonist upon his return. It is said that Sisfanian herself blessed him with a sacred light at his coming-of-age ceremony. His brothers were never honored with this blessing. He may be the youngest, but if anyone deserves to be crown prince, it is Prince Callen. They were sure that His Majesty the King was of the same opinion. Prince Callen will inherit the throne. His Royal Highness Prince Callen enters. He greeted his dear brothers whom he had not seen for a long time, and the main character also apologized for his lateness. Randall nodded in greeting. Planche, too, greeted Callen with a welcome back. This is something no one expected, especially Callen himself, that Planche would just greet him. Well, this is unexpected. What's he up to this time? He only smiled. A servant announced that His Majesty King Romain was entering. He had heard that Randall had been reading Certea's treatises, so the king asked if he had finished with them already. Randall replied that he did. The king would be glad one day to hear his opinion of what he had read. Planche's efforts had paid off too. He certainly put on some muscle. They should hunt together. He only dryly replied that he did. Romain even suggested going even further. They should organize a hunting tour. Callen couldn't even remember the last time he'd felt this uncomfortable. The king wasn't the same now as he had been before. I can't believe he was indifferent to his children before. It's a truly remarkable change. He was approached by a servant who informed him of the one outside. The king ordered to invite her in. Of course he realized who he was talking about. She didn't waste any time. Looks like she's getting nervous. Her Majesty Queen Celestia enters. Callen was very happy to see Her Majesty. She was also very pleased to see the main character. Besides, Callen looks marvelous. The queen asked if he had reached the capital safely. Everything worked out just fine. So worried he might catch another cold just like last time. The queen hoped that traveling hadn't taken too much of his strength. This trip, on the other hand, had been very comfortable. The recent bout of cold had done him good. And there's less to worry about outside the palace of the table. She was glad to hear that. All this impressive news from Siegfried's pinch had her riddled with worry about Callen's safety. Wouldn't His Majesty agree? Odes of praise in Callen's honor even reached her chambers. This is surely an incredible event, except that she was worried about the annoying whispers wafting around. So she decided to ask directly, does His Majesty really intend to make Callen the heir to the throne? This question put the servants in a stupor. It seems the queen is no longer trying to hide her intentions. Is she really that desperate? Not long ago he had a conversation with Lord Manisil, who said one thing. Why not send to Camelon the son Romain cares least about? That's how you get rid of a problem child. He has no son for whom his soul is not anxious. But thanks to Celestia's endeavors, the temptation to reflect on it overwhelms him. They'll see how long that reliability lasts for the king. He will regret the way he treated her today. And he will only regret it. After which he left them. Romain apologized to Planche. He asked not to be misunderstood. The king did not mean him out of spite. Planche knows that. They all know very well how their uncle is doing. None of his sons would have wished such a fate. They can't afford to make the same mistake. Upon reaching the age of 20, all princes, except the heir to the throne, are required to leave Carasis. They are each given lands to hold, and their visits to the capital are limited to only 5 days. They are also strictly forbidden to form their own troops. In Ian's opinion, this is a reasonable restriction. However, the protagonist's uncle, Prince Asnan, disagreed. He rebelled as soon as Callen's father took the throne. However, his plan failed, and now he is imprisoned in a tower in the most impregnable wilderness of the Warakan Valley. That's why His Majesty is so eager for him and his brothers to forget their quarrels and finally get along. Then neither of them will have to shed blood. Ian asked the prince if it was possible. Callen doesn't know it himself. Given the current state of affairs, it's hard to imagine that happening. Suddenly they saw a flower in front of them. Ian turned his attention to something else. At first, the prince thought he was speaking for a flower. However, he spoke for the prince's pocket, which was also glowing. There was a rock in his pocket. All the flowers have been cut off, and only this rose continues to bloom as if nothing had happened. But what is that strange glow? Could it be the flower's reaction to the stone? Of all possible places, it was in the royal palace. But just when he should have touched the rose, it suddenly began to crumble. After which, the rose particles were blown away by the wind. The rose is really withered. It felt as if time itself had frozen, holding its breath. And then, in an instant, it broke away, Rushing forward, memories immediately flashed through his mind. Time, the stone, the rose, elf, the axis of time, Sisfanian and Sorrenti. His mind flashed back to the memory of Callen's impatience against Sorrenti's will. How on earth can he remain patient when time is slipping through his fingers? Ian was beginning to worry about the prince, since he had already skipped breakfast for 2 days. He might be planning to go tomorrow. Callen started to claim that he was still exhausted after the road. So tomorrow will be good for me. Ian will tell the servants so. After which Ian wished him good night. Callen tried to sleep, but suddenly he felt someone's presence and wondered what he wanted. It turns out he is a magician. He's also jumping out of bed at every rustle. It's late and he came here uninvited. Callen was very curious to know why Plunch had come here. It doesn't get easier by the hour. He comes uninvited whenever he wants, just because he can. Mother and son are one and the same. Planche reported that a rose was missing from the garden, and it could be Callen's doing. The protagonist had to put up a soundproof barrier. Only one flower was missing, and so much noise. My brother must care so much to show up here like this. Dear brother just couldn't help but notice that this was not an easy flower to see. After all, that's why he was skipping breakfast. So he knows everything. It was a rose from Randall's garden, and his mother came from Tencel. So Callen thought what he saw had something to do with the holy power in his blood. Planche did ask, didn't he? He asked Rundle if he knew anything about the never-fading rose in the garden, and every time he said he didn't. And the protagonist wondered what he was counting on. That one day, Randall would say, I know, only a wielder of holy power can prolong the fleeting life of a rose. But he can't understand why Randall feels the need to hide his powers. So Randall can use holy powers. He just wanted to let me know. Planche told Randall that he had burned the rose. So now Callen can play the fool all he wants. Maybe they'll see each other tomorrow. Callen didn't let him leave and wondered what he was doing. Callen, on the other hand, skipped breakfast so as not to let anyone notice how much it bothered him. The protagonist replied that Planche understood perfectly well what he was talking about. He asks why behave out of character to keep Callen away from the showdown with Randall. As far as he could remember, they had never been so close for such a favor. It turns out he remembers. Planche only sighed. Callen asked what he meant. Then the man explained that no matter how strong he was, Randall could not be defeated. The same can be said for Planche. Now that's a statement the guy didn't expect at all. He even asked if he got it right. It sounds like Planche decided to help him because he realized that Randall didn't stand a chance against Queen Celestia. He didn't answer anything, but you could tell by the look on his face that Callen had hit it right on the mark. Only then did the protagonist begin to guess that Planche had been reluctant to become crown prince from the beginning. Afterward, he went back to his room and pondered over the words Planche had said about Randall and his power. Flowers that are sustained by holy power, and a black stone that stinks of blood, and it resonates with them. Callen is starting to get a rough idea of what this has to do with Randall. He has to provoke him to make the first move, so that he opens up and reveals his secrets. And there's only one way to do it. We need to take away the power of Celestia. Yet time is short. Meanwhile, she pounded on the table, not sure what this nonsense was all about. The Queen asked me to repeat what happened to the Earl of Grey. Slega told what had been reported to her. The Count was badly hurt, after which he returned to his estate, so that was the reason. It was worth guessing when the report stopped coming in just before he arrived in the capital of Celestia. The Queen then inquired whether his wound was true. The girl replied that he had been attacked by Marquis Evan's men shortly before his arrival in Kyratzis. But she didn't understand why her father would do such a thing. The maid hesitated, but Celestia demanded that she answer. The Marquis warned him that the Count should never return to the capital. It seems that Count Brisson was planning to get the title of Marquis. Now, Celestia wondered if her father might have found out about their agreement. She sent a letter asking her brother to help Planchet become crown prince, and the title of father will be in his hands. But she dismissed the thought at once, for she was sure that no one could have known about it. Besides, the timing wasn't right. At such a vulnerable moment, her father couldn't intervene directly. Grey is a master swordsman. So she was very curious to know who could have injured her brother if the attacker wasn't her father. Perhaps the Count was doing well with his previous injuries, but he was unable to defend himself properly when attacked because of them. The Queen ordered that medication be sent and that she find out how badly he was hurt, and the identity of his attacker. After the maid left, the Queen only laughed. It's very hard to believe that Grey was hurt. Whoever he is, his little game is doomed to failure. This man must have thought it was a brilliant idea to implicate her father in the attack. Too bad, since she was the one who told Grey to use the injury as a forefrog. Kalia threw the bag. The man felt that this sack was filled with so long a list. But the queen replied that there was only one item. And since there's only one item there, it's for him that Her Majesty gives too generously. Tael is the deputy commander of the Knight's Fable. Behind the mask of charm, no one sees his true nature. The nature of a cold-blooded killer who takes a life for a minimal price. Tael wondered what he could do for her. A man had been assigned to accompany Prince Callen to his coming-of-age ceremony. She ordered him to find out if he had crossed paths with her brother Gray, and if so, have him find out what had happened. And if Thale silences him, he gets another sack. This offer interested him very much. The man then asked for the man's name. And that man's name is Arsène Hertz, the magician. But why can't the queen shake the feeling that Callen is behind all this? People were talking about the Evan Brisson rumors, especially about him attacking his own son. But whether it really happened. They say the Marquis is looking hard for the source of the rumors. They can't say for sure, but he hasn't been to court for a long time. And he didn't show up for the meeting either. It was more important to find out why the king had summoned all the nobles today. His Majesty said he had an important announcement to make. For generations, they had turned their backs on magic, relying on the power of their swords. And to correct that mistake, he decided to form his own squad of mages. Of course, no one could believe in the existence of a unit of Mahas specifically in Kyrie. Can't His Majesty see how many seats here are occupied by knightly families? Where is the Marquis of Brisson when these things happen here? This unit will be called Valkan. The ceremony to mark their formation will take place in a week's time. There are also agreements to transfer the barracks and training grounds of the Knights of Fable to Valkan. After the meeting, the king announced that he needed time alone. As he walked down the corridor, he heard a familiar voice. And it was saying that the nobles did not seem to have received the news with enthusiasm. It was Callen. The prince asked if everything would be all right. The king replied that there was no need to worry, for he had made all the arrangements. He also inquired if Callen wanted to talk to him about something. The protagonist replied that he would like to ask a question, if he could. The kid plans to visit the Knight families, so he asked if that would be a problem. So he's going to secure allies, and wonders if the king considers them a threat to his rule. That's pretty bold, but he doesn't even mind. How quickly Callen had grown up. The king replied that he could do as he pleased, and for this the protagonist was very grateful. But if he's going to talk to the right people, he's going to have to avoid the Brisson family. So Callen proposed a joint hunt, which the king promised to planch. Eventually the prince acquired his own entourage, namely a squad of mages. Callen noticed that he was not officially affiliated with Valkan in any way. That's still no reason not to celebrate. The mages noticed the prince, who had red eyes just like the rumors. The protagonist noticed that it was like Ian was on fire. Only the prince was too calm. Then Arsène approached them. But he hadn't expected Arsène to look so exhausted. The man announced that he had finally found a solution to the teleportation circle problem. The principle itself is similar to how oath seals work. It will allow contracts to be made for the use of the circle. Naturally, the control of the circle remains solely in his hands. It's really unbelievable. He wanted to discuss the details later. For now, Arsène should get some rest. They will celebrate during the ceremony. Arsène thanked the prince for his concern. But after dinner he must meet Mr. Manasil. It was frightening to think what he would say to Arsène if he left without meeting Elon. Callen replied that he would figure it out. For now he'd better get some rest while he had the chance. He thanked the prince. In that case we will heed that advice. Callen wished him luck. Don't let him fall asleep on the way. And in the carriage, of course, he fell asleep. Suddenly he remembered the prince's words telling him not to fall asleep. Arsène woke up to the coachman shouting. It was an ambush, and they're outnumbered. There's a whole gang after them. Arsène ordered to speed up and not look back. The man threw his weapon at him. Even such a lunge Arsène was able to block with magic. He had indeed envisioned such an outcome. He greeted them and identified himself as the deputy commander of the Valkan mage squad. And his name is Arsène Hertz. The banquet is quieter than usual. But Ellen has noticed that Sir Hertz is absent. Callen can even guess what he's doing now. Early this morning, news of Earl Grey reached Celestia's ears, so she will surely not sit idly by. It appears the prince has made Sir Hertz a decoy. He's using Arsène to his full advantage. Looks like that boy still has a grudge against him. The protagonist was sure that the queen was now questioning the Earl of Grey's loyalty on her matter. She is well aware that his decision to help was not born out of familial love. Grey can only receive his father's title after the death of the Marquis. Therefore, the queen surely does not rule out the possibility that the Marquis of Evan might have gotten wind of her son's plans and begun to act proactively. Consequently, she would need time to gather her thoughts. Among other things, Celsius has never encountered Sir Hertz before. Therefore, she knows nothing about magic power. Most likely, she will only send a few skillful knights after his soul. Sir Hertz is quite capable of dealing with them himself. The prince's faith in him must have been strengthened by the successful completion of his initiation. And that was really it. His face was the last thing he saw before entering this timeline. The attacking knights begged for mercy. Meanwhile, the man didn't understand at all what was wrong with this mage. It took time for a spellcaster to select targets and create spells. But this man throws spells without respite. He thought that the spellcasters were weak in close combat, so they should move to attack him. Let them close the distance. Fear won't make them any money. And this magician is worth a fortune. Let them think of the bounty on his head. But it wasn't hard for Arson to erect a barrier around himself. He couldn't believe at all that this spell had been activated so quickly. After that, they could only watch their comrades being killed. He shouldn't have taken that order in the first place. How can you defeat an opponent of this caliber with only a dozen men? He moved at once. He didn't want to die here like a dog. Besides, the man immediately remembered the words that this was a great opportunity to strike gold. But the truth was, they were no match for him. But of course, Arson didn't even think of letting him go. In the blink of an eye, he managed to appear right in front of the man. That's the last one left. He immediately got on his knees and began begging for mercy. He had information, and he was ready to tell the prince everything he knew. Arsen replied that he needed more specifics. Only then did he reveal that the queen herself had instructed him to kill the prince. He was also paid to kill Prince Callen's maid, who was sent to him by the queen. He can testify if he needs to. Arsen replied that that incident the prince would prefer to forget for all eternity. The man began to claim that she knew it who was behind Renan Brisson's disappearance. But who is it already, if not His Highness? And Prince Callen is behind the attack on Grey Brisson too, of course. But only a few people know that. Then he began to claim that he knew exactly where the Marquis's money was coming from. The Marquis owns a secret gambling house in the Gauntlet. It's where they place bets on bare-knuckle fights. He can take you there. It's a shame this man almost intrigued Arson. However, the prince already has someone who knows the place like the back of his hand. Whereupon, the man began to wonder what else he could say. Then the thought of a broken blade popped into his head. It turns out that Marquis Brazen hadn't touched a sword in years. The man saw the sword shards, however, his son Grey tried to hide them. It might pique His Highness's curiosity. That was not all. He had seen Grey arguing fiercely with his father on the subject of taking the title of Margrave. Arsène saw that he knew a great deal. He began to beg to be brought to the living and to the prince, and then he would tell everything. But it was too late. A chatterer loses his value in no time at all once he opens his mouth. And now how was he to get back to the palace? The carriage has already left, and the horses have scattered. There's no one on the road, and he really doesn't want to waste mana. Just then a man appeared there whom he had not at all expected to be here. A bloody sack lay in front of the prince's bed. The man was furious at being accused of kidnapping Arson Hertz. The Knights of the Royal Guard will be here by noon. He couldn't believe how they dared to invade his estate so shamelessly. The king must think he is related to Valkan. He also inquired as to what Tail had done to disturb that mage. The Turkish said that Tail had been seen at noon that day in the palace. He was summoned to her by the queen. He should go to the palace now. The butler asked if he should inform Her Majesty of his visit. Does he really want a man to arrive this foolish woman as soon as she is in his sight? He's not going to meet, specifically with her son. As usual, the three princes and their servants gathered to eat. Randall heard that the deputy mage commander Valkan was missing. He must be worried. Callen had grown accustomed to his company since his initiation, but it seems that King and teacher Manasil are far more concerned. I guess that's really true. Planche then intervened in their conversation, saying that the date for the hunting competition had finally been confirmed. Perhaps my brother would like to join us, but Randall doesn't think so. Randall thinks the king has planned a hunt specifically for Planchu. Of course he won't participate. Planche felt that he should at least breathe fresh air once in a while. Randall was touched by his concern. Besides, he was the kind of man who didn't like hunting. Even knowing this, Planche still called out to him to make sure he wasn't coming. Is this his way of helping Callen? That's not like him at all. Suddenly, he felt a monstrous mana. Callen recognized immediately that it was the teacher. But what could have made him so angry? A little earlier. So it was him. The disappearance of his henchman doesn't seem to have upset him at all. That calm expression on his face speaks volumes. Could it be that Callen is now his favorite? He had heard that his interlocutors himself had recently lost a dozen men, and no anxiety at all. surprising equanimity. Apparently, his grandson is definitely not his favorite. It was the Marquis of Evan and Ellen. He asked the dear Marquis if it was not the duty of a true leader to properly honor his fallen servants before appearing at the palace. The Marquis is not going to be lectured by him. He seems accustomed to such insolence. Being without rank or title, he remains here only by His Majesty's grace. It is for the Marquis to assess His Majesty's generosity. Evan Bryson didn't like the idea of His Majesty showing favor to someone like Elon at all. Then it must signal that the king's decision is no longer trustworthy. As for Callen, he's not far behind his teacher. He can already see Ellen's influence on him. The man believes that His Majesty and the Third Prince are far more trustworthy than the so-called Night House, which lost a dozen knights to a single mage. He was very curious to know how much the Marquis's thugs had been paid this time. He was sure it was a penny, especially when you compare it to the fortune Evan got from selling his own son. He was beyond furious, for he didn't realize what this mage had just said. I think Elon has already said he's far from weak. It's probably best to show it in action. After all, the Marquis is strangely prone to forgetting things. He was very curious to know what it was like for the Marquis to stand his ground when he was unable to remember his place. He felt as if the flames were devouring him. Marquis should learn to think before he acts, and he has to consider who he's dealing with. Evan had a hard time holding his own against that kind of pressure. He may be strong, but this mage can't last long on his own. Contrary to the Marquis's opinion, Elon doesn't think so. He's not alone. But the Marquis is said to be strong alone. Did the man wonder why Gray was headed for the capital? What he hoped to gain, and who he relied on? Gray wouldn't have gone to the capital if he hadn't received an offer he couldn't refuse. For example, an offer to become a Marquis. Even others were saying that the Marquis should do something about it before his son took his title. Tail was seen at noon that day at the palace. Perhaps he had been summoned by the Queen. If you think about it, Renan turned his back on the family and bet on Randell. And now she's acting out. He was angry. And it was Callen who was watching. It had already been a long time, so the butler inquired if the Marquis was going to visit the prince's chambers. He was going to visit the Sermal Palace to find out how Plunch and his mother were getting along. But now the situation had changed. He reported that they were coming back. The meeting with Planche happens when Evan realizes whose side Planche is on. The rain won't stop. It won't be long before the hunt is cancelled. Whereupon he turned and asked his brother what he thought. Planche felt the mage chase the knights away this morning. Receive he did too, that surge of mana. Apparently their father hadn't overestimated Planche's ability in the sword arts. Callen inquired if he was in frequent contact with the Marquis. The man then revealed that he had never had a private conversation with the man. They have a family so strong, even a hug would split it. He thinks that's why the Marquis decided to bring you back. He wants to strip Queen Celestia of her title and make Planche himself take the Crown Prince's place. If his goal is his mother's downfall, there is no need to continue to support Callen. And if he wishes to become the next king of Kyrus, he should meet Evan Bryson. I think he's already given his answer, hasn't he? In that case, there is only one thing left for them to discuss. And that's about Celestia. This time, the worst possible outcome could await her, because that's the fate Callen has in store for her. He has no intention of saving her from the consequences. Planche should not accept his hand unless he is prepared for what comes next. In fact, his mother had gone out of her way to cut her way through. But if that's the outcome of her efforts, so be it. Ian was surprised that the prince had joined forces with Planche and not Rendell. So Planche has turned his back on Celicia. He must have no reason to. Only then did the protagonist reply that they were no one he had turned his back on. He just closed his heart to his mother. Unable to reconcile himself to Celestia's atrocities for the sake of his ascension to the throne, Planche concealed himself behind the guise of the rebel son. His body was soaked in wine, but his breath never once gave off a whiff of booze. And he behaved out of hand with Callen. But that was only in front of witnesses. He probably thought the image of a troubled child would make the mother abandon him, or stop hurting others. Eventually, however, Planche came to realize that Celestia had already passed the point of no return. Only death could stop her now. But Ian still didn't understand why he had behaved this way with the prince for so long. But that was something Callen didn't ask about. Even if there was some reason for it, the only one who could understand and forgive Planche was long gone from them. It's too late. The man reported that they did not find Sir Arsène at the Brissin estate. They also searched the neighboring buildings, but found no trace of him there either. However, they found a prisoner in the dungeon, which was most likely Renan Brissin. The king understood everything, after which he told his subordinate that he could go. But is it really the best thing to do? This is no time to be picky. He hasn't forgotten who he is. Albeit temporarily, Ellen is considered the commander of the Vulcan mages. Romain wanted to show how much power the new squad of mages in this palace had. So he raised the royal guard, and he intensified his search. He is accused of kidnapping and holding a magician in his possession, and that was the king's order. The man advised the Marquis not to resist, despite the fact that not long ago they were all just ordinary people. Those who see only regalia and titles will see him as just another magician until they realize their mistake on themselves. So the king is aware of how Ellen was perceived by Evan. This leads the king to the question. Ellen became a viscount in Riberinus, didn't he? That's true, and so to most he is known as an archimage. Viscount in Riberinus, Baron in Seigreed. But he admitted that the title of tutor to the prince was what he liked best. In that case, they will keep her role as mentor to the third prince, but they will also add the title of Earl of Kyrie. Seeing Ellen's surprised face, the king inquired as to what was wrong. It sounded so casual, as if they were having a conversation about the weather. It's finally stopped raining, which means the hunting competition won't be cancelled. Jan entered there, who wished the prince good morning, but only then did he see that the prince was outside again, unaccompanied. Callen wished him good morning. It was a short walk. He had something to deliver. Jan wondered to whom. Perhaps he should be thankful that the fondling happened in the morning and not at night. He also drew His Highness's attention to something he needed to look at. The gifts from Baron Paloon have arrived. These really were good horses. The Viscount Radington seems to have reached the capital in one piece. On the gift list were horses of the same breed of Ravenum. And then there's the cat. He was wondering whether to buy a dog or a bird. How fortunate for him. After which he held out the Kotahina. Callen told him that cats were allowed to be in Shermill's palace. He also asked that the Hina take good care of him. It was noticeable that the kitten liked the girl too. Hina was glad that His Highness remembered. Afterward, she thanked the prince, and then went out to my brother's house to show the cat. Jan reported that last night the royal guard searched the prison house. However, Sir Arsène was not found there. Master would say that his subordinate is not easily defeated. I'm sure he's fine, wherever he is right now. Whatever it is, he's not going to let it go. The disappearance of the deputy commander of the Vulcan mages is a serious problem. It needs to be addressed accordingly. They will repay the house of Brisson in kind. Now it's time to go hunting. Planche is heard saying that this year's royal hunt is being held in honor of the second prince. But the culprit was nowhere to be seen. Would he miss the hunt again? There is talk that his health has deteriorated. However, this is not the first time they have heard this excuse. Looks like it's going to happen today. But he remembered Callen's words about telling his brother not to take part in the hunt. He'll be lying in bed with a terrible cold. Planche asked what this is all about. Callen didn't say anything back. So the man replied that he would indeed be unwell on the day of the hunt. And that was good to hear from the protagonist. There's no need to worry. He will speak to the king in a way that the Romain will understand. Planche doesn't know what he's up to there. But if Callen wants him to stay in the shadows, so be it. He just hopes nothing bad happens. That's when he saw the China running after the cat. Planche recognized Callen's maid at once. But this road leads to the Rose Garden. If he's not mistaken, that's about the time Randall is there. He too turned his attention to the intruder, and the man pointed his blade at her. The knight asked who she was and how she got here. He demanded that the girl answer. Hina realized that she had to inform him that she was Callen's maid. But he won't understand sign language. Maybe she should write on a notepad, but the man didn't even think of letting her move. If she made another movement, then he would consider her a spy. But without the notebook she can't explain anything. Suddenly there was another man there, who inquired as to what kind of guards they were. The two immediately looked back. It was Planche. He couldn't believe that the guards weren't even able to recognize the other prince's maid. It was his eyesight failing him, or his mind. The man apologized to His Highness the second prince. He didn't know that this girl was a maid who worked in the Shermill palace. He looked at the Hina, and afterward told me to get that cat out of his sight. She bowed, after which the Hina left. Surprisingly, he was invited to the hunt. But the man who was responsible for the hunt didn't want to come. Planche had no idea that Randall would be here. Afterward, he wished him a good day. Randall mentioned that there seems to be improvement, namely in his relationship with Callen. He wasn't sure, but whether it would be best for his sons, but whether he could trust him at all. The king also mentioned that archery required more than just arm strength. Elon replied that he needed to concentrate, so he asked His Majesty not to interfere. He began to assure the king that it would help. Others began to whisper that this hunt was strange. It had been strange from the very beginning. Since when did hunting take place in groups? And on what principle were these groups formed at all? Every way you look at it, this group is made up of families allied with House Brisson. And the third Prince Callen's group is quite different. Ellen fired, but the arrow didn't hit the bird. Romain began to laugh. The man replied that he saw no reason to laugh at all. He is a mage, not an archer, and he has no equal in magic. No matter what his majesty thought, a mage alone could not succeed in hunting, so they just wanted to sit down and enjoy the hunt. But just then, they noticed a bird falling in front of them. But they didn't even highlight the shot. They started protesting that it didn't count, not scent, which says you want to be able to use magic. Only then did Elon mention that there was no rule that you couldn't use it. He was very curious to see what the king would say to that. That's not going to work. He's not going to hunt everything in sight. This spell could have been directed at them. It's a warning of sorts. An ultimatum for those on the side of the Marquis of Brisson. Birds perched high in the branches, an easy target. Hence on the other side of the hunting territory. Soon he will be hunting his own prey. It won't be an eagle or a lion, but a beast he hasn't been to before. That's why he needs their help. All the aristocrats were raising who they were talking about now. In that case, they will meet at the palace. A servant asked if there was anything dreadful in the Margrave's letter. The queen replied that she could go and let no one in. Then she talked about sending medicine and finding out how badly he was hurt. The letter said that Sins didn't seem that injured when viewed from afar. However, the man was asked to leave as he needed absolute peace and quiet. In the meantime, guard. Oh, to understand why he can't use his aura anymore. The Margrave promised to write as soon as he was well. What kind of chutzpah is that? She looked at the bag that stood and on her desk. The queen wondered what had brought him here so early in the morning. How rude to assume she would want to spend time with him over a cup of tea. This sack was found at a site not far from where Sir Hertz went missing, and there's a pretty impressive amount of money in there. Celsius only wanted to mention to her that she didn't know what he was talking about. But it was as if he had anticipated her words. It looked like she would say the day she met Talia as well. Wouldn't remember anything at all. Kalia replied that she didn't remember anything. Some mage is missing. And then suddenly the prince bursts in on her like some catastrophe has happened. He'd done something for Grey, hadn't he? The queen wanted to know what the prince had promised him in return for his help. Does she really think Callen would ask Grey Brisson for support? Such a degree of delusion is even insulting. He doesn't need Callen's sympathy. The queen told him to watch his mouth. He had lost all fear. The prince remembered that she would soon regret that she had dared to touch his man, for it was her end that would come through his efforts. She tossed the bag of coins to the floor. If that's what he wants, they really should end it once and for all. Someone entered Prince Planche's room. He had already reached for the sleeping man. It was only then that he heard the words that apparently he had a lot of free time on his hands, since he had cancelled Sisfanian's alert spell. It was actually his teacher who did it. But don't worry, because his mentor won't do it again. After this night, he would not enter his brother's chambers from now on. Planche asked, and what brought him here? Callen has 3 things to discuss. First of all, he'll ask if Randall knows they're working together. Planche responded that yes, and he was hoping it would stay a secret longer. The neighborhood realizes things too quickly. Afterward, the boy wondered what he'd said. That time, he noticed that there was improvement between Planche and Callen. The guy asked if that bothered him. Randall replied that of course not. Planche responded that he didn't say anything specific. Whichever prince gives up the throne, Randall has nothing to lose. The only reason for him to be wary is the unification of the Callen and Planche factions. Be that as it may, it's worth being careful from now on. The next thing you know, he was a little uncomfortable saying it. If you look at the look on his face, Callen would like to thank him, but it hurts Planchus. Someone said he got Callen's maid out of trouble. He doesn't need that gratitude. That time when he left the garden, there was a Hina waiting for him with a notebook. She preceded her master even then and thanked him for saving her. It's all clear to him now. In that case, there's only one thing left to do. Tomorrow there would be a ceremony to mark the establishment of Valken. So he asked if his brother would mind lying sick for another day. Planche was telling the guy not to cross the line. Callen replied that he understood. But this time he must not interfere, whatever happens. Meanwhile, the maids were busy tending to the queen. The girl wondered if her mood had improved. She's been in a bad mood lately. It's exhausting to tiptoe around her. Maybe her father was right. Better to marry a baron than live in this nightmare. The queen's hair caught on a comb. She began to apologize to Madame. But Silesia hit her. The maid apologized, saying she had been inconsiderate. The other maid intervened and also mentioned that it was her fault, for she should have trained her better. She would now choose a punishment for her. But the queen said to leave it all, whereupon she approached the girl. Celestia knows where it could still come in handy. Today they have all gathered to witness the birth of Valkan. It is a great honor for him to announce the creation of a squad of mages in the heart of Kyrie. This happened through the favor of His Majesty the King, and with the support of many at court. Vulcan will usher in a new milestone in history. May the miracles of Miyaga bless these lands with prosperity and harmony. And just as Elon was about to continue his speech, there was an explosion. The aristocrats didn't realize what it was, but the explosion happened in the Queen's chambers. The servant stated that the explosion was set off by Arson Hertz. Callen hadn't expected this. Everyone began to whisper that Arson was Prince Callen's servant after all. So Kylie decided to make her move by blaming the assassination attempt on herself. They'll see who emerges victorious from the situation. But then the king intervened, saying that perhaps the criminals were trying to cause chaos and confusion. All those present need to pull themselves together, for panic will only hurt them all. They can't be sure of anything, or until they find the cause of the explosion. But what if she saw the perpetrator in person? She saw it with her own eyes, the criminal who undermined her chambers. Planche's face displayed nervousness. They all heard the explosion. What a relief that the queen was unhurt. How shameless of him to speak as if he himself were surprised. He's the one behind all this, after all. The prince suggested not jumping to conclusions. His Majesty to find out the cause of what had happened. The queen stated that before the attack, that mage claimed that she had orchestrated the attack on him. He said Callen told him. There are no witnesses or evidence. Perhaps she was too cruel to the girl. But the maid was not without sin. She certainly owed her a favor. The queen ordered it to be taken and placed in a box at the entrance to the drawing room. Surely she can handle such an easy task. It was noticeable that the maid was nervous, but she agreed to run the errand. She walked into the room and came to the very box. After that, there was an explosion. The queen's palace was on fire. If Callen is so sure it wasn't his mage who set fire to her estate, then let him bring him here. If she points to Arson Hertz, the brat will have no choice but to hunt down his mage to prove his innocence. At this point, Sir Hertz is reported missing. The truth doesn't matter. Then we'll have to find him. Celia saw him set that explosion. If the mage is absent, he will not be able to justify himself. It's a trap that Callen can't get out of. But suddenly she heard about a question that asked what she meant by mage. Arson Hertz showed up there with an amazing accompaniment. Arson greeted the queen and also gave his name. He is the very mage she speaks of. Meanwhile, she didn't understand what this man was doing here, and in the company of her own father. How did this even happen? Only then did she begin to guess that this was Callen's plan. She can probably see him. And we're talking about her own end now. Arson Hertz never disappeared. He was only given a 5-day vacation for repelling an attack on himself. So far, Arsen's disappearance has planted a seed of doubt about Brisson's Grey in one man. One who couldn't help but ignore the false accusations against him. And he couldn't let the instigator get away with it. Prince Callen warned that the queen might turn Arson's disappearance to her advantage. So he was ordered to stay on the estate until the day of the ceremony. If the Marquis would assist the prince, he would then no longer have to bear the burden of false accusations laid in his name. Callen just took advantage of it. The prince suggested that the king investigate the here and now. The queen demanded the presence of a mage, and here he was before them. Roman agreed. That's why he wouldn't stop telling her not to act recklessly. Her father, this fool is king. Knights. They all turned against her. Celestia only laughed. She recalls that his mother had that cheeky smile all the way to the end too. Callen really is her son. In her hands was a dagger aimed at the prince. Roman ran straight to his son. The queen, however, was closer. She was ready to kill Callen. There was blood on her face and clothes. But the protagonist was not injured. He was covered. The dagger was pointed directly at his chest. Callen had said not to interfere, whatever happened. But Planche did it anyway. Kalia didn't expect to see Planche in front of her at all. But she was beyond furious that he had betrayed her. She yanked the dagger. Callen was startled by Planche's condition. It wasn't what he wanted at all. But seeing almost another dying man in front of him was also a huge blow. Roman yelled for Celestia to stop. Guards rushed to grab the queen, but the Knights of Brisson began to hold them back. The king began to claim that it was over, so he demanded that she let him go. Her arm was cut off. She screamed in pain. She didn't seem to hear the king at all. She should have let Planche go. After which, the knights arrested the queen. Everyone present saw the Sword of Aura. And it's hard to believe. So the third prince was a swordmaster all along. But he was immediately worried about his brother's condition. Planche didn't even know he could use aura at all. Callen asked as he woke up. The queen was being prepared to be taken away. There were cries for a healer to be brought here, and cries for the king's protection. Roman was worried about his son, and didn't realize where all the healers were. At that moment, the protagonist asked the teacher to get the king out of here. Ellen asked His Majesty to get out of here. It's not safe here. But that's where his son lies. Elon knows that, but he himself has lost a son. But Roman is the king. The man asked the king to think about what was at stake. Let the prince take care of the rest. In the end, he agreed to leave everything to Callen. The knights have been ordered to guard the area. But why hasn't the healer arrived yet? We need all the rags we can get. The bleeding won't stop. That idiot doesn't even realize how important it is to Callen that he stays alive. He must not do this to him. Even the Sisphanian blessing isn't enough. Nothing works. He won't survive at this rate. The prince demanded to be brought here from the healer now. Kirie replied that they had already sent for him. Sir Yang is also on his way to the prince's chambers. It'll be quicker to transfer the Hina here. Only then did he focus his attention on the word princes. There is a healer here, and it's Randall. But the truth is that it is only in turmoil that one's true nature is revealed. And at the core of his nature, Randall is not what he appeared to be. He's callous and calculating. Is he really willing to let his brother die so that no one will know his secret? He mentally begged Plancha to live. Let him open his eyes for God's sake. Let them dare to die in his arms. Meanwhile, the healer, Hina, has arrived. Afterward, he came to the dungeon. Callen was called here. Kalia was sitting there. A question had been swirling around in her head for a while now. They should be honest with each other for once. Callen's hiding something from her. And with that question, she hit it right on the mark. In fact, everyone has one or two secrets that others shouldn't know about. She really knew that, didn't she? Then Callen wanted to ask her something too. He inquired if Queen Aisha's death was also her work. How could she have forgotten that? It was the very first life she had taken with poison. Well, his hunch was confirmed. After which Callen turned around, saying something to the effect that it looked like they were done here. But they agreed to be honest with each other, didn't they? In fact, Callen expected that the first thing she would ask was about her own son's safety. But she only laughed, saying that she remained an obstacle until the very end. He may or may not believe it, but she really did everything she could for him. But that's just the way he is. A stupid boy who always makes the worst choices. He's never helped her. He's constantly obstructed her. Her being here is proof of that. But people tend to rush things, especially towards the person they want to protect. She remembered the very moment she had wounded Plunch. The kick was so slow, it was obvious she had never been properly trained. But he didn't even have to block it, did he? All he had to do was simply step aside. The mentor's shield spell would be ready before Celestia could reach him, and Planch should have known all that. And yet he made a choice. Is he really talking about Planch trying to protect her? She didn't understand why on earth he'd done it. She didn't really need to go down that path. If only she could stop for a moment and turn around. Then she would understand why he did it. The image of Planch surfaced in her mind. She laughed. She remembered saying that some people he barely recognized now. Some, however, are completely incapable of change. In fact, Celestia doesn't regret anything. There's not even a reason for it. It kept laughing, slowly going mad. Callen trailed off under that desperate laughter. The nobles, once loyal to House Breezen, quickly turned their backs on Celestia. It was done out of duty in hand, yes, they were threatened in the hunt. The queen's grave crimes were brought out in the open, but the man who did it remained hidden. Celestia's execution took place immediately after the verdict was handed down. The leaves of the plant did not cover the slabs of the square because there was no steel to bleed them. A vial of slow but agonizing death was offered to the queen. On this day, not a single red flower floated downstream to bid farewell to her soul. It's been a week since they started, and they still haven't finished dismantling that greenhouse. That shows how vegetative it was. It's best not to talk about her now. Everyone associated with her is either chained up or in exile. But even if they remain silent, it won't stop the whispers. Who would have thought that Prince Callen was a master swordsman all this time? He's only 15 years old. He's the youngest swordmaster in history. Plus, he can use magic. That's just amazing. He wished he could even see it in action. But since that day, he hasn't left Planch's room. We're like that in reverse. Still unconscious. But Planch was fine. It was very interesting to see what Callen was doing here with a mouthful of fruit. In fact, the prince is still thinking about how best to explain his sword skills without arousing suspicion. Planch shouldn't pay attention to him, as he needs more rest. He mentioned that if Callen was going to snack further, let him do it in his room. Callen wondered where his hospitality had gone. Planch had gotten him into this disaster after all. The least he could do for Callen was to let him stay here. Callen was actually the one who showed his aura in front of all those people, after which he told him to just get out of here. The second Callen showed himself there, then they would start asking about his sword aura. There was no way he should let that happen. That's something he won't show up for unless he can come up with a solid cover story. Planch is so mean, but Callen gave him a banana anyway. Planch was telling him to get out of here. It had been a long time since he'd last seen him. I wonder if he's finally been kicked out. They really kicked Callen out in utter disgust. Still, 4 days is pretty mild when you consider the nature of Planche. Mentor thought he would spend at least a week with him. In fact, that had been Callen's original plan. Everyone was paying attention to the third prince using the aura. Considering how shameless Callen is, Elon doubts that the apprentice left just because they told him to. It seems like he just decided not to hide anymore. It turns out he's already come up with a suitable excuse. He's not really a very good liar, but even if the whole world finds out, there is one person who must never know Callen's secret. The king greeted the people who had come to him. It turns out that Callen found great enlightenment in the Sisphanian cave, and then learned the essence of the sword while sparring with Slayman. Callen decided to show his majesty. He can use magic power and era together, right? This ability he was able to develop. The king asked if Ellen already knew about it. He only waved his hands. The guy apologized for not reporting it earlier. But the Romanian felt there was no reason to apologize. If he wasn't in the palace, there would be no reason to hide it. But since everyone has now witnessed this exodus, the role will announce it at the upcoming Valkan inauguration ceremonies. The king asked that Sir Manisil give him a good clue, but in fact, Elon had given him many hints. Callen claimed he wouldn't have guessed either. Ellen asked whose side Callen was on right now. The protagonist mentioned that he wasn't on anyone's side. Now that news has spread that Callen has taken to the path of the sword, it's obvious that Marquess Evan Bryson will start to be cautious. Judging from his behavior that day, it is reasonable to assume that not only the Marquis but also Randell must see Callen and Planche as rivals rather than brothers. It was Ellen who pulled him from his thoughts. Hadn't he been listening to the prince? In any case, they could only wait and see. Would this power given to Callen be a blessing, or perhaps another poison? A week later, he announces the creation of Valkan. It was a reenactment of the opening ceremony of the mage squad. Roman officially announced to all of Kyrie that the 6th swordmaster had been born. At the same time, the Brisson family temporarily closed its doors. The servant told the Marquis that it was already getting late. Even for a lord, so much training would not bear its fruit. However, he said to shut up. Evan Brisson was angry because he couldn't help but notice that boy's aura. After a stormy fall, winter came to Kyrie. The cat had a collar. It now bore the inscription that he was Prince Callen's. Planche approached the cat. He only looked at the palace in silence. When the deep odor of Lanieri disappeared, it signaled the beginning of a new season. The nobles congratulated His Majesty the King on his birthday. Roman was very happy to see the people who had gathered here. They say that spring is a new beginning, so he hopes that today will be that another start for all of them. But this was really supposed to be a new beginning. Another man showed up. The protagonist knew him. It was Bern's brother, Chase.